hardly anything to a big amount of rotation as it entered West Little Rock right there. And that would have been along Bowman Road, south of Rodney Parham, and continues to move then off to the east. And here's what it looks like on reflectivity. I think it's on up now, moving into that area, Breckenridge, south of Highway 10,
Reservoir.
probably moving across Highway 10 corridor as well.
Reservoir Road.
Yes, in that area
Kamak
right there.
Village. Still trying to get Brett, but this is moving towards the river. All right, guys, we got to start thinking about us here at KTV too. Rebsamen Road, Riverfront. It may pass just towards our west.
Okay, can we let's take the Regions camera downtown, looking off to the west, if we can.
Regions,
Can we take that?
the Regions camera?
Yeah, you
I'm
can
working
actually
on
see
it.
it on there right now.
I'm working on it right now, Barry.
I've got it. It's pointing there, but
Got
yeah,
it.
if
Got
we can,
it. There's Regions.
yeah, right there,
There's
and
the
you can see
tornado.
it. That's extending. That's a large tornado. It appears extending down to the ground. That's looking straight west, so it is moving then along that corridor, Highway 10, and here we are in Riverdale, right in the foreground there.
I think we're okay.
I think it may go just north of the Riverdale area, but I think we need to watch this very carefully. If you're in the Heights, you're in Kamak Village, you're anywhere along Highway 10, at Ketchell Road as it moves out to the west, you've got to be in your safe spot right now. That is real time what is happening. And folks, it looks like it has grown in intensity quite a bit. There is an obvious mesocyclone there, and this has made it down to the ground, according to Brett Adair, and it is moving up into the area.
I'm going to zoom in on it, Barry, see if we see debris. So stay with that image. I want everybody at Channel 7, get ready to take action, but don't just yet. All right, we're losing electricity. Are we still on the air? Okay, I see power flashes. It's on the ground. It's on the ground. I saw power flashes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
I think
we're on
we are
backup
on
generator.
generator power now, and I hope we are still broadcasting. And but it is, folks, it's Foxcroft Road, moving right up into the Heights right now.
Okay.
This is a large tornado. Debris signature with it. Hard to tell, but there is plenty of velocity right there. This is Highway 10, Foxcroft Road, Kamak Village, down into the Heights. It is crossing Highway 10 right there and will be moving on up into the Burns Park area and then on over to the east-northeast. And so it will be moving north of the 630 corridor,
going
but
over the river.
crossing Highway 10 right there. And that's the velocity that we're looking at with this storm.
Okay, I'm going to follow it to the left a little bit. It's going across
Yeah.
the river very soon.
We can take
this
it,
is within a mile, less than a mile of the station, probably.
Yeah, it's moving. It'll move right across over into Burns Park. It appears right now.
It's on the ground. I don't see power flashes yet, but it's on the ground doing damage. We're right there by those white buildings.
Yeah, and I think they may have issued a tornado emergency.
Yep, tornado emergency for Little Rock going over into North Little Rock right now. Again, we're continuing to follow this.
Yeah, it is. It's moving right. Well, it's not very far from us at all. Right here, right now.
It's right by the building.
I think. Yeah, Todd, it's right over the Burns Park area there.
Yep.
It will be coming into the North Little Rock area.
Lakewood, North Little Rock, take cover now. Sherwood, take cover now. Maumelle, especially the east side of Maumelle, take cover now. Rapid rotation. I'm going to zoom out to see how wide this is.
Levy, it'll be crossing I-40. That is a large tornado.
It is huge. Just say a prayer, everybody.
Yeah,
Say
absolutely.
a prayer. A lot of people could be being hurt right now.
It has moved up just to the north of Riverdale here, it appears. I'll bet you if we stepped outside the building right now, we could hear this because we are very, very close to this. But this is a storm that continues to move up, and it is moving across the river and kind of the west end of Rebsamen. It's moving over Burns Park right now.
All right, James Bryant will be on in just a little bit. He says, take the feed. Go to James Bryant. We have that. James, are you on the phone? What do you have?
Yeah, I'm in North Little Rock. We're just by Spring Hill. We're getting very close, guys. This is coming right at us.
James,
I
get
can see
safe
it from
because
here.
this is huge.
You stay back from it, man.
Yeah, we're about to turn around, but you can see it, man. This is unbelievable. The images that you are about to see. This is coming right into North Little Rock. This is coming right into North Little Rock, Charles. We got to turn around, man.
All right, just stay with us. Let's
Just pull
keep
into the
warning
turning
everybody.
lane. Pull into the turning lane. Stay
The
right there.
National Weather Service has said that they are going to possibly be taking cover.
Yes.
No,
But Memphis will take
Guys,
over responsibility.
From my feed, you can't see the actual tornado, but that lowering you see in the distance, the gray, that is the large tornado right there. That it is good. I can see it moving to my right, so it's not coming directly at us. It is moving northeast. You can see it. I'm going to zoom in on it. It's up there just to the right.
You stay back away from it. Brett Adair has said that numerous vehicles have been overturned
guys,
with this
that's a bad
storm.
signature on radar right there. That's a bad signature on radar.
I think I just saw debris get flown out. Is there debris coming down?
There's a debris dropout right now at near Amboy and I-430 and Military Drive.
I've got it up on the storm.
There's a debris ball right there with that storm.
Guys, stay with me. I think it's going to go to my north, but I'm going to have a view of it.
All right, this is across the river now, and it's going into North Little Rock. We got to keep warning communities.
It's going to be going right near our radar. But if you're anywhere toward Remount Road, Sherwood, that area around Camp Robinson, and just to the south of there, this has crossed I-40.
James, talk to us. What do you see?
Guys, I'm just sitting on the McCain Boulevard Bridge right by McCain Mall. I really wish people would stop driving to the west. It's just crossed I-40.
Look at this.
Burns Park.
Go to the
And
is
it's
it the
moving
Regions or
north.
Simmons? Which camera is
We're
it?
going to
there?
go get on 67, Charles. Turn us around. We're going to get on 67, and we're going to try to parallel it so we don't get in front of it. But
They're
if you can see my image here, you guys see this? Are you seeing this?
yeah, we see. That's it.
That's it right there.
Yeah, we can see it.
It's on the Regions
Yeah,
camera.
I've got rapid rotation, guys. I've got rapid rotation right there.
I've got it on the Regions camera if you want to look at that, guys. I got a clear view of it.
Oh,
Do you see that, Barry, on the Regions
Yeah,
camera?
I do.
I'm going to start to move that towards the left now, or to
It
the
is-
right, I'm sorry.
It is very close to the National Weather Service radar.
left.
Little Rock Air Force Base, Sherwood, take cover now.
Yes, Jacksonville, you'll be in the path of this storm. Keel Avenue, Sherwood, and points up to North Gravel Ridge. And that is the storm that we're looking at. And right now we're getting a rather ragged image from the National Weather Service in Little Rock. But what they're talking about is phones are being activated here. The National Weather Service in Memphis has taken over responsibility of warning this. I guess the
Oh,
folks
my gosh.
in North Little Rock have.
The tornado,
Yeah.
I've got incredible video of it. I'm going to try to put it on my Facebook page, use it there. It's from Baptist Hospital. I'm getting pictures now of a power, North Shackelford, trees and power lines down all over the place. It's still on the ground. Power outages all on the track of this. Barry, North Little Rock, Memphis is taking
Yeah.
control. Northern Pulaski County, Cabot. We want Cabot to watch this. Tornado emergency going into northeastern Pulaski County. BB, tornado emergency. Take your tornado precautions now. You're looking live right now, north of Little Rock. That is the lowering, and there's a tornado in there. We want you to go ahead and take those tornado precautions immediately. This is not a drill. This is
Can you hear me?
confirmed. Yes, James, go ahead.
I've got it right here. I'm looking at it.
Go. James's live feed.
Yeah. So that's looking northwest of McCain Mall.
What, James, are you there? That's northwest of McCain Mall? That's north of McCain.
Yeah,
That's going
that's
right through
moving-
Sherwood.
Yeah.
This is McCain Mall right there in front of me. I'm looking to the northwest. You can see the gray mass right there.
I think it's right near the National Weather Service radar.
Yeah, we're looking back into Sherwood.
Yeah, looking back into Sherwood and so Air Base. Yeah. I see the rotation area, and it is right on top of the radome of the radar.
Oh my.
Okay, we got to warn everybody, stay sheltered. Little Rock, you're in the clear right now, but we have rain and we still have a severe weather threat, even in the metro area. The worst of this is going directly over the North Little Rock Airport.
This is the only tornado warned storm in the state, by the way, right now. It is moving toward Gravel Ridge, pardon me, in Jacksonville, and you need to get into the safe spot along Highway 107. It's right on top of you. Cabot, it's coming up on you as well. There is the hook right there. It moved right past, and this hook is where we saw rotation moving right toward Cabot, and we'll continue. Debris signature is right near the radar site. Velocity product showing it right there, right over on North Remount Road, which is where the National Weather Service is. That is where it went and it will move right up toward Cabot. Perhaps Jacksonville, though, you need to be in a safe spot right now. So it's that northeastern part of Pulaski County. You need to be in a safe spot right now.
All right, tornado, this is video of it as it came through West Little Rock on Storyteller, if we can. This is from Baptist Hospital. Beth Hunt sent this to me. I don't know who it is exactly from, but that's the tornado going through West Little Rock. That's the Big Rock interchange. This is from one of the floors of West Little Rock, and that is the tornado going across West Little Rock. We know that we have a lot of damage in the Shackelford area, but you see that wide area, and then underneath that is the tornado, the wall cloud, the meso, and then the tornado, and that is still on the ground, producing large amounts of damage. Now the National Weather Service is calling it catastrophic, labeling this catastrophic. That's the tornado as it went through West Little Rock. Let's go back at to the radar and see what we have. This is the back edge of it. I'm going to get off screen and move this camera a little bit towards the right, where this is now moving towards highway. Has it crossed 67, 167? Barry, it does not look as strong as it did.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Get up here at the top of this hill and pull off to the left. We're going to have a view of it as it crosses 67 here. It's in Sherwood. It's on your left.
Okay, is it still on the ground, James?
To be still on the ground. It looks like it's obscured in rain to me. Keep going, Charles. You're good. But it is just to our west.
Yeah, it is. It's just to the west of 67 there.
We're passing the Sam's and North Little Rock, and it is appearing like it is about to cross the freeway here down the road.
Yeah,
All right,
Keel Avenue, and
Listen,
as it intersects 167
there
or
are a lot of
67.
people driving north on 67. They've got to stop.
They've got to
have
stop.
All right, got damage in the Parkway Place subdivision in West Little Rock. Trees down on homes. That's Chenal and Parkway Place. Trees down on homes. James, keep us updated. What do you see?
All right, guys.
All right, you're looking on 67, 167, looking up towards the north. That's a large area of rain. It's moving across 67, 167 towards Jacksonville now. There's a tornado within that large area, most likely.
It's right in front of us, guys. It is. It's right down there.
Okay.
I'm looking at the debris ball. I'm just to the south of it. Just to the south of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 mile out, and I can't see it. It's just wrapped in rain, but I know it's there.
All right, James, I think your best course of action now would be to look for damage, because it's gonna outrun you.
West on Keel Avenue over toward Sylvan Hills and along 107 there. Yes. It's crossing it's crossing right along well, just where Keel crosses 167 is where the rotation appears to have crossed. And I don't know if it's still on the ground, but it certainly looks like it could be. So
I've got rotation on my video. I don't know if you can tell. It's really gray.
Yeah, there's still plenty of rotation with that storm.
We're going to move up 167 to see if there's any damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Go
Jacksonville, if you're in the path of this storm and everybody between Sherwood and Jacksonville, you need to, that's where it's going to cross right there. So there's Jacksonville, Gravel Ridge over to the west. Sherwood looks like it went right past the Weather Service radome, and it will be passing over into the area, perhaps up to Cabot, but certainly around Jacksonville. You need to be down in the lowest part of your house. get into a small closet or a small room, please. And because this storm is likely still on the ground. As we look at it, reflectivity-wise, yeah, there's still that little tail on it, an obvious sign of intense rotation there. We'll look for some debris in the air. Obviously, it lofted debris in the air. It's so close to the radar site right now, it's hard to tell. Hopefully, this thing will begin to dissipate quickly, but it has done an unbelievable amount of damage, I'm afraid. Moving on up now into this area to the south of Cabot, you need to be in your safe spot. Please go to the safe spot in your house. This also, Todd, I think it could, as it did before it went into Little Rock, I think it could be recycling as well.
All right, I think we have I'm told by Kristen, we have a live shot off Rodney Parham of the damage. Real quick, let's go to that because we've got to stay with this tornado. But let's show the damage that's come through Little Rock, West Little Rock, as we were following this from meteorologist Brett Adair, the first live images you saw of that tornado here on Channel 7. And damage now also on Storyteller, if we can get the Storyteller or that live shot out there in West Little Rock. This is, again, on Storyteller. Okay, so this is damage in the West Little Rock area, trees down on homes. Significant tornado damage has been done. This is the Parkway Place subdivision. There off of Chenal and Canis, in between those two streets. Do we have the live shot now on Rodney Parham Road? Do we have that live shot on Rodney Parham Road of the damage? All right, so this is I-430 and Rodney Parham. That's getting off at 430 and onto Rodney Parham. That's northbound traffic. Southbound traffic backed up too. You see the damage on the ramp right there. Cars and traffic moving around that. But right now, they're trying to clear that. It is best to stay off the roads. Please stay off the roads. You've got to have emergency personnel get into the areas affected. You've got to have them. You see one of them right there. And the more traffic on the roads, the harder it is to get in there and help people if they're trapped in a home, if they're in any sort of danger. So we want everybody to stay off the road and don't go sightseeing this damage. But it is significant, and that is in Pulaski County, moving towards the Cabot area. Right now in northeastern Pulaski County, in the northern areas of Lonoke County, catastrophic damage, tornado emergency continues. Barry?
Jacksonville, you've got to be in your safe spot now. Rotation is coming into Jacksonville still. We're assuming that this is still on the ground. And here are the streets of Jacksonville moving right along, and it's with some delay in processing. It's in Jacksonville right now. This is a fast mover going at 55 miles per hour or so, and so please be in your safe spot there. This is, I know we have a number of power outages as well. Our Alicia Dover helping us out with that, but you can see
I think
through that path.
Do you have something, James?
Yeah, so it's been paralleling 60. We're coming into Jacksonville right now. It's just a lot of rain, but on the left side of your screen here, you're going to be able to see the lowering. The color difference is pretty tough to make out.
All right.
But,
do you see damage yet? Have you gone over a damage path yet?
We have not crossed the damage path. We have not crossed the damage path. There's a lot of people who have stopped.
Okay.
It's just difficult to see, but I believe I see a tornado. It's hard to confirm from where we're sitting. Just based off our images.
There's it's just on the south side of Jacksonville. There's a lot of rotation, James.
Yeah, we're coming into the south side of Jacksonville.
Right at Main Street. You don't need to get any closer to it.
So we're still kind of down south towards the 440 interchange.
Okay. Yeah, it looks to be just up to the north of that. Some, yes.
So we'll either come across the damage path or not, and I'm hoping that we don't find anything.
Well, okay. I think you're probably about at where it did cross.
But right now, all I see is some traffic barrels tipped over.
Yeah.
At the 440 interchange, I do believe it probably crossed a little bit further north.
Okay. We're seeing 33,000 without power, and it has followed that area that we saw just exactly so. That is and the area, I'm just looking at it off screen here. It goes from Colonel Glenn Road Yeah, and you can see the area there.
Oh, God.
It went right through along Chenal Parkway there, Parkway Village area. It moved on the just to the southeast of the Pleasant Valley neighborhoods, perhaps, as it crossed there between Big Rock Interchange and Cantrell Road. But it did cross, it appears, at that spot. And it is now, you can also see power outages coming into the Jacksonville area.
Yeah, it's still Jacksonville. Take cover over there. Redmond Road, it's right there on Redmond Road, going towards Highway 5. And it's going to go on, it's on the south side of 67-167, by the way. Go ahead, Barry. I'm sorry. I just want to give you
Well,
an update.
no, I'm just saying that everywhere where this thing was obviously on the ground.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. Our
Are y'all
homes have
seeing
been
this?
affected by this.
I got trees down.
James,
All right, James?
Trees down.
on
South side
67.
of Jacksonville. Tornado just went through.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where it is right now, the rotation.
I got trees down right here on the south side of Jacksonville. Big trees broken off. We're on the outside of the damage path.
You're on the outside of it?
Yeah.
South side of
we
it?
got big trees down. Just south of Jacksonville, traffic is stopped on 67.
Okay, it will continue, folks, to go on up to the northeast of there, a small community of Jacksonville. You've got to be in your safe spot right now. Parnell and on up to the east side of Cabot. The road is out to the east of Cabot there. Small community of Sylvania. And this is the area that we're looking at as it moves out to the east. So moving into Jacksonville right now, there's that rotating area, and it will be moving up, and it looks like the rotation could go to the south of Cabot and out to the east of Cabot there. So on the south side, there's 321, but it's in Jacksonville right now.
Hey, guys, can y'all see what I'm seeing here?
Let's go to his live feed. What do you see?
Y'all see this?
Is that something
Got
overturned?
Big semi trucks are overturned here on the freeway.
It'll be a miracle if we kept everybody unharmed out of this. It'll be an
Here,
absolute
look.
miracle.
Pull up here, would you?
I think we've had a violent tornado go through the metro. It'll be a
I've
miracle
got,
to still
I've got
continue.
really big trees down, and that is 67 southbound that is completely blocked.
Okay.
All right, Jacksonville has been hit by the tornado. What's next here? Area south of Cabot now?
Yeah.
Parnell?
Yeah, it'll be going out. There's a small community of Red Oak and along Highway 321 as it moves, as that first Cabot exit, as it moves off to the southeast of Cabot. I think this is the area. There's the rotation just northeast of Jacksonville now. Parnell crossing Highway 89 right there, and then moving up into this area in northern Lonoke County. And so that is the area that you've got to take cover in. I'm going to show you the tornado warning area. It's a broad area there. It does include BB. And so as this thing moves, it could move a little bit to the north. It could stay on this track that it's been on, which has been fairly consistent, but it's pretty much northeastern,
Bill, okay?
What do we got? Jim?
northeast right now. Cabot, especially the south side of Cabot, you've got to be in a safe spot right now. Please, please take cover right now. This storm could make a jog toward the Cabot area. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, if you're in Cabot, go into the tornado safe spot.
I think it's gaining in intensity again, south of Cabot.
Yeah.
Looking at the radar here, Red Oak is another community. It's going to cross over 321. That's the tornado right there. That's the tornado. There's
Yeah.
67. It's just cleared the Little Rock Air Force Base on the south side. This is where James is running into the damage. I mean, right there is right where it passed, and that's where James is. There's Cabot. Cabot, I think you may escape this, but not to the south of town. That's Red Oak, McCollum Road, Highway 89. There is a tornado, very likely. In fact, I'd say there's a near 100% chance this is still doing damage on the ground. There's Parnell, and that's the tornado. And again, this is where James just had the damage. It is just past Jacksonville. Again, the same applies what we were saying about Little Rock. Stay off the road. Emergency personnel have got to get into these areas affected. This is a violent tornado. This was not your EF0 or EF1. No. This was a violent tornado coming across the Little Rock metro area, and they've got to go look for people that may be missing. Don't have any word on that, but I'm just saying that is a possibility. And as long as that is a possibility, we want everybody off the road. It's crossing over Highway 5, Parnell, Highway 89, moving towards the northeast at a very rapid motion. Now, at still about 50 miles per hour, tornado emergency continues, and this is going to go just to the south of Ward. I think Ward is going to be okay. You're on the north side of that polygon, but stay sheltered. Barry? Do you
Todd,
have
we're
anything?
getting some damage reports in. Brett Adair says that significant damage to homes and businesses at the shopping center at I-430 and Rodney Parham.
I-430 and Rodney Parham? Yeah, that's the, okay.
And cars upside down there. So cars were sent over, and we've already seen along 67 up toward Jacksonville a semi that was toppled over there, confirming some minor injuries at least. There's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for the Little Rock area. I don't see any rotation with it, but it will be wind, and it will be coming through. And so it's right on top of where there was already damage there, and first responders are responding. So again, don't go anywhere if you don't have to at all. Please stay off the roadways.
To add insult to injury, Barry, heavy rain, thunder, lightning moving back into the metro now.
Yeah.
No tornado warning.
Yeah, it's
at
just
all.
a severe thunderstorm warning that's...
I don't even know if that's severe warned right now, but it is a thunderstorm. It's dangerous with lightning. So everybody stay inside as much as you can. And a lot of people don't have electricity, but no one should be outside right now in Little Rock because there's a lot of lightning. Our concern right now is far eastern Pulaski County, now into Lonoke County. This is a devastating tornado that has hit the heart of our community, and it's moving south of Cabot by just a few miles. This is it on Highway 5. There's Red Oak on the ground doing damage, moving towards the northeast, a little north of due east. Mount Tabor, they're going to be crossing over 31.
Okay.
And now a severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski. Barry?
Yes, and we're not forgetting that storm there in Parnell. We've got damage now at Rodney Parham and 430, and this is, I think we have a live picture there, and you can see the Kroger there, which is at 430 and Rodney Parham.
That's that bank in
There's
the...
a bank in the parking lot there. If they could broaden out, and apparently there are damage to homes as well in that area.
My mom's home has a tree through it too.
Okay,
Up there.
and
Yeah.
there is the service station that's right there.
That's Breckenridge Drive.
That's Breckenridge and Rodney Parham, right?
Yeah, the new McDonald's is right over there. Breckenridge Village is right across the street from there, and that's significant damage to the Colony West Shopping Center.
Yeah.
And it went right through Colony West and Breckenridge. That's thunder from a severe thunderstorm warning. That thunder and lightning going on out there, but God, please nobody be hurt out of this. Please.
Okay, we'll go back to that if they can get more shots of that. I do want to say, though, if you're in the small community of Parnell or along Highway 321, this storm has really maintained its rotation unbelievably. There's a small community, areas around Sylvania, out east of Cabot there, a large number of neighborhoods out there, large number of roads. Please be in your safe spot there as this storm continues to move. It will fluctuate with intensity, but as we said, there are going to be some times where where tornadoes can be on the ground for a long time, and apparently this is what's happened. This parent cell started out well to the west of Hot Springs, so that's what we mean by long track supercell thunderstorms. And do we have more pictures coming in? Yeah. And this is from where? Okay, this is in Little Rock. Storyteller.
That's Colony West Shopping Center. No, not that one. No, not that one. Go to the next one that I sent. I don't know where that is, but the next one I sent, refresh it, and there you go. Now scroll down.
Todd, that's all I'm seeing.
I'm sorry.
That's significant.
It is significant damage, but I thought I just.
Homes.
I'm sorry. I thought I had it, but I did see significant damage to the Colony West Shopping Center where the roof was blown off. I'm trying to find that picture. I thought I retweeted it. Here it is. I'm going to retweet it right now. And so it is retweeted. Chris May also did. And this is the Colony West Shopping Center. Hopefully it'll come up here. There it is. And that right behind there is Breckenridge Road. Look at all the damage. That's on the left side is Kroger. And that right through my neighborhood, my old neighborhood. It's destroyed it.
Folks, we're getting reports of injuries that are coming in. We don't know the extent of them, but that's why we urge you to not be on the roads. Don't hamper first responders as they are out there. For right now, this is the only tornado-warned storm in the state, but it is very, very powerful, and it is near that community of Parnell and headed toward the small community of Sylvania out to the east of Cabot right now. But that is apparently, we just have to assume this is a tornado on the ground. It's a tornado emergency in that we've already had it. It is, as we have told you, it is a large, it has been at times at least, a large tornado. And it continues to show that huge signature of rotation again. And there's nothing much out there to hinder it from forming again. I do want to back out, though, and I'll just show you the reflectivity. And there is another storm moving into the Little Rock area. It has wind with it, and I'm just going to look for the velocity product on this. I don't see anything as far as, but it's a strong storm just pouring where we already had tornado damage that went through that area around Rodney Parham and 430. It went up into the Highway 10 corridor and then crossed over, went very near the National Weather Service drive. So there's another storm, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning right there. Could be a lot of wind with that one and some hail as well. Excuse me, there is only one tornado warning in the state, and it is the one that is out to the area east of Cabot. This is a long track storm. There's Dogwood Lane right there. This is the rain wrapping around a circulation center. As it continues to move off to the northeast, it will continue to do damage, it appears. We've already seen large trees out on 67. Again, cancel your plans to go out and about over the next few hours. Just don't do it if you're in or near one of these spots. Just please stay off the roads. Here's a shot. I think we have another shot of damage near, you can see it's just pouring, but this is that area around
Rodney
Colony
Parham.
West, I believe. And so Rodney Parham and near 430 out in West Little Rock. And you can
430.
see just insult to injury there as roofs have been ripped off and it's just pouring rain.
Barry, we also have pictures on Storyteller from Breckenridge and Breckenridge and Shackelford. That's right there on the right. That is a fire station on the right. This is Shackelford. Those are the apartments on Shackelford right behind what was the old Kmart, which is now a doctor's building. And look how the trees have been sheared off. This was a violent tornado. It is impossible to look at this and say that and give a rating. There's that fire station right there. You see the destruction to the brave men and women of
this way.
If we're, but we're going to watch that closely. I think the key here is this is East Peoria. This is eventually going to move northeast.
Yeah, this looks like it'll miss Peoria. Still stay near Peoria. But the rotation is more Creve Coeur, Marquette Heights, East Peoria. Let's go to the, because this is about, we're going to have to make a decision here. Let's go to our shear detector. Let's just see what that is showing. So still a little bit of rotation. Let's go to velocity. And again, we're right off Springfield and Muller, so we're kind of right about here. New scan came in, and let's back this out a little more. Do you want to take a 3-minute break?
I think that's a good
Let's take a
idea.
3-minute. Right,
That's
we're
a
going
good
to leave this up. We're going to take a 3-minute break. If you're in the building, head to our storm shelter. We're going to leave this up, and we're going to continue in about maybe 3 to 5 minutes. We're going to let a couple radar scans go, and we will continue our coverage when it's safe for us.
We are on air. We're going to stay on air. For those joining us on our live stream, those are off.
Warren County and Henderson counties. We'll need to keep an eye on that as that moves into Knox County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Peoria and eastern Knox until 3:15. But our focus for the time being continues to be with the storm capable of producing a tornado. Tornado warning continues until 3:15 for Tazewell, Peoria, and Woodford counties. The rotation with the storm is still evident, and it looks like it may be starting to tighten up here just north of Morton. If it holds, I would think that this is going to track towards Eureka. If you are in Eureka, you need to be in your storm shelter now. We could see this thing go from nothing to something very, very quickly. And the rotation with this is kind of on the edge of the polygon right now. We've seen a little bit more of that pull to the right over the last 30 minutes or so. Our shear swath probably shows this a little bit. You can see how the rotation has started to pick up, and now it seems to be kind of making a subtle pull to the east. We've got a lot of little cells now feeding into our primary supercell here. All these kind of feeding into it. Those don't look like they're going to be strong enough to overly impact this cell. There's not a lot of stronger development down here to interrupt that flow of warm, humid air. All right, rotation now appears to be tightening up here. I'm seeing a stronger inflow, a little bit more of an outflow. See if I can get an intersection on that for those who are familiar with this. This is going to be just west of Washington Road, south of Shook Road.
They've issued again McAlmont or near Sherwood, and those are the signals going off on our phone that you hear in the background there. There also have been storms in Kamak Village. There is at least one house destroyed in Kamak Village. But this is the next one, and it's moving up through the Lakewood area. So a little south, Sherwood, Lakewood subdivision. This is the area that will be affected by this storm. It's the trailing edge right here. And like we said, we're not done with these storms today. Any storm that is on the south edge of this whole complex is getting warm, moist air. It's not rain-cooled anymore. And yet another tornado warning for the Little Rock area.
Barry, I'm taking the camera, pointing it over there towards the airport. Is that where this is?
I think, no, go north of,
okay.
north of that. Go
Okay.
left of that, right there.
Yeah.
I think it's that storm right there.
That's the reason why they put the tornado warning.
Yeah,
If
new
if there was
tornado
a tornado,
warning,
we would know.
velocity.
It's embedded.
Yeah, it's
there's
embedded in rain.
Yep.
There could be a little, I don't know, there could be a little debris dropout even with that one.
Yeah, there's oh
It
gosh.
could just be a radar dropout on there, but this is capable, folks. If you're in that East McCain Boulevard, around the I-40, I-30 split, Baptist Health, North Little Rock would be in that area.
New tornado
To the
warning.
north of I-40, Lakewood, and then points off to the east, East McCain Boulevard over there as this moves off to the east. And there is some rotation within that storm right there. A little bit harder to tell, but I'm going to go back to the radar. It's already moving very quickly now.
Tornado warning, new one here for, I think, White County. This includes BB and Augusta and McRae. There's a new tornado warning in effect for that area too. Again, that's the tornado warning here in the Little Rock metro area. That's the appendage that we're following right there. And I want James Bryant is in the potential path of this. It's going to go just to the south of Jacksonville or near Jacksonville. So again, that's in the potential path. Let me get up here a little bit. And it has that ominous hook signature to it here. And so again, that's the tornado warning storm. Furlough Jacksonville, maybe as far south and east as Lone Oak, and we want you to stay in your tornado safe place now. But on radar, we don't see a strong rotation, but that may be moments away and it can be changing. Notice this as well, the new tornado warning, Barry. This is the storm that went through Little Rock. They did not issue a tornado emergency. They did not issue one saying there's a confirmed tornado. That's what you see in the purple. What you see in the red is what we typically see here in Arkansas, these tornado warnings where Doppler radar is indicating one, which means this storm at the moment has kind of calmed down a little bit, but it still can produce a tornado without much notice.
Todd, they're saying that we need to look at velocity scans that are way
Higher.
are pointing way up because it's so close to the radar
That's a
site.
good point, yep.
And I'm gonna go to that.
I'm going to do that.
There's a signature, out to the east with that storm.
I got it.
Yeah, can you show that? It's this storm. So whatever it looks like down at the surface, we're going to shoot the beam up because it's so close to the radar image or radar site right there. So if you're in that area, you need to get in a safe spot. This time to the right side, to the east side of 167. Todd.
This is the higher tilt. We've also got a report now of one injury from Pulaski County Emergency Management out of this. We just got a report of one injury. Let's hope it stops at that. This is a higher tilt that kind of shows us where that rotation might be located. Barry, is that exactly where it would be? Because I'm trying to look at maybe a little further along than that.
It's displaced from the. I think they're concentrating on other storms and.
I'm just looking at that right there, and then I'll compare it here to the velocities. And yeah, that would be it right there.
I think out east of 167 east of Sherwood.
Yep.
I think that's the area.
Yep. So that right there.
Yeah,
that
right out
hook
here.
Echo.
There's 161.
Yep.
Right along there. And so this will go, Todd, this will go not that far south, but some south of where the last one tracked. If there is a tornado being produced with this storm.
Yeah.
We'll continue to watch it. It is a new tornado warning here in the Little Rock and North Little Rock area. We are the rotation is long gone from here. That storm is long past, and now it's out to the east. It does not have the signature, perhaps, that the other one that went through and obviously did a lot of damage. Debris-wise, I don't see anything with this storm. But there is rotation within that storm. It is a supercell storm, and those little tails that we've talked about on these storms are troubling. And right down at the base, the point of that is the rotation center there. There's rain being pulled around that. And if it went through this area earlier, it would be this area with this storm as it moves off toward the east. I'm going to see what the National Weather Service says about this. They've not said anything more about it. There's a lot of damage, folks, in West Little Rock and in the area of Kamek Village and Colony West, and then moving over into North Little Rock. And there's some more of the damage pictures that we're seeing, and it's just absolutely sickening.
Yeah, it is. It is sickening.
That is the Colony West area, though, looking from that parking lot there where the Kroger is.
That's Breckenridge Drive that heads north. And those homes there.
So obvious tornado damage and that's catastrophic damage. I mean, that is defoliate, no foliage on the trees and trees sheared off. And so that makes you think it was a very, very strong tornado.
I'm sorry we paused, folks. We have friends and family who have been affected by this, that homes have been destroyed. And so if there's hesitation, we're trying to keep our composure too. But we still have a job in front of us, and that's what you see behind me. Jacksonville, there's that hook echo there. That other storm, the one that did come through Little Rock, and that's Furlough. Let's hope that weakens. But Barry, that has unimpeded flow into it, and it could start to rotate vigorously at any point because there's nothing to the south of it, and it's moving into that environment that is ripe for tornadoes. So the Weather Service is getting out ahead of it, as they should. Now, with the storm that moved through the Little Rock metro area, there's Georgetown. This is the tornado warning. It is no longer a tornado emergency, but there's a radar-indicated tornado, and it looks like it's very disorganized right now. Griffville, There's West Point, Higginson, McRae. If there's a tornado, it's just south of Griffithville, heading towards Georgetown. So Georgetown and White County, the far southeastern portion of White County. Please go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. It could ramp up in intensity, and there's a new scan that just came in, and it does not look as intense as what it just did a little while ago, a few minutes ago, a half an hour ago, when it came through the Little Rock metro area. But this is heading towards Georgetown. Please take your tornado precautions immediately. Just do it, even though the rotation is not quite as strong as it was. Let's go back into the Little Rock metro area. In Little Rock, I'm going to look at the radar here and see if we can sound the all clear, especially for those that are involved in the cleanup efforts and rescue efforts ongoing. So Jacksonville, I don't see anything conclusive here, and we're very close to the radar. There's the radar, there's Sherwood, and I know we need to probably look up a little bit higher, but I think the storm is getting further away from the radar so that we should get a good sampling of this. So right now, the structure of this thunderstorm is very, very powerful. It's a supercell thunderstorm, and when it has this look in this environment, one can form rapidly. We saw what it did in Little Rock. It went from barely anything to a monster tornado just like that. That's what could happen. Not saying that's going to happen, but that's what could happen. Little Rock is no longer in the tornado warned area. Little Rock right now no longer in the tornado warned area, but it's eastern Pulaski County. This is the Lone Oak County line, Pulaski County, Jacksonville, Furlough. That's I-40. It's just to the north of I-40 and getting ready to cross over Highway 5, that potential tornado. So that's the other one. Again, these are the two supercells. We still have some rain to go in the Little Rock metro area, but Barry, I think the severe weather threat in the immediate metro may be winding down now. So that's at least some good news, but still some lingering rain. So two areas. This one, if you had to rank them, this one is the less aggressive storm, least strongest, and this one is potentially getting going because it's entering into an atmosphere very favorable. This is why the PDS Tornado Watch was issued today for particularly dangerous situations for violent tornadoes. And that's exactly what we had, a violent tornado come through the Little Rock metro area, and it has a history of producing damage, and it could tap into more energy, produce another tornado at any moment, these two storms. And we will not feel like we're in the all clear until these storms get completely out of the Channel 7 viewing area.
Right, we're going to be watching those.
What
I have
do you
more
have
video.
there? More video of the tornado on Storytelling.
Yeah.
This is from
our friend Joe Klein, and he was taking this from the clubhouse at Pleasant Valley. And man, you do not want to see that. That is a large tornado, folks, and it went south of the Pleasant Valley neighborhoods there, but it emerged out to where Rodney Parham and I-430 come together.
It's a gut punch, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and you never want it to hit, and you never want it to hit, especially in a populated area, and it has, and so. This is what we're looking at right now. We're going to continue to watch these storms, but obviously that is a very large tornado that has done considerable damage right here in Little Rock.
Do we have live pictures?
All right, I don't know if we do, but if we do, let me know. Let's go back to the storms that are here and out to the east of Jacksonville. There is that rotating area. As it moves, will continue to move up Highway 5 or across Highway 5 corridor north of Furlough. And this will be just the tail end of this storm, which is certainly capable of producing a tornado. In most days, I would say, oh, yeah, there very well could be. But a day like today, I think for sure, there could be velocity product on that, probably not as strong as it was, but that is an area that we're going to be continue to watch. It's not very far from the radar site, so we should be able to be seeing something, but there's inflow back to the radar site right there. So it would be very near the Furlough area, I would say, with this tornado warning. Given the atmosphere that we have today, any of these storms could cycle down and then they could cycle back up. As this cell came into the Little Rock area, we were saying, wow, this doesn't look like it had the rotation that it had earlier around Hot Springs. And then all of a sudden it ramped up into that monster tornado that we saw come into our area there. So up around Georgetown right now, Augusta, eventually over to around McCrory. This is still an area of concern. That's tornado warning. Augusta, you are technically in the tornado warning. Off to the east now of 67 corridor and to the south of the Cabot area, that is that area of rotation. And if you look at where the last one tracked, it was just about 2 to 3, maybe 4 or 5 miles north of where this one is tracking. I'm not saying that there's a tornado on the ground with that, but that is a supercell. And again, they can have a tighter rotation, producing a tornado, and they can relax some too during their lifespan. The air out in advance of it is just warm and moist. It's just fuel feeding into this storm. And so that's why you see, and I'm going to back out on this just a little bit, but go to your safe spot if you're in that area southeast of Cabot. This is the south side of this boundary that has gotten really, really active. So all this air down here is very, very unstable. You're starting to see some storms come out of southwest Arkansas. You may see others just on the south side of this start to form. This is one of those days that unfortunately will go down in weather history in Arkansas because all the ingredients come together. We don't get this very often. We don't get large tornadoes very often here. We get frequent tornadoes that are usually smaller. But today, although there are just a few storms out there, I think these could be both large and long track. That storm started way out here in northern Pike County. So it has possibly been producing a tornado for a good bit of that, maybe not in some instances, but it's the same exact storm. We saw one not too many months ago, the ones that were up in Kentucky, and it was about a year ago. It started here in Little Rock. The supercell formed in Little Rock. We didn't have a tornado here, but it went all the way up to about Louisville, Kentucky. Same storm. And these are the storms that can be long tracked like that. There are other storms up into the northwestern part of the state. I will have to watch those as well. The wind field is still not great, but these are back behind this most unstable air mass. And so we're really going to watch this area out in east central Arkansas and keep a close watch on it. But for right now, the 2 tornado warned storms, we'll zoom into them. It's north of Furlough, and this is Graham Road right here. And this is Highway 89, and that is the circulation center. See that right there? That's it. It continues to move off to the northeast toward Mount Tabor. And so I'm just going to zoom into that area right there. There's Furlough, and it will continue to move off to the northeast. And if it is producing a tornado, we hope it's not, but you need to be in a safe spot, and let's assume that it is. On days like today, it's not going to be there very long. You saw, we tracked the storm that moved across the Little Rock area. It took that long to go through. We saw it. It was doing damage. Then it was just north of our station here, and then it was in North Little Rock and gone. Imagine a car driving at 50 or 60 miles an hour. It goes very, very quickly. And then on up to the northeast, Griffithville over to Georgetown. I'm trying to look at the velocity within this storm. There is still some outbound wind, excuse me, near Georgetown there, but a very broad circulation. But I would say that area along Highway 36 near Georgetown would be the area, if there is something, that's where that tornado would be.
Barry, I think that storm up there in northeast, getting out of here, I just see things kind of calming down a little bit. I'm working on getting a phoner with somebody who's been affected in West Little Rock to tell us exactly how it all unfolded, that hard-hit area in the Colony West Sturbridge subdivision. But the storm up there in Georgetown, the structure, as you've been saying, just does not look as intense as it did. But the one south of that, I think, is the one that could easily get going. And the tornado warning, we'll see if that gets extended. I have not been able to see what the National Weather Service has been saying about this, but do you have any?
There's...
I want to let everybody know in the control room, we may have a gentleman call in here any moment, and that phone number that you provided me for Brett, let me know when he calls in, and we'll put him on the air and get that live shot ready, please.
UAMS, this is according to Brett Crossan, United States Air Force, UAMS operating at level 3 mass casualty.
Okay.
I don't
I
know
think that's
what that
standard
means.
procedure.
I don't know what that means, but obviously there have been injuries. But hopefully they are few, and that's just where they're going. I don't know what that is. We'll have to confirm right now. But when several injuries start coming in, I know that the hospitals here do ramp up their capability. We will continue to watch the storm out to the east of Jacksonville. There's no longer a tornado warning in Pulaski County. It has moved up in to that area out to the east of Jacksonville, north of Furlough, and it does not look like it did. That is still the parent supercell, that secondary supercell, but it doesn't look like it did. And even the one that went through here doesn't look like it did. But look at this. There is still some tight rotation there out to the west of Georgetown on Jones Island Road. So it's approaching the White River Valley right here. And if anything, that may look a little more worrisome than it did only a couple of scans ago. So these storms are going to continue, I think, to ramp up and ramp down. It's a little farther away from the radar site than it was, but you can see kind of the trailing edge there and perhaps a little dropout in reflectivity where there could be some rotation there. Along Highway 36, if you're in that area around Georgetown, please go to the safe spot in your wherever you live, down in the lowest floor, the most interior part.
All right.
Todd, do you have something?
Yeah, I think that we should have that guy calling on the phone, guys. Let me know when he's there, and if we can get that live shot up from West Little Rock, because we have an interview with somebody who went through the tornado. And let me know when he's on the phone. His name is Steve King, and he should be calling here. And let me know in my ear if you have him. And if we have that West Little Rock live shot. Okay, we'll continue to follow this one severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, well, please let me know when that happens and see if we get that live shot up and going again. Do we have a video of that tornado? We did show that a little while ago. We haven't shown that, Alicia. We continue to track this west of Georgetown, too, by the way. That's the one south of it there, east of Jacksonville. But that video on Storyteller of the tornado as it moved through West Little Rock, it was obviously, it sounds redundant, violent tornado. But this was this is going to be on the upper end of the EF scale, most likely. A lot of damage. We do have one confirmed injury. I hope and pray it stays at only that, but I'm afraid that we're going to get some pretty bad news at some point. I hope that doesn't happen, but this has been a devastating day for the Little Rock metro area, and I know many of you have seen this happen to your community, and we have grieved with you, and when your community hits, and now where we live has been hit with that. New tornado warning has been issued. So that new tornado warning, again, and the velocities with this one has not been all that strong, but the velocities, at any moment, we could see this put down a tornado. And it could be trying to ramp up again. It could, just to the east of Jacksonville. So this is a new tornado warning. Waddensaw, Mount Tabor, somewhere in this general area, when you get a better idea exactly where when you look at the reflectivity. It's in this area that a hook is a little evident structurally on the reflectivity here with the rain. Yeah, it looks like something could be developing, and they're trying to get out ahead of this. Not because the velocities, you're not saying, okay, the velocities are so that we're strong enough we're going to issue a tornado warning. No, what they're doing is they're saying, this is moving into an environment where this could easily spin up a tornado just like that and put down a large tornado. And that's why they're getting out ahead of this. So Jacksonville cleared from that one storm, and it's moving off towards the east. A lot of farmland, hopefully not a lot of homes, but I want Des Arc. That's one of the communities. Des Arc, that's one of the communities that could be impacted by this. And that tornado warning continues there up in White County and portions of Woodruff County. But this one continues here. Looks like it is just north of Interstate 40 and north of Carlisle. This is going to go just to the north of Carlisle. That's the hook right there. Heavy rain, maybe some hail with this along Highway 31, moving towards the east at about, probably 50 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour. And I can do a storm track. Hickory Plains is another place. It's going to pass just towards the south of that. But Barry, I think the track on this is what, about 50 maybe?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, about
go
50
out
miles per
there.
hour has been.
Desark, if it holds together, about 358. Bisco at about 404. Brinkley at 417. And Goodwin at about 459. A lot of those are outside of the warning polygon, which shows you how sparsely populated that area is. But there are people there, and I know you're watching us. Get down. Seek shelter. This is a very serious situation, as you have seen here. And our goal throughout today is to minimize the loss of life, the loss of or people getting injured. And there could spin up a tornado at any point. And I think that if there is one, again, we showed you that hook, and I continue to watch the velocities with this. And around Mount Tabor, that's the area that does not have strong rotation. But if it does develop, that's exactly where it would be at this moment, moving off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. Anything else? I'm just getting flooded with pictures, as you are too, Barry.
Yeah,
of the
and
amount of devastation.
I'm just hearing from Steve Sullivan, Breckenridge Street, Breckenridge Road out in West Little Rock is blocked by a large tree, and there are several homes with extensive damage. Was hit pretty bad. His house out in that neighborhood, he says they're fine. And then just some other things coming in, but yeah, this has been a very large storm. Tail end of this storm, that's where we're looking out to the east of Red Oak now as it moves toward Highway 13, which goes all the way down to I-40 and beyond. And that is the area that we're really concerned about now. And I'll just give you a point of reference for you folks that are out in that area. As Todd was talking about, it's well north of Carlisle right now. It's the tail end of that storm. That's the rotation part of the storm. That is the kind of the core of rain and possibly some hail with that as it moves off to the northeast. But this bottom part of it moving a little more east-northeast rather than northeast, as tornado-producing storms or supercells do sometimes when they're producing tornadoes, and we continue to watch this area out there. A lot of video coming in. The damage is going to be extensive up into White County. I believe they have let that tornado warning expire. North Little Rock, on Oak Ridge, we're hearing of houses that were destroyed.
Here's another point here from a friend of mine. Corner of Ethan Allen Drive and Green Mountain gas leaks. That's another thing to consider too. There are going to be gas leaks.
And power lines down.
Mm-hmm. Very dangerous in the aftermath with this. So they just put in a severe thunderstorm warning. I just noticed that, Barry. So that at least it looks like they may be issuing that instead of tornado warnings, possibly.
Yeah, it's possible.
And
right.
I would hope so. That one tornado warning is no longer in effect towards the north, up towards Georgetown. We still have two. It's really one because one replaces the other. And so that's the only storm we're looking at. But again, in the Little Rock metro area, I'm going to say this again, and you hate to hear this, but there's another area of thunderstorms coming right at us, especially Conway, Maumelle, maybe even the Little Rock. It's moving more northeasterly. They are not severe, and I don't think they're going to produce a tornado, Barry. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is moving in where the air has been probably turned up a little bit. It's a little bit more stable in this area. I think the tornado threat is now obviously where those leading edge of those storms are located. We also have tornado warnings coming up now in southwest Arkansas that we have to keep an eye on too. That's Hempstead County. That's not in our viewing area, but possible tornadoes there. This is going to be a long evening I think for the next 3 or 4 hours for southern and southeastern Arkansas, Barry.
Yeah, those are areas, south central Arkansas, where there's been no rainfall as of yet, but there is far southwest Arkansas. Those are the kind of storms that are kind of out by themselves that we're going to have to keep a close watch on. And yeah, this whole area then in south and eastern Arkansas, until this energy that is moving through this area, until it exits, and I still don't think this will last all night long at all, but we're talking about, I would say, Todd, wouldn't you say around the next 3 hours or so?
I do.
3 to 3.5 hours. And I think then the energy field that's really producing this, I think, will start to relax for us.
It will go off towards the north. So
Yeah.
I think what you're going to see are these thunderstorms that will have severe thunderstorm warnings on them and not tornado warnings. But I still think we're hours away from that happening. Getting new video in here that I hope Alicia Dover can get
Well,
from
this
John
is a live
Starling.
shot on our RDOT camera. iDrive Arkansas camera on I-430 is still blocked.
Yeah.
So don't go to I-430. You
Yeah.
can see the traffic moving on Rodney Parham there very slowly as well.
Okay. Nobody's answering the phone in the control booth when that guy's calling that number. If somebody could watch, I'm going to ask him to call again. But I know there's a lot going on back there. You guys have been an important part of this. But I just want to let you know that phone saying nobody's answering, he hopefully will answer. I'm going to put that video on Twitter here in just a second, but that's where you can get it. But now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which includes northern Clark County, southern areas of Pike County, and a new severe thunderstorm warning, northern areas of Saline County, far western Pulaski County, into southeastern areas of Perry County, moving into southern Faulkner County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for hail and wind. We'll watch for the tornado threat. Tornado watch is still in effect. But Barry, this storm here, do you have any new information on that? I'm going to get this video uploaded. It's a pretty incredible video of that tornado. And guys, let us know when Steve calls in.
Yeah, you're talking about the storm out north of Hot Springs right now?
The one north of Carlisle.
Okay, yeah,
hopefully
that's the
is
tornado
dying
warning
out.
storm,
Yeah, that's
right.
And that's the only one in our viewing area right now that does have a tornado warning on it.
There are other storms out to the southwest, and I am going to concentrate on that one as it approaches Des Arc. So Des Arc, you're over here. You're not technically in the tornado warning, but this is the south side, or this is the tornado warning. So coming right up through the middle of it, it would be in Des Arc in not very long time. We're talking a distance of maybe 12 miles, so it's about 12, 13 minutes away if this is producing a tornado. This is the storm that, kind of the secondary storm that then moved through the Little Rock Metro, kind of built as it came through, and it became the predominant rotating one. The one that came through the Little Rock area is on up now around Augusta, but it's not tornado warned at all. So this is the one that's just kind of one row south of that in this area that has not had rainfall, and it will be moving through Des Arc. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but there's also the tornado warning, and that's for the rotating part of the storm down to the south. Out to the west, still watching another storm to the west of Little Rock. It's severe thunderstorm warned. The tail end of this storm that's now near Fountain Lake is trying to rotate. I don't see any rotation on it of note yet.
No.
But folks, we're going to have to watch storms like that.
That's an area though where that tornado warned storm and that tornado went over, Barry. So
Yeah.
hopefully
Hopefully this is a cooled area. It's trying to grow vertically, but hopefully, since it is exactly where the one that hit Little Rock went, the air is very, very cooled in that area. But these storms in southwest Arkansas have not had that same thing happen with the rain cooling the atmosphere. Again, we have another tornado warned storm. It's well down into southwest Arkansas, but we'll watch it as it moves toward our area. The tornado warned storm, though, is still the one that is north of Carlisle. That's Highway 13, and the rotation is moving right across it. So Hickory Plains, you're kind of to the north of the circulation center, pouring rain there, plenty of wind. The circulation center is right there, and it will move on over off to the east, and that would be the one that would eventually move over toward Des Arc. I'm going to look at the velocity on that. It is rather broad, but it is still, you can see the mesocyclone, the larger area that is rotating, and then we look for smaller area of rotation that is within that. You see the base of the cloud, you see one part of it lower down. That's where the tornadoes come from. And you'll see tons of video of the tornado that went through Little Rock, but I'm seeing pictures of it. And this was a very, very large tornado. And it shows that lowering, that wall cloud, and then it shows the tornado coming down there.
Yeah. Barry, again, the tornado warning, as you said, we've been tracking that one. The structure that we see with the reflectivity is pretty incredible. Are we starting to see something maybe get its act together? You see these greens and these reds.
Yeah, I know. It has
concerning.
looked like that for a while. That's why I say in Des Arc you need to be
Shelter.
taking shelter.
Yeah, Des Arc, you're not officially in that tornado warned storm, but I'm going to, as we told you, we were warning Little Rock when this storm was in Hot Springs that this was going to come through the metro. There was nothing to stop it. The same applies for Des Arc. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. As you saw that yellow box pop in, but there's also that red polygon for the tornado warning. I'm not saying there's a tornado, Desart, but what I am saying is that it could happen very quickly without much notice. That's why the warning is in place, to give you that notice. It's not happening most likely right now, but it could develop very quickly. These things have a habit of developing between scans. We're getting scans every 60 seconds. That's how fast it develops. So Desark, here it is at 3:42. Maybe buses are out. Everybody needs to hold tight right now until this storm passes. Continue to watch the Little Rock metro area. The thunderstorms are moving through. The tornado threat is there even for Little Rock, but it's not as high as it was earlier, obviously, where we had that tornado. Want to watch the area too, near just north of Hazen, I believe. Just looking at some of the Sand Hill, another place there along that path of the severe thunderstorm. There's the velocities. I'm just looking here. Barry, it has that look on the reflectivity.
Out west of Desark, yeah, it really does.
And that you see it's rain-free. It's not even raining in Desark.
Yeah.
But you hear it, you see it just to the north of town.
That's become the predominant supercell.
Yeah.
That is not the one that went through Little Rock. That is on up to the northeast and is not warned anymore. We do have our meteorologist, James Bryant, who has been kind of first on the scene with the damage that as it moved across 67 toward Jacksonville. Now you're in North Little Rock. James, are you there?
Tell you, as a North Little Rock native who grew up here, this is hard to see. Now, we had the North Little Rock tornado in 2008 that followed a similar path right up towards the North Little Rock Airport. But I'm just going to start right behind me, and we're just going to show everything. So this is off Military Drive. You're looking back into Burns Park. We're at Military Drive and Parkway, right where Cozy's Shaved Ice is. And the damage is extensive. Now, there are houses still standing right here, and that is a good sign. But I think further back in there, we will find damage that is worse to some of those houses back in there. Obviously, there's power lines down. North Little Rock police have closed Military Drive. MIMS is on scene. And I think there are some reports of some injuries from back in there. But there's major damage to some houses. There's some large trees down back there. The smell of natural gas is strong. And actually, if you can look down this rail line, Charles, there's debris all over the rail. Now, there is some heavy equipment down here that is beginning to move some stuff. I think Union Pacific has already begun the process of clearing off their train tracks here. And then, Charles, if we can just look straight back this way, we can kind of get a glimpse of the North Little Rock Police Department, the North Little Rock Fire Department working there at that gas station. The tornado did continue up that direction, and the damage is heavy. Large trees are down all along its path. And we can really just take a 360 and look, because there's damage everywhere. And I just want you to look right here at the train crossing. There's water. There's not water. There's a wire wrapped around it. And I'm looking back towards Military Drive. I think this was a fairly strong tornado as it crossed I-40. It would have crossed I-40. And I really hope that we did not experience any loss of life, because the property damage is bad. I have gotten pictures from Cary Road in North Little Rock. The damage there is extensive to some houses on Cary Road. That's off of JFK. I've seen pictures from West Little Rock, Rodney Parham. I-430 is still shut down. The tornado was, we got a lot of pictures of it from the West Little Rock area. I saw the tornado from the McCain Mall area in North Little Rock, looking off towards the northwest. It became wrapped in rain as it went through Jacksonville. Very difficult to see, but I have video of that too, as it crossed the freeway and hit Hickenbotham Field in the Jacksonville area, and there was a large emergency response underway when we left there. Again, I'm just going to let Charles kind of let the images do the talking. I want to show you the power pole over here, where there's sheet metal wrapped around the bottom of the power poles. Definitely a violent tornado, or maybe not violent, but very strong tornado that moved through right here. Again, this is Military Drive in North Little Rock at Parkway, and North Little Rock police have closed Military Drive back into Burns Park. MIMS and the fire department are on scene. And Charles, again, let's just take another zoom way back in there, because that's where the worst damage is. With the extensive tree damage. I think if you wanted to find a good sign here, there's a lot of houses I'm looking at here that are still standing, heavily damaged but still standing, so it's survivable if you were inside the house. Lots of big trees are down and sheared off at the tops, but I'm not seeing debarked trees or anything like that, so that's some good news. It's going to take a while to clean this up. This tornado began in West Little Rock, moved right through North Little Rock, came very close to the North Little Rock Airport, and then also went down to the Jacksonville area before it hopefully began to lift. But we're going to continue to kind of scout this area for damage. Again, North Little Rock native, I grew up here. I've been here since I was 2 years old. I did see up close the damage that we had in 2008. If you remember the North Little Rock EF2 that hit the airport, I mean, you really hate to see this, especially coming from someone who's been here a long time. So guys, we're going to continue to update you out here. I can confirm some injuries occurred back in this subdivision right here. I'm hoping that we don't hear of any deaths. That's what I'm really hoping for.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'll send it back to you. We'll continue to look over things out here.
All right. James, thanks. That is it's terrible. And west of Des Arc right now, this storm is ramping up. It's really wrapping around. If you're in Des Arc, please take cover. If you're anywhere along the highway, Highway 11 there, please take cover with this storm. I think it has gotten remarkably more powerful, and the velocity signature on it now is way stronger than it was. Outbound winds really wrapping up, and some inbound there in a very small area. So Des Arc and points just to the north, I would say, even though you're not technically in the tornado warning, be warned, and everything out to the west of Des Arc. This is a tornado-warned storm. I'm sure this will be extended and will take in Des Arc. So go ahead and make plans to get into your tornado-safe spot.
It's happening again.
Yeah.
I'm afraid it's ramping up again.
Yeah.
Des Arc, you're not under an official tornado warning. You're going to see that pop up, new tornado warning, and you're going to be in it. So get ahead of it. Go to the interior of your home or your business, put as many walls, again, between you and the outside. This has the potential to develop and produce a violent tornado. And when you see the velocities come together, that is a classic-looking supercell. I find it very hard to believe that this won't produce something at some point.
Yeah.
It's not even raining in Des Arc. The storm is mainly towards your north, the high winds, the hail, but this is it right here. I mean, that is a very strong, there's the new tornado warning. Told you that would get issued.
Very high potential now.
It is. And so if you know anybody in Des Arc, please call them, text them. If you have friends or family, any distant connection to anybody in Des Arc or any of the surrounding communities. I'm just saying Des Arc because that's the most populated area on this map, but I know there are other towns in here, small communities. Let them know that a tornado is developing and heading towards them. You have seen what it has done in Little Rock, and I pray it doesn't happen to you, but this has got a very bad sign to it, a very bad look. It looks like Des Arc is going to be hit definitely by a thunderstorm. High winds, yes. Whether it's high winds or a tornado, it can do damage. So take your tornado precautions now. Do we have a rate of speed on that, Barry? I'm going to do a storm track on that to see how far out it is.
I'll check it.
All right, I'm gonna probably have to back out because it's moving almost due east. So that's another thing. It's
60 miles per hour.
That's incredibly fast. And I hope I can catch that with the radar or the cone here. But yeah, I can. So here we are at 60 miles per hour. That puts it in Des Arc. It's 351 right now. So Des Arc 358, Cotton Plant at 412, Goodwin at 425, Forest City outside of the Polygon area. A lot of these communities are because it's outside of, it's moving so rapidly at 438, Widener at about 444. So Des Arc 358. That's an estimation because they speed up, slow down, they move, they zigzag, they zag. So if you got about 5 minutes. Des Arc, I want you to get to your interior of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside. Let's get an exact fix as to where this could be located. Let's look at the radar. I think if there's a tornado, this is where it's going to be located, right? Barry, correct me if you think somewhere else, but I'm having problems getting the radar to zoom in. But I think right here, south of Highway 38.
Yes, that's exactly where it is.
That's the area. That's West Bell Road. There's Childers. That's the developing tornado right in there. And Des Arc, it's less than 5 minutes away. But this is developing. You see a lot of wind here The radar is in North Little Rock, so you see a lot of air outbound winds, and then you're going to start to see it wrap in like this, and you're going to get that counterclockwise circulation, the mesocyclone, and then the tornado, if there is one. So again, our concern now shifts into eastern Arkansas. This is a particularly dangerous situation this afternoon, and that's, I think, the only tornado warning in our viewing area. Let me back out and make sure. Yes, it is the only tornado warning in our viewing area. So we're going to stay on for you. And if anybody knows somebody there, now is the time to take their tornado precautions. All right.
Hopefully we'll see that velocity, that rotation start to die some, but it hasn't as of yet. We're going to be showing some more, and Todd, I'm going to send you some video, and maybe we can pull it up. But I would say about 3/4 of a mile just up the road on Rebsamen Park Road here, there is extensive damage. We saw that tornado move just to the north of our station here, and we're gonna, this is, if we could take Storyteller. This is Breckenridge Road in West Little Rock. And our own Steve Sullivan is out videoing and showing the damage there, but you can see how extensive it is. Roofs ripped off, a lot of debris.
There's Baptist in the background, just to give you a reference.
Yeah, so he's looking off to the southwest there. But it's just,
we have Desmond.
Terrible.
Desmond's live right now out in Rodney Parham.
Okay.
Desmond, where are you and what do you see right now?
Todd, I'm actually right on the side of Kroger off of Rodney Parham, and as you can see behind me, I'm going to step out the way. This is a neighborhood directly behind the Kroger off of Rodney Parham. You can see there's a lot of damage. There's trees that have been falling down. There's a couple homes that are just extremely destroyed. There is just a lot of damage everywhere. There are Little Rock Police is on the scene. Little Rock Fire Police is on the scene. You also have the state troopers that are also on the scene. There's a lot of first responders that are out here just trying to make sure that people are okay. You have people with chainsaws just trying to make sure to see if there's anyone under that debris. We don't have any confirmation as of any damage, if anyone is hurt at this particular time. Again, this is a very active scene. We will bring you more whenever it becomes available. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Again, heartbreaking scenes of what's happening right now. We're also told that the police department has closed a lot of the access into that area. A lot of bad things are happening right now, gas leaks and things like that. It's a very dangerous scene. Desark, Barry, the newest scans on this in Desark, it doesn't look quite as organized.
No,
maybe.
but if you're in Desark, I'd say go
Stay
ahead.
shelter. Oh, gosh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's lifting just to the north of town. And I have meteorologist Brett Adair. He just asked me, Desark in your area. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to pull up his live shot. I think he's on the storm, so I think we're going to be able to get is that Brett? Okay. I just told him it is. And so you're looking at I-40. So I just want everybody in Desark to know we are watching this storm with meteorologist Brett Adair and our partners at Live Storms Media, who brought you that. He says full res tornado video is up. Barry, I think that's on Storm Scan. I'll download that on Storm Scan.
Okay, go ahead and do that. And we have our James Bryant, also our meteorologist in North Little Rock, who just showed us damage pictures. He's got someone there, I think, to talk to. James?
New tornado
guys,
warning, Clark
again,
County.
I'm off of Military Drive, and I want to talk to a family. These are three brothers. Guys, what are y'all's names?
Dustin.
Robert.
Madre.
All right, these three boys were in this house, this white house back over here by this white truck. And I want them to tell you, guys, how did you get through this tornado? I want to just tell us what you saw.
Well, I was in the living room. We was all doing something, and then we heard the wind, and then our dad, he immediately woke up from his nap and told us to go to the bathroom quick. And then we came out the bathroom and we saw that our whole house was destroyed.
And it was like broken down, like the bricks had fall off, the window like crashed through, like stuff like that.
And you guys were in the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
Is it the middle of the house?
It was in the middle of the house.
Yeah, that's why our biggest piece of advice is to go to the middle of the house. Bathrooms are often best. Charles, I just want to pan, and I want to show this scene. Guys, thank you for talking to us. Military Drive, really, as far as you can see right now, there's significant damage, and there's a row of houses here with a lot of damage, and it's these big trees right here that have really caused most of the damage. These trees are uprooted. Charles, if you can pan and look towards the McDonald's and the Valero, we can see the tops of those trees that are sheared off. And there's a big emergency response underway over there by that Valero and by that McDonald's. You see the heavy equipment here. They're trying to clear roads as best they can. That's the North Little Rock Fire Department and Police Department and MIMS are all right here. But this is a pretty long track tornado that began in West Little Rock and came all the way through North Little Rock. Again, you just heard from three boys. They got through this in the middle of their house in the bathroom, and I hope we hear more stories like this. And I hope we don't hear about any injuries or anything worse.
Right.
So, guys, we're going to keep walking around Military Drive. Significant damage here in this part of North Little Rock. Back to you.
All right, James, thank you so much. New tornado warning has been issued. Boy, that's powerful stuff there. I'm so glad those guys are okay. New tornado warning issued for Clark County. The storm is not in Clark County yet, but it is back to the southwest, and this is a supercell that will be moving in to Clark County, coming up and across the southeastern part of Pike County as well. But that is a new tornado-warned storm. Getting video now in of the tornado as it went through West Little Rock, and Todd has that.
Yeah, if we can go to storm scan, as we look at these cells, again, still in that severe weather. This is from our live story. If we can get Brett's name up there, by the way, I don't know if we can. I don't think it's all that important right now. But this is the tornado moving in. There's West Little Rock. That's where the old Kmart used to be located. It's a doctor's office now. 10 Fitness, that's as it came over the hill, and he told us on the air, saw it, touched down, and confirmed it to us. And there you see the 10 Fitness. He's on Rodney Parham there. This is earlier. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. This is not right now. This is pre-recorded. That's as he's going across. He's right there. He's in the direct path of the tornado that went right through there. There's the Olive Garden. He got onto I-430 South, and he's also got video damage, I think, on the end of this video. We'll just stay with this. Clark County, we're following that potential tornado coming at you, but from the southwest. But he's also got video that we're going to be looking at. Brett and his partners, the damage after the tornado has passed there in West Little Rock, a significant one. And I also think that we're going to have some video from Alicia Dover on storm. I don't know if we ever showed that earlier, but there's the damage of an overturned car. I know that's at Rodney Parham. That's Colony West. That's a shopping center there with all those shops. And to the left is Kroger. Right there is Kroger. And there's a bank that is separated from there off on the left, separated from the shopping center, which is in the parking lot. So again, this is the destructive tornado from meteorologist Brett Adair, Live Storms Media, as it came into the Little Rock area that we followed with him and our live cameras. Now, that video, do you have that? We had the Embassy Suites in the background in West Little Rock. Here's video on Storyteller that we have. What is this, Alicia? This is more West Little Rock damage. Not quite sure where this is located. But it is, of course, tornado damage. Yeah, the one that, because it's a good marker.
That's that's Cantrell Road there.
Yep.
That's Purple Cow on Cantrell Road.
Yeah, that's Purple Cow, Foxcroft. You mentioned that on the air.
Yeah, Foxcroft, and that was right where the rotation was, and
Reservoir. That makes sense because that's what came up out of Colony West and Sturbridge and moved up over Cantrell towards Camac Village. Right. That makes complete sense. And I think she's going to also bring up the video. Again, a lot of access to this is down. You can't get into these areas anymore, thank goodness.
As we do this, north of Des Arc, you are still, let's take this really quick. North of Des Arc, this is still a possible tornado-producing thunderstorm. As it moves off to the north, probably north of Cotton Plant, but this is a tornado warning. So Cotton Plant, I want you to keep an eye on this storm, and just the circulation center maybe just barely north of Des Arc and moving off to the east there. The severe thunderstorm warning part of it has been kind of extended northward, but that the rotating part is what we're talking about. And so between Des Arc and Cotton Plant and just to the north of Highway 38 there, and that still looks like, Todd, to me, that there could be a tornado within that. Please get into the lowest floor of your home as this moves past the White River and moves off onto to the northeast. So we're going to continue to watch that storm as it moves east.
Yeah, and the velocities on that barrier are very scary now. We're starting to see
Yeah.
that gate to gate there.
Yeah, so south of Georgetown, northeast of
Georgetown.
Des Arc.
So Des Arc, I think, is almost in the clear with this. Here's the video from Alicia that West Little Rock, and this is, I believe, Chenal at some point. I'm not sure because I saw the Embassy Suites in this video at some point. Is that okay? That's from where the butcher shop is located, looking off towards. I'm trying to get my bearings right with that. That's Chenal Parkway right there. Yep, there's the Embassy Suites, and so there it is moving away, and the tornadoes that moved through West Little Rock as we tracked it. Again, that's video from earlier. That same storm is now moving into northeastern Arkansas as again. We're still cleaning up. A lot of people are not even allowed into these tornado hit areas as they're still making sure everybody is accounted for. All right, Live Doppler Network, again, following this one tornado warned storm. The latest scan, I see a lot of disorganization with this. Thank goodness when I look at the velocities, it's hard to pinpoint anywhere, but you got to look at the velocity or the reflectivity, and that is where there would be a tornado. North of Sand Hill, there's Des Arc, Daggett, Howe. It's moving in that location, will be crossing over Highway 33, that potential tornado. Notice it's a red polygon and not a purple one. It's a tornado warning. Doppler radar indicated, no confirmation one is on the ground. If it was purple, that would mean it's confirmed tornado, either by a spotter or a radar confirmed there's debris. Clark County, we're going to have to watch these storms coming up from the southwest. Let's go back to this, and this looks like it's now moving into northern Nevada County. North of Prescott along I-30, which we're going to have our cameras, our iDrive cameras, that may be able to see something with that. But that's the potential tornado. So Kelowna, there's Delight. That's it right there. Blevins. Prescott, I think it's going to go just north of you. You're not even in the tornado warned polygon right now. There's Gurdon in southern areas of Clark County, and there's Interstate 30 to give you a kind of a location setting of where this is. That's the tornado south of Delight moving towards the northeast. Arkadelphia is not in the tornado warning. You're right on the edge of it, but I want you to pay attention. Get ready to take your tornado safety precautions now. In fact, I would start planning that now. Where would you go? Because this has a look of a tornado. It's far away from the radar, but there could be a tornado in that. Let's look at the debris. Nothing conclusive with that at all. It'd be tough to see anything that far away. And when we look at the radar, that's the hook right in there. Oklahoma, take your tornado precautions, and especially up towards Highway 51 going into Arkadelphia. So Highway 51 on the north side of I-30, that's the potential tornado. Going to check with our friends at the National Weather Service and see if we have any confirmation of one. There's persistent rotation, and there's also no confirmation. And the new storm just west of Ferndale, Barry, outflow boundary out ahead of it. They're watching it closely, but it's slightly elevated. So there's another storm that's coming into the Little Rock metro area now, but it does not have a severe thunderstorm warning. At least I got to check and make sure on that. Don't quote
No,
me.
it doesn't.
Okay, but just want to let you know there's another storm coming into the metro. There it is, up at the top of your screen. And they're watching it, but it seems to be elevated, which means it would have a very difficult time producing a tornado. But there's lightning in it, which makes it dangerous, especially for everybody who's outside with this cleanup and search and rescue efforts that are ongoing, especially through the Little Rock metro area. There's the tornado warned storm. It'll be moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area soon, but it still has a way to go through Woodruff County and Des Arc. I think you're pretty much in the clear with that for now. And then our attention turns to southwest Arkansas. There's a lot of air that hasn't been touched all day today by rain in southeast Arkansas. And so what I think is going to happen here, hopefully what's going to happen, is that these thunderstorms, as we get closer and closer to sunset, the energy with this will start to shift towards the north of the state, which will make the tornado threat lower, continue the severe weather threat, but the tornado threat will be a little bit lower. And this watch, by the way, the tornado watch, does go into effect until 8 o'clock. So that would probably be the timing that we'd see the dynamics for tornado-producing storms start to dwindle in our area of the country. But those are the two storms we're following right now. And I can tell you right now, I've had about I don't know about you, Barry, a couple hundred text messages from people checking
Yeah.
in. And so far, one injury, I gotta hope it stays that way. One injury out of this that we know of confirmed. If our news department hears of anything else, please let us know. But let's hope it stays like that.
Yeah, so much destruction. If we can take Storyteller real quick. This is from our friend David Basil. I told you that it was not very far from here that we had damage, and this is along, we're going to show it again.
Yeah, there you go.
And this is just up Rebsamen Park, headed out toward Murray Lock and Dam. You can see how the trees were sheared off there. After coming down off the mountain there through Kamek Village, and then you can see how the tornado obviously touched down there and as it crossed the river, and that's the area it crossed the river. And I promise you that is maybe a mile, maybe less than a mile from our studio here in Riverdale as it moves out toward Murray Lock and Dam. We're watching these storms. Again, there is now a severe thunderstorm warning on the one out to the west of Little Rock. We're going to watch this storm. They think that this is mainly an elevated storm, maybe not a surface-based storm, which would be one that might produce a tornado. But the wind field is so strong that even the tail end of that is trying to rotate. I don't know that it will ever. But even in an area that has had rain and the atmosphere is not conducive, it's still trying to rotate. Every storm that develops is trying to rotate today. And especially the ones that are now coming into southwest Arkansas, out to the west of Gurdon. And so we're going to watch this, Okolona, south of Antoine. This is a storm that's going to be moving up into Clark County. This is north of I-30, but that's the area that we're going to be watching right there. And then a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm that's out to the west of Arkadelphia, so DeGray Lake and northward. A pretty strong storm there with some wind in it as it kind of parallels I-30, but this is moving off to the northeast. The storm out to the east of us is still tornado warned. It's now well to the east of Des Arc and Cotton Plant. I'm going to go in a little closer on this. And we'll show you that Little Dixie and Daggett are in the path of this storm. And there's the rotation part of it, the mesocyclone, this broad area of rotation that occasionally may produce a tornado from that wide area down to a small area. And the velocity product with it right now, getting farther away from the radar site, quite a ways away from the radar site right now, still has a lot of outbound wind, you can see. I don't think the Memphis radar would be, Memphis radar might be actually closer to it, but still, it's a broad rotation there. So it would be up to the north of Cotton Plant by the 33 sign right there. It would be somewhere in this area right here, although we're a long way away. North
Very
of Cotton
new tornado
Plant.
warning.
New tornado warning just in.
Yeah, this is in Hot Spring County.
Okay, that's that storm out to the west of Arkadelphia that we just talked about.
Okay. Donaldson, take cover. There's some rotation with this. It has that structure, one of those storms that has the structure of a tornado, but I fail to see the velocities of being significant. But the problem here, there it is. There's Caddo Valley, that hook.
Yep.
So that's the hook there. Donaldson, take your tornado precautions right now. As I told you, we're still a long way to go. We're still 3 to 4 hours to go with this severe weather event, just to let everybody know, at least. But I think that is when things are going to hopefully wrap up here in Arkansas. But this does include Malvern along I-30. Let's get a motion on this, put this in motion, and watch how this storm is coming right up I-30. And again, heading up towards central Arkansas, but I think it's going to go south on I-30. I think it's going to get more of an easterly push to it. But Donaldson, as it comes up Interstate 30, and Malvern. Now is the time, Malvern, take your tornado precautions immediately. No confirmed tornado with this, but it could produce one at any moment. Continuing to scan for the velocity signatures with this, using the Little Rock radar, and we're getting pretty close to it. I don't see anything in here that tells me that there's a tornado. And there's another tornado warning that has just been issued. I think that, could that be this up here towards the north in southern areas of Woodruff County, Barry? I think that might be it. Is that the new one that just got
Yeah,
issued?
that is, and
So-
that's just the continuation of that storm.
And it does look north of Cotton Plant like there's significant rotation here north of Cotton Plant. So there's something trying to develop still with that. And you look at the reflectivity, and there's the inflow. So there's something trying to develop in this general area north of Cotton Plant. There's a new radar image that just came in. Let's see if we have a new velocity image with this. And yes, so you see the greens, you see the reds and the yellows. There's some problems with the radar here, but you get the general idea that this is the area that they started and prompted the tornado warning, moving towards Hunter. So if you're watching us from Hunter, it's a very small community out there just to the east-northeast of Cotton Plant. Take your tornado precautions right now. Barry, do you have any other, you're tracking those 2 tornado warned storms in southwest Arkansas?
Yeah, we're going to be, I want to go to those, and then we have a live report coming in, but near Donaldson, north of Caddo Valley, this is that tail right there. And Donaldson, you need to go ahead and take the precaution of getting into the lowest part of your house, because this is moving right toward you. There's 67 as it roughly parallels I-30, and it'll be moving that way. So all along 67 as it comes back toward Caddo Valley. Caddo Valley looks like the rotation center is now north of you, but very quickly these storms are moving at 55 to 60 miles an hour. And then we move to the storm that is down to the south, to the west of Gurdon, and it's hard to get a velocity product on there, but you can see there's a lot of wind energy with that storm out to the west of Gurdon, south of Okolona. And so if you're in that area as well, please go to the safe spot in your house. We're going to continue to watch these supercells. They're all out by themselves. Looks like a new tornado warning out to the southwest of there too, outside of our viewing area, but we'll keep a close watch on that. Our meteorologist, Melinda Mayo, is out and about too, and she is along Rodney Parham. Melinda, are you there?
Melinda?
The shot went down. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of folks using cell service right now to communicate because a lot of power is out in so many areas. But if we can get Melinda back, we'll talk with her. The destruction here is now coming to light. We're still in the daylight hours, and but it is carved quite a path. 75,000 that I just saw without power in Arkansas, and I think of the brunt of those are going to be coming from the Little Rock area, having had a very populated area. I'll check with the poweroutage.us, and now it says, yeah, 75,000, 61,500 customers without power in Pulaski County alone, and more out in Lonoke and Prairie County, and even some up into White County too. So this is obviously a storm that's been on the ground. It may take some time for power to come back on in so many spots. I know crews are already out there trying to clean up, trying to make it safe, and then they'll try to restore power on that. We do have our meteorologist, Melinda Mayo. Melinda, what are you seeing out there?
Hey guys, it took us a while to make it here to the Colony West Shopping Center, where these businesses and these homes took a direct hit from this tornado. We actually came down Rodney Parham, crossing over 430, and you could see where the path of the tornado came just north of Emmanuel Baptist Church there on Shackleford Road, then crossed over I-430. There were numerous cars that were flipped over there. It came across the Breckenridge Village Shopping Center. Many of those businesses there are heavily damaged, the roof taken off of much of Breckenridge Village Shopping Center, and then came right here through the Colony West Shopping Center, where there's a Kroger, several businesses. Senior Tequila is right behind me here. The ambulances are pretty constant as they're getting called out here to search through these homes. This is the neighborhood right behind Colony West Shopping Center, and a lot of the neighbors are just out walking around. I saw a lot of people who were just leaving their businesses because they couldn't get out of their parking lots. The traffic was so backed up and there was so much debris down in the roadway. So they were just leaving their businesses and walking around and trying to assess the damage to see what they could do. So you can see numerous homes homes here that have been damaged or destroyed. This is just directly behind the Colony West Shopping Center, right off of Rodney Parham. So we're hearing a lot of ambulances. We have not had any reports of how many injuries are expected. The law enforcement are out here going through the homes as we speak. Numerous streets are blocked off, so try to stay out of this area if you can, because there are power lines down, trees down, pretty much everywhere you look. So a lot of people just kind of walking around seeing what they can do, taking a lot of pictures. We'll continue to monitor the situation from here. Desmond is out right now talking to some people who've been affected by this tornado as well. Back to you.
All right, Melinda, thanks so much. And that's horrible to see, but we're seeing a lot of damage along Highway 10, Cantrell Road here. We haven't seen much from the Chenal Parkway area, but there are power outages out there where Chenal Parkway kind of curves from going almost due west to the northwest, out around the new Costco, that area. A lot of power outages out there. Parkway Village, that area as well. And so we're seeing a lot of damage. But the Cantrell Road corridor, the Rodney Parham area there at 430, those are particularly hard-hit areas. And again, 75,000 without power now. I do want to let you know that there is that tornado warning still. It is coming up. Arkadelphia, you're not technically in that warning. There's another storm just to the north of you, but it's this one that's headed now to the north of Gurdon. So kind of would be crossing I-30 right there, a tornado warning. Rotation within this storm. And in this wind field, who knows? It could be producing a tornado, although the velocity on it right now, we're seeing some inbound wind. We're seeing very little in the way of outbound, but that is a long way from the radar site. So it would be in that area just to the southeast of Okolona. That would be the rotating area. And then as we head up the road there toward Donaldson, we don't want to forget about y'all. Donaldson, you are still near the back edge of that storm, but I don't see a lot of velocity on that. But that's the structure that you see with those, every one of the storms that forms today, every single one of them, and especially in areas that haven't been hit so far.
Yeah, Okolona, this storm has, I think, the biggest concern. Southern areas of Clark County, that's coming up southwest of Arkadelphia. Again, Arkadelphia, as we told you earlier, I'd be ready to be put under a tornado warning. I think it's going to happen here soon. And we'll have to look at the direction of movement, but this, if it continues on that, that's the possible tornado over Highway 51. And if it continues, it's going to go very close to the airport. Do not have any word if this is on the ground. This is radar indicated. If it was confirmed, this would turn purple. It's red. So it's radar confirmed right now. Or not radar, I'm sorry. It's radar indicated, not confirmed. But it's just to the east-southeast of Okolona. So that's a very strong area of tornadic circulation. Is it extending to the ground? We don't know right now. But Arkadelphia, what we do know is that it's going to come very close to you. And again, please let anybody that you know in Arkadelphia know. I know we've got a couple of great universities over there. Let the students know. A lot of them probably gone for the weekend. Here it is Friday afternoon. Nobody should be on the road. I-30, nobody should be on the road in Clark County right now. That's the last place you want to be. Now, I want to put this into motion so we can get a sense as to where this is going. So there's the motion, and it's paralleling I-30 on the north side of I-30, and it may be trying to take a little jog to the right. Tornadoes never travel in straight paths. You see tornado tracks, and they're never straight. They zig and they zag. So that's, again, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, but that's the tornado right in there, if there is one. And at some point, it's going to cross I-30, and I think it's going to do so once it gets closer to Arkadelphia, assuming it holds together. Why do I think it's going to hold together? Again, it's one of those days that we don't see that often in Arkansas, but there's nothing that's impeding it. There's nothing but very warm and unstable air getting drawn into this. There's nothing to disrupt it. This area hasn't had rain. The moisture, I haven't looked at the temperatures in there recently, but I think this will have the ability to continue on. Barry's been tracking this one in Hot Spring County near Malvern. The velocities on that look ominous, but the reflectivity looks ominous, but the velocities do not. So our confidence level of a tornado actually occurring here, quite low, but it could produce one at any moment. It's this one that I think, Barry, has me concerned for the development of a tornado in this sort of environment. And I think it's going to be crossing over I-30. Zooming into that, there's Dobyville, Highway 182, Birdsell. That's South Fork Road, and that's Central Road. That is where the tornado would be located coming up, and that's right on I-30. If you excuse me for just 1 second, I'm going to go over to StormScan, Barry.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go look on iDrive. And Alicia, can you look too on iDrive? I-30, just south of Arkadelphia. Let's take a look at that area. Arkadelphia, Birdsell, just to the northeast of Birdsell. So, Barry?
Okay. Yeah, and I'm looking for some of the traffic cams there, but if Felicia can do that. Yeah, there are several in that area. Okay, well, let's go back to that storm, and I agree with Todd. The one to the southwest of Arkadelphia is, even though it's farther from the radar site, it does exhibit a little more rotation potential, I think, and we'll go to the velocity product on here. And there it is, north of Gurdon. Here's Gurdon right down here. So Highway 53 going up to the northwest, and it will be crossing I-30 there. It doesn't look all that strong right now, but again, this is looking up at several thousand feet high, and so we can't see the lowest level, and that's what you like to see. That's why a tornado close to a radar site is better than farther away from a radar site, but it will be moving up into the area of around Arkadelphia, and they will be extending that. It looks like that tornado warning on up to the northeast. So Arkadelphia, I just want you to pay close attention. Brown Springs, Donaldson, you're still in that storm. Go back to the reflectivity on this. This is just rain, and if rain is being pulled around a rotation center, that's what you're looking at. So this is obviously a supercell storm that's south of Malvern. It'll be moving that way, but the velocities on it do not look that impressive right now. I'm just going to say you're in a tornado-warned area, and it could be producing one right now around 67, right in here. Okay, north of Donaldson would be the rotation area. There's a new scan. Still doesn't look all, maybe just to the south of 67 right there. Doesn't look terribly impressive, but we have to keep an eye on every scan that comes in because these storms, as they did in Little Rock, it didn't look all that impressive until it got right about to Little Rock, and then it looked terribly impressive on the radar. So we watched that storm, and then the one down to the southwest of Arkadelphia. Other storms now are moving to northeast. Gum Springs, this is, okay,
There's
can we
nothing
take
happening.
Storyteller?
Yeah, it's just wet roads.
Yeah, it's, but yeah, around Gum Springs.
Yeah.
And that's along I-30. But yeah, a lot of rain moving up through that area, obviously. There is a storm out to the west of Little Rock right now. It does not look like it's rotating. It's around Maumelle, but we have to watch everything. That is back in what I would assume is cooled air, Todd.
The one, yeah, they got that severe thunderstorm warning in effect there, but I think those are slightly elevated.
Yeah.
So, yes, there's a threat because maybe hail and high winds. But in western Pulaski County, I think that's lightning. The danger I see is it's not even has to be severe. It's lightning.
Yeah.
Even a regular, because there's so many people outside that they don't have shelter anymore. Right. So lightning is a danger to rescue crews and all the emergency personnel. That is a significant danger, especially with gas leaks too going on. Keep that in mind too. So yeah, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for it's north of the West Little Rock area, but you know there's still storms that are going to come through Little Rock, and even if they're not severe, lightning is the problem. All right, down Interstate 30. Also, Entergy is reporting 46,000 without electricity now across Arkansas, and as you can imagine, where a lot of those are from Garland County through Pulaski County. All right, so the velocities, as Barry's been telling you, very unimpressive. Thank goodness in Hot Spring County. That does not mean let your good guard down. Let's continue to check in. Arkadelphia, if there's a tornado, I still see significant rotation near Interstate 30. There's Interstate 30. This is it. There's South Fork Road. This is Central Road. there's the rotation right there west of I-30, and it's getting close to Arkadelphia, and there's no tornado warning in effect for Arkadelphia right now. But I'll go ahead and say it. Take your tornado precautions. There doesn't need to be a tornado warning in effect for me to tell you that. Take your tornado precautions, Arkadelphia and areas especially just to the south of town. I guarantee you there will be a new tornado warning issued with this as it moves towards the north, and that tornado warning is going to take into account most likely northeastern areas of Clark County, into the northwestern areas of Dallas County, western Dallas County, and possibly even into southern areas of Hot Spring and Grant counties as well. So that storm means business. It's on I-30. And no tornado warning in effect. I wish that they would get an official one going, Barry. But the storm that's moving out of Woodruff County now, it does not look as strong as it was a little while ago. So that's why we're kind of diverting our attention down Interstate 30, north of Gurdon, and coming into Arkadelphia. No tornado warning. As soon as one gets issued, you'll see the logo pop up here that says, there it is, new tornado warning. It does include Arkadelphia. This is going to come very close to town and just south. So there's the tornado warning now in effect for Arkadelphia. There's Highway 7 going out of town. It's going to cross over Highway 7. It's basically on and paralleling I-30, getting ready to cross, probably right where that graphic, that shield is, that says I-30. Again, one of those tornadoes that's not confirmed. It's radar indicated, but in an environment that is extraordinarily conducive to producing large tornadoes. So that's the concern. Even, again, southern areas of Hot Spring County, there it is for northwestern Dallas County, and then for northeastern areas of Clark County, the tornado warning has been issued. This tornado warning here will go away. That polygon right there will go away because this new one replaces that, as you see, it's right on the beginning of that. And this one I don't see continuing. The one in Hot Spring County, stay sheltered until that's gone. And at that point, when that happens, this will be the only storm at the time that we're have great concern over. It's not the one at this time that's getting ready to exit the Channel 7 viewing area, and I think most of it has. It's always worth checking in on it to just make sure that we're clear with that. There may be some rotation with this, but it's moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area, and it's crossed over the county line. There is rotation with it, northeast of Cotton Plant. While that's not our viewing area, I know that there are viewers, and I know that there are relatives, and there are friends. I would tell everybody in Wynn, if you know them, take their tornado precautions now out in Cross County. You have a tornado warning in effect, and there is rotation right in there along it's 284, moving off towards the east, northeast of Cotton Plant. So Cotton Plant, you are under a tornado warning, but you're in the clear because that storm is well past you. There will probably be more storms, Cotton Plant, but you're going to get a break, and the tornado warned storm is now northeast of you. Wynn needs to take their tornado precautions, and we're going to hand that over to the Jonesboro TV market and the Memphis tornado market as well, television market, I should say, as they will cover that as it moves into eastern Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for southern Faulkner County, far northern Pulaski County, and these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in southwest Arkansas along I-30 are the things that again they're not going to stop. There's, like I said, they're going to start to clean this up, all these polygons. You saw that one tornado warning gone. There's the severe thunderstorm warning, and this tornado warning near Malvern. I got to find out how long that's in effect, but I don't think. And I'm going to look at the velocities there. I don't see anything. If there's a tornado, this is why they're warning it for that hook on the southeast side of Malvern, moving off towards the northeast, and that will be entering northwestern areas of Grant County. But I don't see the velocity signatures. They may continue it just because it has that structure, that look with the reflectivity. But here, coming into Arkadelphia, you are now under a tornado warning in Arkadelphia. There it is. It looks like that may have the circulation has just crossed over I-30. It's now coming in just a few miles south of town. And just measuring the distance, the circulation with that is 5 miles due south of Arkadelphia. And it's going to go just to the south of town, most likely. So it may not impact Arkadelphia directly, but I want you to stay sheltered. It's the areas just to the south of Arkadelphia that I think have the potential of seeing a tornado with this. No confirmation. We're looking at all different avenues of information, including the National Weather Service. This is the airport, Arkadelphia Municipal Airport. It just went over Highway 67. That's it. Joan, Brown Springs, Highway 7. Those are the locations that could see the potential tornado. Take your tornado precautions. And those who survive tornadoes will tell you it's that interior home. Put as many walls between you and the outside, and absolutely no windows. That's the last thing you want is flying glass, and that's why we tell you want a buffer zone between you and the outside. Some of the other locations, there's Hasley Road, there's Mary Lane, that's it on Highway 67, West Reynolds Road, there's Hasley Road again, and there's Copeland Ridge Road. Some of the, if you're familiar with that area of Clark County, that's where the circulation is most likely passing over. It looks like there's a lot of small streets in this area and some subdivisions. It is worth looking at the debris detector, and I don't see anything there. We're
Nothing
also
obvious on that, no, Todd.
No.
Yeah.
So, but there it is. It's now has jumped over the interstate and is going to cross over Highway 7, just southeast of Arkadelphia.
All right. Yeah, two storms that we're looking at. That one is to the south of Arkadelphia, more impressive than the one that is up to the south of Malvern, but still there is that feature. It's still a supercell storm. As we look at meteorology textbooks, that's what a supercell looks like. And that's what we learned back in school. That's what they look like, and you don't want them to be all out by themselves, but that's what they are today. Let's take a look again at I-430. This is the iDrive Arkansas and Storyteller. There is still, I-430 is still shut down, I believe. They are still getting, they're kind of zooming around in there. But I-430, I think, has been completely shut down at Rodney Parham, both northbound and southbound. They could be starting to divert traffic out onto Rodney Parham and maybe then taking it back toward the east on Rodney Parham. But if we can take that, I'll kind of show you what the iDrive Arkansas map is. Yeah, they're turning folks around. So effectively, there is no traffic going there. That's I-430. You can see some of the debris on the side of the road. Looks like road signs, maybe other bits of metal there. That is a traffic snarl, both southbound and northbound. And
Just
it's backed
avoid,
up.
nobody should be out there.
No, but see, they're diverting some cars out onto Rodney Parham, and I don't know if they're if you're able to go westbound. Looks like you're able to go westbound there on Rodney Parham. So that's probably the direction they're taking, folks, and that may be out and around and out Hinson and out to Highway 10, but I'm just guessing to get around that. But that's what we're looking at right now. All right, let's take a look back at our storms that are ongoing south of Malvern and then the one that's down to the south of Arkadelphia. These are tornado-warned storms. And the one to the south of Arkadelphia looks like it will go to the south, the rotation, boy, just down to the south of the airport there. But that's a pretty tight, not maybe terribly strong, but pretty tight. I think there definitely could be a tornado being produced, at least from time to time there. We don't see any indication of debris being lofted up by this storm, but that is certainly a potential one as it moves off to the northeast in the small communities of Joan, Griffithtown, probably just to the south of where this thing has been tracking. But Arkadelphia, I want you to keep watch on this storm as well. Again, it has the look of that hook signature, that hook echo there, rain being pulled around a circulation center, whether broadly or in a tight pattern like a tornado would produce. And then on up as we look out east now of Malvern, and this is on 270 out to the east of Malvern. And you can see a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for that storm. There still is, it's still technically in a tornado warning out to the west of Poen there, but a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this area and not a new tornado warning. So they're kind of seeing at the National Weather Service what we're seeing. This does not have the velocity signature on it that would indicate really tight rotation out to the west of Perrin. We're going to continue to watch that area, though, between Poen and Malvern, and it still looks like it's rotating, but just looking at the wind field inside it, that's one thing with Doppler radar that we can look at, and you can really see it so well. So the one south of Arkadelphia, that still has the potential, I think, to be producing a tornado. Out to the east of town on Highway 7, please be in your safe spot between Arkadelphia and Griffithtown. and the small community of Joan. And I'll just take you back in time on this one. And you can see that the rotation briefly, as it crossed I-30, got pretty strong. And now may not be quite as strong. Just 1 or 2 scans ago, it was much stronger than it is right now as it moves off to the northeast. So hopefully these storms will begin to, as we get into the late afternoon now, they'll begin to lose some of their fuel that's necessary and some of the instability aloft. Obviously, there is an area of instability that is aloft here. There's a lot of wind up into northeast Arkansas. We haven't talked about this storm very much, but this storm is now a confirmed tornado heading toward Wynn. And so that is in an area of the state, Todd. And I think that northeast part of the state for a while is where the focus will be, along with, briefly, south central Arkansas, Arkadelphia, Malvern, eastward for a little while.
To track that to potentially a large or confirmed large and dangerous tornado.
I had a report from a source that I trust in the North Liberty area that said that they have seen some debris falling from the sky there. I don't know of what significance or substance. Could probably be lighter for it to travel that far from the tornado. That's in that portion of northern Washington County. But that is one thing to note. And if it travels that far, that's usually, again, another indication, if we needed another one, of a very strong tornado moving through. So let's go to Max 2. I want to take, we've done this a couple times, but just to sort of emphasize, and I'm going to go through here in the warnings, and I'm actually going to take off severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have a slightly clearer picture of where tornado warnings are in effect right now. And it includes much of Johnson County, much of Washington County, much of Iowa County, much of Benton County, much of, as well as Buchanan County, as well as Northwest Lynn, all areas west of Waterloo, essentially, including the Waterloo-Cedar Falls area, for a line of storms that all contain area of rotations. The storms have moved into that favorable environment that we were fearing that they would. We're starting to see more tornado warnings than severe thunderstorm warnings, although there are severe thunderstorm warnings embedded throughout as well. So there's plenty of that happening too. And it's just a lot. If you're in any of these red boxes, and it's hard to name off all of them, but we're going to try. So this area here until 5:15, including Waverly, and points like Allison and Parkersburg, Waterloo, Cedar Falls, again till 5:15, Dike, New Hartford, Grundy Center, areas near Garwin as well.
Looks like
Jane has some new
the
information.
Wellman area, we're getting reports of EF1 damage coming in from a deputy there. So again, this tornado that we've been talking about on the ground, we are getting official reports of damage now coming in from law enforcement in that area. And again, Corey mentioned the potential of some debris getting lofted as well. So again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground in this area, and we are getting damage reports now coming in, which we could kind of tell from the radar picture. We were showing you that potential for debris, and looks like I'm getting
similar story from Ely now, their fire department reporting similar light debris. So we're talking like
Swisher
corn
area.
Yeah, corn stalk or corn, whatever they call that, the leftover corn pieces that are gone after harvest.
The stalks and the leaves and stuff that's still kind of out in the fields, which is another thing to keep in mind. We may not get as good of damage indicators as we would otherwise because of that. But yeah, I'm getting some reports of corn stalks falling from the Swisher area. So thank you for our viewers for sending in your reports on that. All very helpful information for us at this time.
It's this area that we're still watching in southwestern Johnson County with particular closeness, where there has been significant and continued rotation with continued report of a tornado on the ground. This warning continues for much of Johnson County for the next little while. But if you are in Johnson County, it includes Iowa City as well as the Coralville area, as well as North Liberty. That's where a confirmed tornado is located near Frytown. It's moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And that is the area that we are most concerned about. It includes Yeah, it's going to move right along Highway 1. Again, it looks like at this point. We've seen this type of storm motion before, and it looks like that is going to repeat. Freytown is already here, according to the National Weather Service. Coral Ridge Mall, again, closer to 4:55. The storm has slowed down a little bit, and so that's why that time has continued to get a little bit further away. Same story at the Iowa City Municipal Airport, where we have it at 4:55, and downtown Iowa City just a couple minutes later as the storm moves to the northeast. So you absolutely, again, as we've been emphasizing, need to stay in shelter with that area of rotation moving to the northeast. I'm going to take one more look here on a different view of velocity. Yeah, same area. That's still very much rotating there and could produce a tornado, is producing a tornado, excuse me.
All right, so we're just gonna, again, kind of go over everything that we have going on. Again, several different warnings ongoing for us across the area at this time. We have several different tornado warnings to the south, and the ones that are most concerning for us at this time include the North Liberty and Tiffin areas as that storm continues to move up from the Freytown area. Yet another new tornado warning coming in.
This includes more of the Vinton area, so northern Lynn County.
So that one's pretty similar to that one that we were talking about earlier. Radar indicated rotation.
So
again.
very strong rotation.
And again, very, very concerning for us as well. Really not trying to, prioritize anyone in any way. We have several different ongoing warnings, but with that potentially particularly dangerous situation unfolding down into parts of Johnson County, want to make sure that everybody is staying highly aware of what's going on. Again, a damaging tornado confirmed by weather spotters on the ground. Please take cover now if you're in that Freytown area now. Please.
I think the good news is there, perhaps a bit of good news, though it doesn't mean not to seek shelter, is that we have seen a little bit of interference with that storm and the storm to the south. So the area of rotation is not as strong as it once was. That doesn't mean that it's not producing a tornado, but it would be excellent news if we could get this, what was very strong area of rotation to diminish.
Looks like our emergency manager is reporting a tornado at Freytown.
Yep, still going on
now.
Still going on.
Yep. So still just trying to catch up on all of the updates coming in. Again, there's a lot of information coming in. We're trying to weed through everything, get you guys the most important information. But the Freytown area, if you are watching us from there, please be in your safe space. Now, one other maybe bit of somewhat good news is that we're seeing a slightly less debris signature there, but again, it's probably moving through a little bit more of rural areas. There's less for those storms to pick up. But again, that Freytown area, all indications in terms of radar as well as weather spotters suggest a strong tornado moving through the area at this time. Trying to turn off. There we go. So again, that Freytown area right now, as that storm is moving through, moving up towards the Tiffin area, eventually up towards North Liberty, up towards Iowa City, Coralville. You're kind of on the farther side of this. By all means, please shelter. But Tiffin and North Liberty, I think, are a little bit more concerning for us right now. That storm kind of moving right along Highway 1 between Freytown, Sharon Center area, Joetown, Windham, Costgrove, and continuing to kind of move to the north and east at this time, bringing things in a little bit closer so that you can get a good idea of the exact area that we're looking at as that storm continues to track to the north and east. Again, eventually up towards the I-80 corridor, Highway 6 as well, and then up towards North Liberty there and I-380 as that storm continues to drift to the north. But this one, again, is a confirmed tornado. Last update for us coming in. Sorry, They're trying to let everything update. Another tornado warning radar indicated for Henry, Jefferson, Van Buren counties there to the south, down towards Fairfield and Mount Pleasant. Again, that kind of favorable environment as those individual cells are moving through could kind of intensify quickly. So want to make sure that folks down there are aware as well that there is that tornadic potential. But that main one we're looking at right now is that one moving into Johnson County, parts of Washington County still on the backside of that, and then Weiza County as well.
So it looks like the National Weather Service, and looks right based on radar, is that the storm in Johnson County that Jan has been talking about near the Windham and Cosgrove area is moving a little bit more northerly than it was northeasterly just a little bit ago. So Tiffin is in line for this potentially tornadic storm. North Liberty is in line for this potentially tornadic storm as it moves to the northeast. It is definitely those areas that you'll want to get into shelter. Still very strong rotation on radar, still confirmed by storm spotters in the area. So it's that near the landfill in Johnson County. So west, that would be close to what we're talking about here, Melrose Avenue, as you go west of Iowa City. That's where the landfill is located in Johnson County. And further west from that is exactly what we've been talking about near the Cosgrove area. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was spotted from that area. So that is the area, the western edge of the Iowa City metro in particular.
Exactly. Western edge, like you just said. Tiffin, please, if you are watching from Tiffin, if you know somebody in Tiffin, get them on the phone, let them know if they are not staying weather aware that there is a dangerous situation unfolding for them and that we are seeing a confirmed tornado moving towards that area. Again, Cosgrove area a little bit sooner than that as well. But please get to that safe place. Get to that lowest possible level of a sturdy structure and cover yourself up with what you can. If you have a helmet, things, maybe that you wouldn't think of as a helmet, think of a pot. Think of things like that. Those are great things to keep in mind, ways that you can keep yourself safe and protected as this dangerous situation continues to unfold. Again, moving up towards the Tiffin area from Frytown, from the Cosgrove area. Those are things that we're watching right now as that storm continues to move through right now, pretty well near the Cosgrove area. And again, moving to the northeast for us right now, and moving pretty quick, about 45 miles per hour.
We're going to go ahead and pull up graphics 12 again. There's a couple of videos we want to look at. And let's just look at the two videos themselves. These are from tornadoes that have passed through, but this is obviously what we have been dealing with throughout the late afternoon, early part of the evening. One video, yes. Let's pull up the tornado video from Wellman.
Yeah, but it's loaded.
Okay, this is from Carly. And again, we're getting videos. Definitely, if you're taking videos, definitely be safe. Just you can see it out where Carly was looking from the Wellman area. Again, just a wide storm moving through. Very evident the rotation there. And then pull up the Grant.
Yeah, tornado
near Keota. This also, again, just some absolutely scary time. Again, I just went into the newsroom. There you go. I mean, wild is one way to put it, I guess, Grant.
Yeah.
But wow. Take a look at that. It's moving through again. We had some only report of damage so far that we've had, and I'm sure we will hear more damage reports. The only report of damage is from Hayesville. That was between Hedrick and Sigourney much earlier as those storms moved through. If you do have video of storms, any pictures of damage and or storms themselves, KCRG News is the place to put it. We do appreciate you sending that in, but definitely we want to stay safe. Being outside as that storm is moving through, not the safest place to be.
Yeah, violent motion.
Oh
with
yeah,
that
just
tornado.
Absolutely unbelievable. So again, a couple of the videos that have just come in. Again, that's what we're dealing with right now. And you guys continue to have tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning. It's safe to say, as that line of storms move through, if you have a storm in your area, boy, watch out, because they seem to be rotating very, very quickly and very, very easily across eastern Iowa. Looks like the back edge of the storms, if somebody's looking for that, has crossed Interstate 35. Really, if you went from Hampton to Grundy Center, to Marshalltown, to Newton and Sully, and go east of that line, that's where the storms are. Farther to the west, the storms have ended, and that's that back edge that will finally move through eventually and put an end to this severe weather outbreak across eastern Iowa.
Yeah, getting a new update in for that tornado warning, kind of condensing it where it is. Again, kind of tough to see there exactly. Try to see if we can get that highlight on for you. But again, Tiffin, North Liberty, please get to your safe place now. Now is the time to seek shelter. A dangerous tornado moving through. You saw the violent motion of that as it was moving through the area there, and it continues to track to the north towards, again, Tiffin, the western side of the Iowa City area, Coralville, Coral Ridge Mall area, North Liberty as well. Please get to your safe place now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. You saw that violent motion with it, that damaging nature with it as it continues to push to the north there. You can kind of get a little bit better idea of where exactly that is.
It looks like we have a picture that's the tornado from earlier near Sigourney in the lower right corner. So another view of that same storm, but that storm still producing significant rotation. I also just want to let folks know we've got 2 new warnings. So you see that new tornado warning on your screen, which Jan's going to pop up. The other one is also a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is for the storm near Tiffin. So that's the same storm we've been talking about, moving toward the southeastern portion of Lynn County, includes the southeastern portion of the Cedar Rapids Metro, down the area between Highway 13 and Highway 30. However, parts of Benton and Lynn counties, as well as Buchanan and Delaware, have a severe thunderstorm warning. Not warned for tornadoes, at least at this point, but it is warned for the potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's headed for the northwestern portion of Lynn County. That's called destructive by the National Weather Service's terms. As these storms move to the northeast, it will likely set off your cell phone. You'll probably get a couple of wireless emergency alerts here soon on your cell phone in parts of Lynn County. But I just wanted to highlight that before we get back to the tornado warnings.
Yeah, so again, we all know the power of wind, so do heed those severe thunderstorm warnings, but right
than an hour. Joyner, Marion, Drummonds, Millington, Atoka, Covington, and Arlington. If you are in any of these communities, I want you in your storm shelter right now, especially if you're within 10 to 20 minutes of this moving in your direction. That's tracking the entire cell itself. But right now, our greatest concern is a tornado on the ground, reports and confirmation of damage in and around Wynne, Arkansas, and now that's making its way towards Turl, Arkansas. Sean, can we pop the camera back up, our high five camera downtown? I want to see, is that starting to intensify, get bigger? Let's go a little to the left, if we can. Just a little, pan that camera just a little to the left. Still a little tough to see there. Not the greatest view, but we're going to continue to watch it. Let's go back to the big picture on our first alert Doppler radar. Let me clear this out of here. Let's reset and give folks their first alert on where this is going to go.
And Ron, just a little info to pass along to you while you're there at the wall. This is a large wedge tornado on the ground. There are reports of a large wedge.
Do we have the camera in Turl that we were looking at a moment ago? Can we check that out again? Let's grab it. Sky's getting darker.
It's getting darker, yeah.
This is the RDOT camera that we're looking at. We don't have control over this camera, but we can give you a view. And notice the shimmy in the camera, it's facing south. So that's not really helping us that much.
No.
So it's facing south. Joyce, do you have some information to share?
Yeah, very quickly.
Can we pop Joyce's microphone up, please?
Very quickly, the St. Francis County Sheriff's Department is reporting multiple tornadoes on the ground, multiple tornadoes spotted, multiple rotation, and then the fire chief in Wynne, Arkansas, which you both were talking about taking a direct hit, the fire chief says indeed they did take what looks like a direct hit from a tornado. The emergency response is underway. The fire chief saying, I'm told it's bad. So they are getting emergency resources out there. We are dispatching crews safely if we can. I'm looking at the energy map, and the outages just ticked up. Okay, Little Rock, by the way, more than 40,000 customers lost power. The Entergy Arkansas map is a sea of red. Now we see 3,100 customers affected on that outage in St. Francis County. And then this one, let me double check, another 1,200. So Entergy just starting to report the outages in St. Francis and Cross County. Spencer, over to you.
Yeah, and Ron, I want to point out real quick because we were looking at the potential for 2 tornadoes a minute ago because of 2 different areas of debris, and I've seen multiple areas of debris showing up. This is just along Highway 64. Okay, yeah, definitely tornado emergency on this right now. There is a lot of debris showing up along Highway 64 in the parking area. I think this debris is spread in multiple areas, Ron, because what's happening is it's getting lofted and then it's getting thrown to the east with those strong westerly and southwesterly winds. So they're probably getting debris ahead of this or behind it falling from the sky on this. This is a massive either dual or large wedge tornado that's tracking right now along Highway 64 in Cross County. So emergency for you folks.
I was trying to get to your Viper there for a second, but I tell you what, let's go back. I want to go to links. Can you pop links up behind me, Sean, quickly? Because these 3 areas, this is what Spencer was looking at. So we've got our vortex that's working right here. The tornado is in this area right here. It is lofting debris into the atmosphere. But because of the strength of this tornado, this debris is not only being lofted up, but aloft and out. So another here. That explains first responders in the area talking about multiple tornadoes. And we have seen instances where we've had multiple vortices hooking around one major tornado. That could certainly be the case with this as well. But either way, this is very ominous. Yeah, Spencer, what do you have?
The BTI on this is still a 7.5, and now the National Weather Service is going catastrophic on the tornado. Catastrophic tornado.
If you are anywhere within this area in the path of this storm, I want you to seek shelter immediately. It is imperative that you go to your safe place. I'm going to reset here, Spencer. Take this for me. That's about to cross the river, and I think they're going to issue that tornado warning and extend it into Shelby County in just a bit.
Yeah, if you're in northern Shelby County, let me go ahead. If you guys can pull me up here real quick, I'm just going to pull up the reflectivity and show you kind of a track of this. So this is, let's do this. This is Memphis right here, okay? We're in Memphis. The city of Memphis is going to be just south of this intense tornado that is on the ground. If you are north of Memphis, in northeastern sections of Crittenden County, northwestern sections of Shelby County, even if you're not in the tornado warning, I want to give folks along this path because this tornado is not going to dissipate anytime soon. If you are in Munford, if you are in parts of northern Shelby County along Highway 51, southern Tipton County, you need to be in your safe place. Go ahead and just go there and sit tight because this is going to be on the ground for some time now. And if I put a track out just on the rotation of the cell, I'm going to put a track out on the leading edge of it, and we're going to go out at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Is this still going at 55, guys? I think it is.
It is. It's moving at about 55.
Okay.
That's what I've been tracking it between 50 and 55.
50. Okay, so we're gonna go out 90 minutes here, and we're gonna go at 50 miles an hour. These are the areas, and let me switch up some of the areas. So this is a first alert to you folks who are in, and let me change this out to 50, and there we go. All right, Munford, 525. We're giving you exact or almost exact times for this tornado to possibly be bearing down on you. And again, this is not in warned areas. I'm giving you guys a heads up downstream from this cell because it is moving so fast. Brighton, 533. Mason, 544. Covington, 544. Stanton, 553. Brownsville, if it holds together, it will be there by 608. And maybe earlier than that. So again, I just want to give a heads up to those downstream, Ron, because this is a massive tornado emergency situation.
And Spencer, right behind that is another cell that's moving in that direction. As a matter of fact, that is going to move right over the area that has already been impacted by a tornado. This cell doesn't look as intense. However, I am starting to see a little bit of a hook develop right here on the southern portion of that. I want to track this entire cell because that's going to come on through Cross County as it continues to move to the north and east. So when already impacted by a tornado, but within the next hour, we could see another supercell thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado move right over the area that has already been hit. Bald Knob, 4 minutes away. Augusta, 16 minutes. McCrory, Pumpkin Bend, a few of the communities just outside our coverage area, but then you get into Wick Mill, less than an hour away. Wynn, you've got less than an hour, about 58 minutes. Then on to Parkin and Earl in about an hour, just under an hour and a half. So these are some of the communities that will be impacted by another cell coming in right behind the confirmed tornado-producing cell that is already making its way out of Cross County and starting to impact Crittenden County. Let me clear this off. Let's get some new tracks on here. Folks in West Tennessee, from Shelby County to Tipton County, Lauderdale County. Here's your first alert. Over the next hour, this is going to be moving through your community. Think about right now where you're going to be, where you're going to ride this out. Lowest floor of your home, right in the center of your home with as many exterior walls between you as possible. So this is coming, although things are a bit tranquil there now. Let's take a look at how this is going to play out over the next hour, and then I'm going to show you the future cast on this. I'm going to track the entire cell. Once again, let's move that off to the east, northeast. That will take that into Marion in 3 minutes. We're not tracking the center of circulation. We're tracking the entire cell, or that leading edge. So that's when you're going to start to feel the immediate impacts of this. But know that will likely be a tornado within it as it moves on through. 13 minutes from Joyner. Yeah, what do you got?
I think we've got some pictures from William Frog.
Let's see it. Let's see it now.
Let's go ahead and show those. These are tornado damage photos coming out of Wynn, Arkansas. And you can see it looks like structural damage there, tree damage there in the city of Wynn. Very populated area. I think we've got 2 more pictures. Yeah, you can see some of the tree debris, all the power lines down in the area. And again, these are just initial photos of tree, power line, and structural damage in that area of central Cross County. So again, if you are in those areas, just sit tight and help is coming your way. But we still are under the gun with more storms behind that. I'm still tracking this circulation, Ron, and the latest, it looks like it's still a 7.5 on the BTI. Look at that. There is a lot of debris spread across that area. But if we could go back real quick, I just want to give the heads up to the folks who are in Love Place right now. It looks like if you're in Clarkdale, Turrell, Gilmore, you need to stay in your safe place until this storm passes. Again, lowest level away from windows, still a strong, it looks like there might even be still 2 circulations, Ron, with this.
That's what it looked, yeah, and as a matter of fact, can you go back to that? Yeah. Put that reflectivity back up there. You can almost see it very well.
Yeah, there's...
Look at that. You've almost got 3 inflow notches.
Yeah, and when you look at the velocity, I mean, you've got a couple of areas of rotation. Ron, I think they've got a live shot of Wynn. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, let's take that. Let's take that live shot. This is Wynn, Arkansas. This is from KAIT, our sister station in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Storm tracker, their storm tracker up in that area. Looks like a lot of tree and debris damage. I don't see major structural damage, but we don't know what part of the Wynn community they're in. But we do know they are in the town of Wynn. Tornado warning continues for eastern Cross County as well as Crittenden County as this storm continues to make its way to the east. But this storm has a history of producing a tornado and damage, confirmed damage from the tornado, multiple visual observations of the tornado. If you are in the path of this storm, I want you to seek shelter immediately. This is some of the imagery we're seeing coming out now. This is a live view from Storm Tracker from KAIT in the town of Wynn, Arkansas. Melissa, I'm going to ask that you continue to monitor that. Melissa is our producer in the booth. Sean is our director this afternoon. We're relying on them heavily to keep an eye on tower cameras and incoming video. In the meantime, I want to get back, and Lauren is with us as well, but I want to get back right now to the track of this storm because it's imperative that we give the first alert to folks on where this storm is going and moving into. Spencer, you have some new information to share? What do you got?
Dual tornadoes on the ground. We have one confirmed in Parkin right now and in Earl. This is along Highway 64. 2 twin tornadoes that are on the ground right now. If you are in the Clore community, that's C-L-O-A-R, I want you to be in your safe places, barreling down on you right now. If you are in Three Forks or if you're in downstream Clarkdale.
Looks like it's a little east of Three Forks. Is that where I'm looking, Spencer?
Yeah, there's 2. There's actually, there's this one.
One in Clore, and then
right
that
here.
one right there. That was it, yeah.
There's 2 on the ground right now.
Okay.
That's where they're at. And so, and let's look at the look at the BTI. It's up at a 7.7. And then if we switch over real quick and go to the, let's go over to debris detection. And man, look at all the debris flying in the air right now, Ron, from these 2 tornadoes.
Spencer, we have RDOT on the phone right now. I want to give it over to Joy, and let's find out what's going on there. We've got boots on the ground. Joy, what do you have?
Dave Parker with the Arkansas Department of Transportation. Dave, are you there?
Do we have Dave yet?
Tell you what, while you guys work on him, I want to put a track on this. I need to give folks their first alert. Let me know when you get that up.
Extreme destruction. Cross County Emergency Management is reporting a lot of destruction in the county.
We're going to come back to you guys in just a moment. When you get Dave, let me know. But in the meantime, I want to track this as it is approaching the Mississippi River and beginning to head toward northern Shelby County and towards Tipton County. We'll get to Dave in just 1 second. Let me track this entire cell, and I'm going to track it from this area right here, east and northeast.
And Ron, I want to point out real quick,
Yes.
You're just ahead of I-55 on that track right there, but folks need to know they're closing down I-55 north and south. If you're on I-55, stay off of it.
Okay, don't even try to travel right now. As a matter of fact, if you were thinking about it, stay where you are. Let this pass through. If you happen to be listening to us on the radio, or if you're catching our stream on your smartphone, I want you to pull over, find a safe location to ride this out. Let's let this cell pass. These are some of the communities that are going to be impacted. Crawfordsville, 3 minutes away. Golden Lake, you've got 6 minutes, 19 minutes in Drummonds, 22 minutes in Gilt Edge. Millington, it's 31 minutes away. 35 minutes before this cell moves into Covington, 40 minutes before it gets into Rosemark, and 51 minutes into Nutbush. Joy, you have Dave Parker right now. Can he give us any new information?
Yes, Ron, we do. Dave, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Okay, Dave, what can you tell us about what you're seeing?
Well, I can tell you that, the area of West Little Rock, which, the storm came across, the tornado came across around 2 o'clock and crossed Interstate 430 and 630. And, this area has been hit really hard. We have, obviously many, many highways and roads that are shut down, power lines across roadways. Our focus right now is getting the roads back open, power lines down, and clearing out debris. But it was a long storm, tornado across the roadway for a good while, and a very scary situation.
All right, Dave, the storm system has moved closer toward the Memphis area. What are you hearing about the roads, St. Francis and Cross counties right now?
Same thing there is that, if you can, above all else, take shelter. If you're in anywhere near a tornado warning area, take shelter. This was a quick-moving storm. I personally was called in it. I can tell you it comes up quickly. But, yes, the roadways there are still passable. But trees, obviously, coming down with power lines to anything in northeast, the Jonesboro area, Paragould, Cross County, those parts of eastern Arkansas are going to be affected by this. So Interstate 55, 40, as you said earlier, if you can, stay off the roadways, get inside, be safe, and be smart about this.
All right, Dave, we appreciate the update. We're going to turn it back over to our meteorologists now. They are tracking the storm system as it moves through the Mid-South. Dave, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Dave. We appreciate it. Classic textbook hook echo on the radar right now. This is a confirmed tornado, a BTI. That is a Barron Tornado Indicator. Barron Technologies supplies this radar data for us on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest threat. That's an indication of a tornado. This is coming in at a 7.7. From using this since its inception, I can tell you, as a matter of fact, Action News 5 was the very first television station in the country to use the BTI technology. Whenever we see that number above 7, that is an indication of a tornado on the ground, and that's what we're seeing. These are some of the communities impacted by it, but anyone who's taken any meteorology classes whatsoever, that is the first image you see when you start talking about tornadoes. We got a tornado watch in effect for much of West Tennessee, northern Mississippi, eastern Arkansas, Memphis and Shelby County included in that, and now this entire system moving in our direction. I want to put another track on this cell, and then we're going to look at the one that is just coming in behind it. But right now, I'm going to track this from the location of the hook itself. That's where we believe the tornado is. And as a matter, Spencer, I really need to put 2 tracks on this, I think. Am I right?
There's 2 tornadoes. And Ron, I'm seeing the debris wrap around the tornado now.
I'm coming to you for that in just a second. I'm going to track this first area of circulation. Turl, 3 minutes to get to your storm shelter. Frenchman's Bayou, you've got 10 minutes, 18 minutes before it moves into Pecan Point, 24 minutes from Dixonville, 27 minutes from Drummond's. And it is quite possible that you could be impacted by 2 tornadoes. This one and the one that is following in close proximity behind it. Here comes the new track on that, Three Forks. It's on top of you right now. 13 minutes before it moves into Turl, 24 minutes from Joyner, 32 minutes from Golden Lake, and 37 minutes before it gets into Drummond's. And that is for that area or that center of location circulation right there where we're seeing that hook. And Spencer, that is well defined indeed. I'm going to come to you for the debris signature, but look at this. We can see right there the circulation within that hook itself. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm just seeing the debris continuing to be lofted into the air. If you're in Turl or Clarkdale, this is going to cross over very close to your area. And what I was looking at a second ago, the debris is actually wrapping around the tornado. It's wrapping around it. So here is all the debris. It was trying to go around the other side of the tornado. So we have a large, probably large wedge tornado on the ground. We're getting multiple confirmed reports. The debris is spreading now across Highway 61 near Turl and the Gilmore area. I've got some new information. Stand by.
More damage coming from near Wynn. It looks like there may have been 2 tornadoes out then.
Okay, so there's already been confirmation of 2 tornadoes. If you're in along Highway 61 anywhere, this is anywhere between Turl and Jericho all the way down to Marion, anywhere between Marion and Gilmore and points east. Here's the Mississippi River. I want to show you where we're at right now. This is the Mississippi that winds down to Memphis. So the debris and the tornadoes are tracking this direction. So if you are in Millington, in northern parts of Shelby County, you need to be prepared and be on high alert because this is likely going to cross over the Mississippi River into northern Shelby and southern Tipton counties. And I foresee a warning coming here soon for these areas.
7.7, and it is maintaining that. Look, if you are in the area that is just to the west of Wynn and it is safe for you to get out and photograph what you are seeing, we want to see it. If you have the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app on your smartphone, if you scroll to the very bottom, you'll notice an area that says Submit Photos. You can take them with your smartphone, hit Submit. It comes right to the Action News 5 news desk, and that's what we're looking for right now are photos and video from that scene. But let me take you back because, again, we've got the tornado watch that's in effect. Then we've been tracking the entire cell itself. But I also had a future cast on this just moments ago, and I think I've eliminated it. I'm going to put that back in just a moment. But let's go back and show you once again the track on this. 2 active tornado warnings at this time. let's give you the information on both of them. One is about to expire for Cross County. That's going to go until 5:30. We've got another 15 minutes there, but it's also been extended a little farther east into Crittenden County. That too goes until 5:30. However, it's what's coming in behind that we want to watch very closely, because it's quite possible that the community of Wynne and Cross County gets impacted twice as this storm moves in that direction and pushes off to the east-northeast. So 8 minutes from Pine Tree, 16 minutes from Wynne, gets into Parkin in about 32 minutes, Earl 39 minutes, Mark Tree 46 minutes, just over an hour from Joyner. Then we'll see it move into Drummond's in 78 minutes and just under an hour and a half before this moves into Millington. That's the second cell behind this. Let's put this entire picture into motion for you and show you this activity. Spencer, this cell still holding together as it now makes its way across the Mississippi River and is making its move into West Tennessee, Tipton, and Lauderdale County. I'm going to zoom in. Let's track that cell, because folks in that community or in those communities, you're going to be impacted by this, and it looks like it is still producing a tornado. I want to back this off just a little bit. Then we're going to take a look at the NEXRAD radar itself. Here we go. I'm going to do two tracks. First, we'll track from the center of circulation. This is where the possible tornado is. So Drummond's 20 minutes, Munford 26 minutes, Brighton 33 minutes before this tornado crosses the Mississippi River and moves into your community. Covington, you've got 39 minutes, Henning 47 minutes. Now let's track the entire cell itself, because it's dropping a lot of rain, heavy rain, also some strong wind, and it looks like this is producing some hail also. So Osceola, it's on top of you right now. That's the heavier precipitation. Munford, 8 minutes. Covington, Tabernacle, Ripley, Nutbush, Gates, and Brownsville between now and the next 46 minutes. Spencer, you're looking at that rotation detection.
Yep.
That looks wicked.
Yeah, this is extreme rotation right now. I can tell you exactly where it is, street by street. Right now, the rotation is over, and this is a few minutes old. It just moved over Section Line Road. So now we're looking at the strong to extreme rotation. I'm going to redo this so that we can get the latest on this real quick. And again, the strongest extreme rotation now about to cross County Road 26. If you are in between State Highway 42, in between I-55, this is going to cross over I-55 here very shortly between Turrell and Clarkdale, then you need to be in your safe spot. Again, do not get on I-55. They're going to stop traffic if they already haven't. This is going to cross over very close to State Highway 42 and the Clarkdale area. But that is the extreme
are going north there on that service road.
Yeah, cops are not gonna like that.
But just look how black the sky is. That's that storm. As we look north from Clarkdale, that's just a couple of miles south of Turrell on I-55. That storm's still on the west sides of I-55. But traffic is continuing to move. Let me switch cameras and see if I can. There's a camera that's at Joyner. But this is
You have to think that that's such a smart move of shutting the traffic down, because if you remember the tornado down by Valonia many, many years ago, all of those people on the interstate were caught off guard.
And that's kind of what happened over in Little Rock earlier this afternoon. There was a lot of cars that were on 440, 430, I-40, 67, 167. But I don't see too many more cars right now on
I don't really see
55
why
going south.
I don't see why the southbound lanes are still
going though. Oh, did you say they're stopped? Where are you?
Well,
at now?
there's not as many cars coming down, so I'm trying to look over towards the side, but we're starting to get into that heavy rain. It may have just been trying to get a deputy all the way from Marion up
I'm
there.
still looking at Clark. We'll go to Jason just a minute, not right now. I'm going to watch. Let's go back to that Clarkdale camera. I'm watching them stop right now. Everybody is stopping for that tornado. You can see the sky getting dark there. Let's go full screen on that. There you go. Sky's getting dark there. Wind's kicking up. Police have stopped traffic right there. People are getting out of their cars on the service road right now also. If that tornado is still there, it's going to cross right there at the top of your screen. I still don't know why cars are coming down.
My only explanation is that they couldn't get it shut off where they wanted it to get shut off, and they didn't want to stop people right there at Turl where that tornado could be coming across. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's probably 2 miles from I-55. That would put it about 3 miles from Turl.
Okay. We're going to stay with this for just a minute. Once again, if you're just now joining us, tornado has hit Wynn. Wynn has had substantial damage. Just looking at radar, we could see the debris signature. It was lofting the debris 7,000 or 9,000 feet up. That correlates. Let's go back to the, guys, let's go back to the, I want to go back to the weather camera. There you go. Let's stay with this just in case we see the tornado there at the top of the screen. What you're looking at here is Interstate 55. Police have shut down the northbound lanes. They're hopefully going to shut down the southbound lanes, and they're allowing this tornado to cross 55 without traffic going across it. You can see people getting out of their cars, probably just watching to see. These people are safe, so don't worry about them. They're not in the path. It's going to cross at the top of the screen there if it does.
That rotation is over I-55 right now, right there at 55 and Highway 42. That's going to be that first Turl exit as you're coming down I-55 before you get to the 55-555 split. So
hopefully we don't see a car accident from everybody stopping. I'm a little worried about that. Hopefully state police has blue lights way up there. If you know anybody on 55, call them, tell them to slow down, be aware of the situation that's going on right now. I'm getting reports that the high school at Wynn is damaged. This is unconfirmed. News, if y'all know anything more about this, but that the high school has some damage, the Methodist church, the Baptist church there.
I don't know if we have anybody headed to Wynn, but we probably need to get a crew or two headed to Wynn.
And once again, I want to say I don't have this confirmed, but it would not shock me at all. I am getting a report from a friend that there are some injuries down there. One second. All right. So let's go back to radar. We'll continue to watch that. Looks like they have shut down 55, at least northbound, and that is crossing the interstate. It's crossed now.
It's crossed I-55, and
so they could probably open that back up if they're listening.
There's going to be a new tornado warning that comes out for a small slither of Mississippi County. This is going to be well south of Osceola and Blytheville. This is going to be more over the open farmland in the river bottoms as it crosses out of Crittenden County and eventually cross over into northern parts of Shelby County, Tennessee. And
I tell you, now that that's crossed over 55, I would consider that outside of Region 8.
Looking back down to the south to that storm back in White County, it's severe thunderstorm warned. It's not as good. It doesn't look fantastic, but there is a little bit of rotation in it.
Oh yeah, down here.
So it's something that we have to watch as it moves out of White County into Woodruff County. But that is
something you brought up just a little bit ago. The last storm that came through,
it
did the same thing. Tornado warned, weakened, went back tornado warned. So
and it went through a cycle. It would tighten up and it would lose its circulation. Next time it cycled, it got a little bit stronger, and it just kept getting stronger and stronger until it put down what looks like a significant tornado that went through the middle of when?
Do we have Jace now? I'm going to widen this out. We still have some storms through the Boot Hill. These aren't severe. Got some rain over in Izard County. Did you say we do have Jace? All right, let's go to Jace. Do we have his audio yet? All right, Jace, what have you seen so far? We're getting a lot of reports, but they're just unconfirmed.
Well, when I was driving through Wynn, I saw a lot of trees down. I also tried to get into downtown Wynn. They had that shut off. I was not able to make any phone calls. All the phone lines were disconnected, so I came outside of Wynn. I'm about 5 miles outside of Wynn right now, or 2 or 3 miles outside of Wynn, just so I could make phone calls. A first responder said that if you don't have to be in Wynn, don't be.
Okay. Do they know another storm's coming, Jace?
There was also I did tell them, and so did a few other storm chasers, where they're also informing them that there is another potentially severe storm moving through.
All right. What's your game plan now? I know that storm is back there. I'm getting reports. I don't know if you saw any of this. They may not have let you through there, but I'm getting reports that there's been damage at the high school, and probably if it's the high school, somebody said the Methodist church and the Baptist church. I would think that would be Wynn Baptist. That's over there by the high school. Did you see any damage around the high school area?
I did not, but I also don't know my way around Wynn too much. I was on back roads, residential areas. Fortunately, I didn't see any damages to houses. I did see a tree laid over on this lady's house. She was okay. So I didn't see really much in the way of residential damage, at least from where I was. There was a lot of large trees and a lot of power lines down over the road.
Okay. All right, Jace, continue to keep us updated. Try to see what you can find out, and also get back to us.
We're getting reports of there is an overturned vehicle on I-55 at the 19-mile marker. So this storm has crossed 55. They're pretty sure that a tornado crossed over I-55 right there at Turl.
Jace, are you still there? Jace.
I am, yes.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me tell you, the high school has been hit. The high school has been hit, and there are some homes with major over there. So I would head that direction, even if you have to go on foot.
Hey, if y'all wouldn't mind, come to me.
Let's go to
because
I'm headed back into Wynn.
Yeah, do that. Appreciate it, Jace.
This is a photo that meteorologist Zach Holder tweeted out from somebody that sent him a video in Wynn. This is a home in Wynn that's missing, that it's destroyed. You can see all of the debris there. The people who were inside this home, Zach says, took shelter in a bathtub, and they are okay. So that is good news there. We have major damage.
Hi everyone, I'm meteorologist Leah Hill, bringing you some updates to today.
Meteorologist Tracy Frank is out and about in the 5 on your side weather. Canceled, but even so, as we look farther to the southwest, see what's coming up here, not too far away from Reynolds and Iron County, another patch of stuff going on here with some heavier thunderstorms trying to lift towards the north and to the northeast. So it's a very active weather afternoon. A lot of cloud to ground lightning with this, especially with the storms that are to our north. There will be more development as we head through the afternoon hours. And really, our front right now is still, it's still back here to the west. So we still have a few more opportunities after this first wave to see some additional development. And that's when the winds actually get stronger aloft. So this is something we have our eyes on this afternoon, something we're continuing to monitor, but the threat is real. You know, I think most of us are not going to see widespread severe weather, but there's also that potential that any one of these storms can spin up and drop a tornado at any time. So, Gary, I know we continue to see, we've got the storm tracker. Tracy's out in the storm tracker right now, and you're looking at the velocity.
Well, and I wanted to show kind of what you mentioned earlier, how that tornado warning has been allowed to expire and turned into a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's talk about why, just to give you an idea of why we switch back and forth, because you can start to see when I just mentioned to you this area specifically south of Paynesville here. Watch this little green-red area. That's what was warned for that tornado warning. And I'll pause this now. You can start to see right where I left the arrow, and I'll circle it here for you again. That's where the brief burst of over 60-mile-an-hour wind is now. And that, as it has turned away from the tornado, still possible, right? But there's more of a wind threat. And that's why that has been allowed to change into a severe thunderstorm warning upstream. I do want to look a little further south where we still have those active tornado warnings. And you don't have those two colors notched up against each other, which indicates that rotation. And even as I scan this the last 45 minutes, you can look at it specifically and look how it's weakened a little bit. You have the darker shade of blue here, and I'll once again point to it for you because that is the area specifically that was warned for that. It's starting to come down with each scan. And of course, that's something that we note specifically for those tornado warnings. These are all radar indicated. They have not been spotted. We have seen some lower, interesting looking clouds, and we're going to continue to see this as this gets closer. Here as I flash the radar back up, because as we continue to monitor that specific threat, what we're going to notice here, as Scott has been mentioning, not only a line from north to south, but as we zoom in on the city specifically, there are a few of these storms that are even closer to the radar, right over Cottleville, where you're likely seeing that nickel-sized hail, dime-sized hail, and it's raining really hard very quickly. You're going to see that brief burst of rain. But that is the main story for us right now as we monitor these severe weather threats. Wind, and still behind this, you have that front, as Scott has mentioned, in central Missouri. And until we really get past sunset, which is really basically when this tornado watch expires, we're going to continue to see this threat. Now, in our Weather First Storm Tracker, meteorologist Tracy Henson has an update outside. She's been driving not only south of the storm in Troy, which was tornado warned. So there's probably some weird looking clouds you've shown from all those cameras in the storm tracker. Good afternoon, Tracy.
Alrighty, Gary. So we've been pretty much in between those storms. We've had tornado warnings to our south, we've had tornado warnings to our north, and we're kind of driving kind of in between them here. Let me go ahead and show you to the front. So right now I'm in O'Fallon, and these storms, it's not switching on me. Looks like we're frozen. But we're going to go ahead and reset our camera gear, and we're going to show you. We're in some heavy rainfall right now. You can probably hear it here. This is a storm system near O'Fallon. It is slowing down traffic. There are a lot of people on the roads though right now. So if you can wait to get on the roads, I would certainly do so because it is slow going, and if one of these storms turns severe, it's going to be a mad rush to see people get off the roads here.
All right, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. And Tracy's being safe out there. She knows where to go and where to. So the two tornado warnings, one here moving out of northern portions of Calhoun County into Greene County. And then this cell down here, the one we're really honed in on, still has a little more impressive circulation, if you will. This is down into the area of southeastern Franklin County. Here it is right now, moving to the northeast, still at about 65 miles per hour, producing some hail with it. Certainly we've had reports earlier of some wall clouds with this. Wouldn't be surprised if it's still not producing that. The environment's favorable. Moving towards Cedar Hill. Cedar Hill, you're not under a warning now. But we are expecting to see, potentially this warning extended into Franklin County, or some warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, if not a tornado warning. Here's that other storm that's now coming out of Dent County, moving into southeastern Crawford County and into Washington, as we mentioned a few minutes ago. That was nearby Burnham. It's already up almost to Highway 8 right now and moving to the northeast very quickly. So these storms are racing northeastbound. The environment is such that it is very favorable for these storms to rotate and for severe weather to occur. What has happened in the last couple of hours, we've had several tornadoes reported on the ground up in Iowa. We've had several tornadoes in Arkansas. And, you know, if you've been with us this week, especially yesterday, we were beginning to focus into that area from Quincy to the north and also the area from the Boot Heel to the south. And that's the area that has seen the worst of it so far today. But we've also had our fair share of large hail and some damaging winds. And even after the thunderstorms get through this evening, the winds are going to be strong overnight, very gusty, taking us into early tomorrow morning. So the number of power outages, more likely than not, will be on the increase. Right now, this tornado warning here across mainly Greene County, that is still a storm that's rotating. We still have our tornado warning here for that small part of southeastern Franklin County. Looks like that's getting close to moving into Lonedale right now. In fact, we'll get a little bit closer and just kind of look at some of the areas. That's really the most impressive signature we're seeing at this point. And we're reasonably close to the radar. So we've got a pretty good view of this storm, at least reasonably so. Quarter-size hail in Troy, reported in Troy, and also some trees down up into parts of Lincoln County. So you're looking here, this is this area, Piney Park to Mount Hope, probably looking at a circulation or wall cloud in this area. If there were going to be a tornado, this is the area where we're seeing the tighter circulation. So again, this is pushing towards the east. This is the Jefferson County, Franklin County line. So this is Highway 30 or Hendricks Road going out of Jefferson County, going back into Franklin County. And then you look down Highway FF. So again, these are the areas where if you're in this area, you should be in your safe place. In this particular situation, if you're on the first floor in a bathroom or a closet, you've got your shoes on, you're protecting your head, you know, should there be any damage, you're good. These storms are not showing what we've seen in Arkansas and what we've seen up in Iowa. We have not seen that here today, and that is a good thing. Down here west of Potosi, very rural area along Highway 8 going west of Potosi through the Mark Twain Forest here. Just west and northwest of Shirley, that's where you're getting the largest hail right now. A lot of lightning with these storms, too, as they continue to move to the northeast. And again, there is more development back to our west even after these storms move through. One storm that doesn't have a warning on it right now, but is still a strong storm, is the one that's in Troy, moving to the east-northeast. So again, might see some quarter-size hail up towards Ellsbury, and, you know, between Winfield and Ellsbury along Highway 79 as that's rapidly moving off to the east and northeast. And the thing of it is, it's not going to last very long because we see these things moving so fast, you know, it doesn't last very long. So there's still some rotation with these various storms, including that one up in Greene County, but they're all just kind of transient rotations. They come, they go, and they're not particularly tight at any point. So it's hard to say if they're going to produce a tornado or not. Again, while these storms are moving in and moving through, the potential is there for severe weather. That potential is going to continue until about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. Once this first line gets through, after this first line gets through, then we have to evaluate what's going to happen back farther to our west and southwest as the
but a lot of damage as well. As you can see, I'm gonna get up here to this where I can park, but right here is the church I believe Ron was talking about.
I think that's
earlier.
the Methodist church.
And then this is just looking down towards Wynn, or towards think I'm looking south here.
Goodness gracious. Are those
I'm gonna
homes to
park
the left
in the
right
church
there?
parking lot.
I'm trying to orient myself.
They
on,
are, yes.
I'm trying
It
to orient
appears so.
myself on where you are right now. So is Highway 1 in front of you? Is that Highway 1 down there?
I believe so. Yeah, it is.
Okay. Goodness gracious, those homes there.
This is a residential.
I know exactly where you're at right there.
And while you're talking, I just want to make sure that people in evening shade, you're taking your tornado precautions right now. You're not under a tornado warning, but this storm it's closer to Mount Pleasant now. If you're in Mount Pleasant, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Crossing Highway 69 there that goes between Melbourne and Cushman, right over Mount Pleasant. Needmore, eventually moving into parts of Sharp County. In evening shade, you're not in the tornado, but this storm will be in your area quickly, and it's hard to see what kind of rotation we have. We're just in a very bad spot. You can see that there is some rotation still with this storm, but this tornado warning remains in effect for parts of Izzard, Sharp, and Independence County. And I can call the all clear for Independence. This is not going to move through Independence County, so parts of Izzard County and moving into southwestern Sharp County. This is where this storm is now.
I can't hear you. Overcast. I can't hear you.
And this will continue into, if this holds together and they issue a new tornado warning, this would include Sharp County. This would include evening shade. It would probably include parts of Cave City as well, but this would go north of Cave City, back out towards Poughkeepsie, down Highway 58 and back towards the Strawberry River as it heads back towards to the west, or towards the east, excuse me.
That is some really bad damage. I hope everybody's okay. You're looking at the wind area right now. Jace Passmore is there in the storm tracker. Oh, goodness. All right, like I said, we're trying to balance out what has happened with what's going on now. We're going to continue to keep you updated on wind. Let's go to radar. And here's the latest on this. Let's clear this off, put a new storm track on it. What'd you say this speed was on it?
55.
Okay, it's losing. It's a lot of that rotation, isn't it?
It is, but I don't trust it just yet because we're just so far from the radar right now.
Evening shade 548 if it holds together. Smithville at 605. I don't want to scare anybody in Andyville, Imboden, Richwoods, or anything like that. Just giving you an idea of when this storm is going to be there. They have not extended the tornado warning out yet. Let's look at the wind on it. Zoom down. Yeah, I see what you mean. You don't really want to trust it just yet. They will probably let that tornado warning expire, is my guess.
I'm going to ask them what the plan is, if it's downstream or...
Other locations, that storm that was heading toward wind is just kind of falling apart, thank goodness. It's not even going to rain and wind, so that's good. Rescue efforts are going to continue. It's hard to give people the all clear. I know Poinsett County was wondering if they can send people down. This isn't too concerning right now. If you want to, if you're a first responder and they're needing help still, you could probably send some people down there, and hope that this just stays calm over there.
Emerson Ambulance is sending 2 units from Jonesboro down to Wynn for help.
All right. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Let's go back out here. So have they said anything about this storm yet?
No, they haven't responded direct just yet.
If we can get this storm to calm down, we're going to see our night calm down quite a bit. We need it to calm down. Thankfully, it looks like the rain is not going to come in to win for the rescue efforts there. We've got about another hour and 15 minutes of daylight down there also. That's going to help out. But they're going to have to do a lot of door-by-door checking on people.
And if you don't have to be in wind, if you're not a responder, you're just trying to go and look at
let's not do that.
At damage, don't go to wind tonight. There's enough damage. Power's out in town. All the stoplights are out. There's major damage all throughout wind. So to help out people and make sure that people are okay, do not go down to wind unless you are a first responder going down to help with rescue efforts down in wind.
All right, I'm just seeing if we got anything else here. Somebody said that was the high school auditorium that we were looking at. Stand by. I'm just reading a lot of the tweets.
Ryan, a lot of people are just getting home from work, and we've been watching these supercell storms develop throughout the afternoon. Where did this tornado start? Where did the track start?
Boy, you know, was this the one? This was the second one.
This was the second tornado warning that came out from Little Rock after the first one.
Yeah, so
And
it wasn't the same storm that hit Little Rock. It was the one that came back behind it.
I don't think it did not start producing a tornado until it moved into Cross County. So probably right there as it got onto the outskirts of Wynn, dropped that tornado. Well, we had that wall cloud in St. Francis County, and then probably somewhere to the southwest of Wynn, and just kind of just touched down, and it stayed on the ground probably all the way crossed into Tennessee.
Yeah.
And is this just one tornado, or could there have been two?
No, that was one, I
was just
believe, in
one.
Wynn. Just looking at some of the video that's coming through, Wynn's going to have a tough time.
You know, we're talking about two populated areas today. We have Little Rock that was hit by a tornado. We have Wynn that was hit by a tornado. The Weather Service hasn't said any more about the tornado warning in Izard County. That storm has almost moved entirely out of the warning and moved into Sharp County. Still, some heavy rain, lightning in Sharp County, evening shade to Ash Flat over to Poughkeepsie, and that stretches back up towards Cherokee Village. But as soon as they'll probably let that warning expire. It expires at 6:15. They should probably drop that warning before too long as that moves out of the area. We have some light showers in southern parts of Jackson County. That was that tornado warning we were looking back in parts of White County a little bit earlier. That now has really just fizzled out, and that's just some rain showers around Beattyville and Tupelo over to Fisher. We've had some showers in Jonesboro. We've had some showers in parts of Dunklin and Pemiscot and New Madrid counties. Those are not severe. And the only severe storm that we have is down south of Pine Bluff. They have gone ahead and let that tornado warning expire, or they've canceled the tornado warning for Izard and Sharp County. So that is no longer a threat at this time across Izard and Sharp County. So give you the wide view. If we can go to Max 2 right quick. And let's give you the wide view. We are now without a tornado warning. We do not have severe thunderstorm warnings in RegNet. We just have some rain showers over Sharp County and then back over parts of Jackson and Poinsett County.
Aaron, I have Richard Dennis, the police chief of Wynn, on the phone. If we want to go live to him, if you have a moment here, he can talk to us. Hey, Chief, it's Chris here. Can you just tell us, this is Chief Dennis, Richard Dennis with the Wynn Police Department. Can you just kind of describe what's going on down there?
Now we're gathered up at the city hall, sending people out. Our city's kind of cut in half right now, impassable north and south. It looks like the tornado come in from the west, up West Union, and travel directly east and come out over on 64 Highway.
I know you said earlier there's a lot of search and rescue going on. What does that look like here? We're seeing live pictures now. A lot of destruction. Do you know how many people are trapped? Any injuries, fatalities being reported tonight?
We do have some entrapment and there is some injuries.
All right. And you've got crews coming in from all over. Looking at the damage, it looks like probably people should be staying in their homes, avoiding the area.
Yes, correct. We've got that. We've got other local responding agencies coming. Looks like Fort City Fire, Fort City PD, St. Francis County Sheriff's Office, Cross County Sheriff's Office, several other local agencies, Arkansas Game and Fish, State Police, they're all here.
Is there one area of town that is the hardest hit, or is it just kind of widespread?
It's wide. If you come from the west side of town up West Union, heading directly east, pretty wide path. It's, like I said, it's a lot of destruction.
Yeah. Any words of advice to people tonight? Is there a shelter set up where people who can go right now?
Yes, they will need to call Cross County Dispatch at 238-5700. I do believe there's one set up the Bridge Church as well as the Cowboy Church, but they'll need to call the Sheriff's Dispatch Center first.
All right. Chief, I know you are busy. I appreciate you jumping on the phone here with us here tonight. We will check in with you here a little later. We'll let you get back to what you need to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, so you guys just heard from Police Chief Richard Dennis there in Wynn, where he says widespread destruction came up West Union, east of town, kind of all over. Couple of takeaways. We do know that there are multiple injuries being reported there as when you saw that damage. We've got multiple crews headed that way. We just learned that Jonesboro Police are sending officers down to Wynn to help tonight. We know that there are 2 shelters being set up. We do know that there are 2 shelters being set up in Wynn, the Bridge Church and the Cowboy Church. I'm going to give you a phone number here. I know you might not have something to write down with, but type this into your phone if you can right now. It's 870-238-5700. If you are in need of any sort of services tonight or a place to go, you will need to call that number. Those are for the Cross County Dispatch, and they will help get you the services or shelter that you need. But Aaron,
Chris,
this is just absolutely devastating.
That shot right there, that is of Wynn High School. Wow. There is the water tower that's in the background. If you ever go to football games at Wynn, that's the water tower you see. That's the Wynn High School right there. That took a hit today with that tornado. That's that church that's right next to the high school. A lot of people who that know football. A lot of football people go to Wynn and watch football games at Wynn. This is right there coming off of Highway 1. You can see it just kind of came right across Highway 1 right there through the middle of town and just went straight over the campus of Wynn High School.
And we know, sorry, Diana, you were going to say.
The ham radio operator, Ashley Daffrin, has said that she can confirm EMT and rescue personnel as far north as Clay County, they're being called to Wynn right now.
Yeah, and you guys, obviously, we're seeing people out walking around through this damage here. We know that power lines are down and probably power out, but you can't take any chances with this. As you see power lines hanging there, it is best to stay where you are and not get out and try and assess the damage.
I would assume pretty soon they're going to cut power to everything down there. Is how that typically would do, where nothing back feeds through.
And we know that there are a lot of resources. We heard Forest City Fire, Forest City Police Department, Crittenden County. We know Jonesboro Police are sending officers down there. We know Emerson Ambulance. Harrisburg is sending EMTs. Greene County.
St. Francis County.
St. Francis County. It's coming from all over. But again, I want to just point out that number that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. If you live in Cross County or Wynn and you are impacted by this tornado, it's 870-238-5700. That's going to be the dispatch center there in Cross County. A dispatcher will be able to get you hooked up with services. But this is just, the images are heartbreaking here, and we know that there are multiple injuries and there are lots of people still trapped in this.
Tremendous force there. Ryan, when you look at that, what do you think as far as, is this an EF2, EF3 that hit the area?
You know, judging off of what we saw on radar, debris was being lofted at least 7,000 or 9,000 feet. Some indications maybe higher than that. And just looking at just the video that I'm seeing here, I initially thought EF2. I would have to sit there. I'd have to look at I'm thinking EF2 though. Yeah. There might be some areas that are EF3. Weather Service will have to get there, and they have to look at a lot of stuff. Like, you just can't look at a big pile of debris and think, okay, well, this is going to be EF3 or 4 or whatever. They have to go there and look at the structural integrity of things. How you attach a roof to a house and how you anchor a house to the foundation.
They're probably going to look at Wynn High School and take a look at the damage there.
It will be a good damage indicator because.
And you can see electric crews now showing up, obviously, to presumably start shutting off the power that is still able to be used.
And you don't want to go there and drive around because, as we know, after the Jonesboro tornado, there are nails, there are power lines down. It is hazardous. You do not want to go there.
It looks like that's an iPad that may have blown out the church or the school or one of the businesses. There's a lot of damage in Wynn. If you were just thinking, I'm going to go down and look at the damage, tonight's not the night to do that. We have crews there. Jace Passmore's down there, meteorologist Jace Passmore. Griffin Demarade's on his way to Cross County. We will show you the pictures here on TV and let the people there in Wynn do the work. Let the rescuers and the emergency crews do their work, make sure that everybody's okay, and then try to get some of this stuff picked up, try to get some of the roads passable again. But Wynn's going to need help in the coming days. Tonight, if you're just trying to go down and look, it's not the night to go down to Cross County.
No, that's just a great point, Aaron, is, a lot of people just want to go down and help. You just want to go and do something. Let the first responders, let the trained first responders get down there, help people out. We do have people entrapped right now. So you're going to have to get first responders in there, and it's kind of like a vehicle. You get in there with spreaders, and you get people out of these houses.
This is a tweet that was just sent in a few minutes ago from Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She has activated the Arkansas National Guard for all the damaged areas in the state to assist Arkansas State Police around the state of Arkansas. So the National Guard will most likely be coming into Wynn soon. The governor has activated them, and so there's some extra help that will be coming.
All right, just kind of going through some of the pictures.
That's a picture that's looking from Yellow Jacket Stadium there back to the high school. And by the time the tornado rolled through, I'm guessing students were back home from school.
Yeah, I think so. All right, let's give you a quick look at radar. By the way, where the tornado crossed at I-55, traffic has stopped there, it looks like. Still, I don't know if there's damage or tree. We had vehicles blown over, didn't we?
Yeah, there's some vehicles blown over. It looks like parts of I-55 is blocked. I'm guessing that's what that shows.
Yeah, so if you guys want to pull up iDrive here in a minute, this rain here is completely fizzling out. That is a good thing. This storm we're going to have to watch doesn't look severe right now. Tornado warning has expired. We're watching this. Oh, man, I didn't know we got a tornado warning south of here also.
Yeah, but hopefully that
should stay all south
of us and go
up. If you have any
plans
Memphis. To Memphis, keep an eye on that one. That should stay south of us, south of Wynn. This is transitioning into a post-storm coverage type of deal, and unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with damage through the. The
only storm we'll have to watch is that storm that's in Sharp County, and it's moving fast. So before too long.
Oh yeah, look.
Is that I-55?
Yeah.
So that's I-55 south of Turl. Traffic is stopped or at least moving very slowly in each direction.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we had some reports of vehicles overturned there or something.
Up there around Turl Highway exit 19. Let me turn on the exits here. And so yeah, there's 17, 18, about in that area.
That thing's still putting down a tornado in Tennessee. Same storm that hit Wynn is still putting down a tornado in Tennessee.
Yeah, just south of Covington, Tennessee. We were watching that storm when it came out of Woodruff County. Is that going to be the storm that produces the long track tornado? And we were talking, we may have just one or two storms that produce the tornadoes today. And we've had this one storm that's produced this tornado, and we had the other storm that went through Little Rock that produced the tornado.
He was sending down some drone video to us of the damage. If we can look for that, Ron, I would certainly appreciate it. Spencer, what do you have?
This is definitely on the ground, no doubt in my mind, because look at Highway 51 right here. If you are along and south of Highway 51, again, this is the rotation right over your area. I'll draw it for you. This is the tornado right here. That is the tornado. It's moving toward Old Memphis Road. There's the latest scan. That is definitely on the ground near the Green Hills area. Tornado emergency, Green Hills community, along Highway 51. Yeah. Quail Creek, this is Tipton County. Again, tornado emergency just north of Mount Carmel. And that is as clear a signature as you can have on radar as far as debris is concerned.
Yeah, and Spencer, that looks, we've not seen a signature that ominous move through the area in quite some time, especially with rotation that's been holding together for miles and miles. And so a couple of areas of rotation, but again, crossing 51 right now in Tipton County near the town of Covington. If you are anywhere in that area, I want you in your storm shelter right now. Wait for this cell to pass. Let's show you the big picture here, because we've got one active cell. This is about to move into Haywood County, or is already starting to move into Haywood County, but now more activity developing just to the southwest and south of I-40. That's moving in our direction. And I'm going to take a little look at this, because that's getting closer, starting to pick up some speed. And if that continues to move off in the direction that it is moving now without taking a bit of a right turn, that's going to bring that. It's about 110 miles away before it gets into northeastern DeSoto County. So about a couple of hours away, that cell intensifying and moving to the east-northeast rapidly. So now the focus will shift to the south of the I-40 corridor. This afternoon, the majority of the focus has been just to the north. And Memphis and Shelby County, virtually unscathed by any weather today. We've seen little of anything in the way of rainfall. Spencer, what do you have?
There's debris being wafted 13,000 feet high. This is a tornado on the ground being reported by multiple people, and this is a tornado emergency for portions of Tipton County. Again, this is right along College Street right now, so tornado going over College and South Main Street at the moment. And again, we're talking about a huge debris signature with this. This is going to do major damage. If you're in the gift community, please go to your safe place, because this is one of those situations, Ron, where these type of storms can be dire for folks in the path of them, and they need to pay close attention to what's happening.
Yeah, Spencer, we are getting visual confirmation from the sheriff of Tipton County that there is a tornado on the ground. This is the same cell that did extensive damage to Wynne, Arkansas, and is now moving through Tipton County. Tornado on the ground right now. Get into your storm shelter. Get into the safest place within your home. Let's take a look at that debris signature, because it was lofting debris about 13,000 feet up. You can see a little area right there. That's that debris ball. There's the hook. It's basically doing damage and then lifting that into the atmosphere, whether that be tree limbs, shingles, 2x4s, what have you. It is being lifted into the atmosphere, and that's what the radar is confirming. So we take a look at the velocity on this. Wow, look at that, right over the town of Covington. Looks like it is just now beginning to cross 55, moving off to the east. Let's see if I can zoom in a little tighter. I want to put a track on this, and you see it right there. I'm going to go to the next rad because I want a cone track on this. Let's come back. Spencer, if you see something, feel free to jump in. But right now, I'm going to track this to give folks their first alert as to where this is going to go. And that's from that vortex moving off to the east-northeast. Did this show any signs of making a right turn or a right move? That's an indication. Whenever we see it moving northeast, it may just take a right turn a little bit, on almost a 90-degree turn. That's an indication that the storm itself is intensifying and intensifying rapidly. And as we take a look on our first alert Doppler radar, that is a potent cell that is definitely showing some intensification. Spencer?
Yeah, it might be turning just a tad to the right now. I'm still watching it very close. I did notice something, Ron, that I've not seen before ever on our link system, and that is a TDS extent. So that's basically telling us the debris is extending a certain number of miles. It's saying almost 11 miles is how long the debris is extending in the air. 11 miles worth of debris being lofted into the air right now. So if you are in, again, this is moving right through the city of Covington right now. Let's see, let's go back and Let me go back to the velocity. Yeah, this is on the southeast side of Covington is where we're seeing that signature, very strong signature right now. And Ron, it looks like it's along Highway 54 East. This is Highway 54, the Burnett Lane area, the Solo Road area, Ray Lane. If you are in any of these areas, I pray that you are in your safe spot. If you're in Cotton Lake and Antioch, you need to be in your, and look, just like that, it's already moved into that area. This thing is moving at about 60 miles per hour, so we need to give major heads up. Oakview, Christmasville, Brownsville, you all need to be in your safe spot because this is heading your way.
Get to your storm shelter now. This is a tornado emergency. If you are in Tipton County near the town of Covington, get to your storm shelter now. If you are anywhere in Covington or east of Covington, stop watching television and go to your storm shelter now. If you had any plans whatsoever to head out, stay where you are. Haywood County, same thing. Stay where you are. Stay in the safety of your home. Let this cell pass you by. Tornado watch now goes until has been extended for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. So now this tornado watch is going to continue now until 1 a.m. So tornado watch for much of western Tennessee, northeastern Mississippi until 1 a.m. But we're with you on the air right now because of a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is coming from first responders in that area. A classic hook echo right now on the radar. This is moving off to the east at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to put a new track on this. I want to give folks their first alert just outside of this, where it may be going. And did you notice it just updated quickly? That's how fast it's moving. 6 minutes now before it gets into Orisa. Tibbs, 18 minutes away. There's your first alert. If you are in the path of this storm, seek shelter immediately. Tabernacle, it is just to the north of you, but not safe to come out now. Stay where you are. It looks like it is now crossed. There may even be another little vortex right here just to the east of 55 or west of 55. Let me put a track on that because it looks like this little area right here is headed towards Solo in the next 4 minutes. We'll see it get into Durhamville in 13 minutes, 19 minutes from Nutbush, 22 minutes before it moves into Tibbs. Do we have any cameras in those areas? Melissa? Do we have any cameras in the Tipton County area that we can show visual? Okay, we're looking for camera so we can bring you some images right now. I can tell you this, the images that are coming out of Wynne, Arkansas, they're impactful. They took a hard hit. We have, what do we have from Millington? Let's see it. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, this is from Millington Fire. This is a great picture. Look at this. This is a supercell thunderstorm. You can see the lowering of that cloud coming down, that wall cloud dropping down.
There's the rain shaft.
There it is. That is, Melissa? Okay, that was on the Tipton-Shelby line as it was moving through. That was probably about 30 minutes ago, right around 5:15, 5:30, I think, as it was coming through there. And that had not tornadoed, but look, it's starting to come together right there. So now on the left side of the screen, as they're going back and forth, that's likely the hail core that was in the middle, large hail coming down. But that area that's in the center of the screen now, there's your center of rotation. That is a supercell thunderstorm rotating. You can almost see the counterclockwise swirl in the clouds. That darker area, likely the hail core. You even see a little bit of what looks like green in there. That's the light coming through, shining through some of the hail that's within that. Spencer, what are you looking at on the link system? That's approaching Antioch right now.
Yeah, it's moving into Antioch right now. This is the debris ball. So this is likely the debris being lofted into the air from the tornado. Again, we're still looking at that video, but
let's go to Spencer.
Yeah, we have a debris ball right here. Again, another classic signature of a tornado on radar right now. This is in northeastern Tipton County, about to enter into portions of southeastern Lauderdale County and northwestern Haywood County. So it's kind of in that tri-county area right there where all three of those meet between Cotton Lake and Antioch. So this area, this big area of rotation, there it is. That's the tornado. That's the debris being lofted right now, and I want to show you this. So in between the Orsa and Cotton Lake areas, if you are in Lebanon, if you are in St. Peters, Macedonia, Brownsville, Oakview, you all need to be in your safe place, in a shelter, in the sturdiest part of your home, in the center of your home. This is a tornado emergency for northeastern Tipton and now into portions of Haywood County. This is again going to go into portions of western Haywood County and then clipping a small portion of southeastern Lauderdale County. If you're in the Christmasville to Brownsville area, this is going your direction right now. I just drove through this area not long ago, and I know a lot of folks that there's a lot of farming communities out there, and I want you folks to go ahead and go to your safe place now. But Ron, this is a massive, massive debris signature showing up right now.
Yeah, gather up your family, get to your storm shelter. Lebanon, here's your first alert. You have this cell that is moving in your direction. This is a life-threatening supercell thunderstorm that is rapidly moving to the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. As a matter of fact, the last track I put on just a few minutes ago already cleared out. Let's track it again. Brownsville, this is coming in your direction. This is going to be crossing Highway 70 within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Active tornado warning right now that's going to go until 6:30. But I want to track the area of rotation, which seems to be right here. That is classic, textbook, hook echo. It's moving off to the east, northeast. I'll tell you what, maybe I'll put a little bit of a northeasterly spin on that. But if you are anywhere near any of these communities, Arisa, Tibbs, Allens, Johnson's Grove, I want you in your storm shelter right now. If you have children, make sure you get them in the lowest floor of your home in a center location. Take their bicycle helmets. Put their bicycle helmets on. Make sure everybody has their shoes on. Make sure you have identification on you as well. Just in the event that things get hairy, where you are, you want to be prepared. Maybe even take along a bottle of water, but you have a few minutes now to get through this or to get to your safe space before this comes into play. I think we're also seeing some large hail within this starting to develop. The radar's having a tough time even rectifying that. Looks like it was coming down just under an inch per hour as it crossed 55 near Covington, right around an inch per hour, and just to the west of that, or right around an inch in size. And then just to the west of that. So this has a history of producing some large hail with it as well. But right now, it is the tornado threat that is the main concern, and it is in this area right here. That seems to be the vortex that is just to the east of Covington, Tennessee, and that is about 7 miles to the east of Covington and 51, Highway 51. Brownsville, you are in the path of this storm, so seek shelter immediately. Take a look once again on our first alert Doppler radar, NEXRAD data. Wow, that's a heck of a debris signature that's coming in there. This is also producing a tremendous amount of lightning, which is also an indicator of large hail. Just on this view, 136 strikes of lightning with this cell. And just to reset, take a look at the big picture. Not a lot going on in northern Mississippi. You've had a good day so far. High risk remains, however. Now, 2 active tornado warnings just to our west and southwest. This is the area we gave you your first alert to earlier that was going to start firing up as we got into the evening hours, and that's the way it's playing out right now. And even though these cells are outside the Action News 5 coverage area, I want to put a track on them to give you your first alert on where these are going to go. It looks like this one's going to ride right along 40, maybe just to the south of it. So Wheatley, 4 minutes away. Goodwin, 10 minutes. Palestine, 18 minutes. Forest City, Madison, Pond, Round Pond, Heath, and Hughes. between now and about the next 45 minutes, this tornado-warned cell will move through your community. Another cell coming in just behind it. I'm going to track it from
Hey,
the
Ron,
leading
that
edge
cell's
of
going
intensity.
70.
70. I'm tracking that at 50. I'm putting the wrong times on there. Let me go update. Spencer, take it.
Yeah, that's 70 mile per hour.
Wow.
That thing is going to roll into portions of Lee and Phillips County. So heads up, you have a tornadic cell heading your way. Now, I wanted to show you real quick, this cell that has been coming out of eastern Arkansas, it now has a 110 mile path of rotation. That is a possible tornado or multiple tornadoes on the ground. Not sure if it was the entire time, but it has been rotating for 110 miles. If you are in this area of northern Tipton and now Haywood County, you need to be in your safe space. But that cell now, we're going to watch those cells to the southwest, Ron, and I'm going to go back to you, but I want to point out, my wife was just telling me the sun is out here in Shelby County, and we have these cells coming into a very ripe environment there to our southwest. So we need to really pay attention to these cells because I don't think they're going to weaken anytime soon.
Madison and Gibson County now under a tornado warning. I'm coming to you in just a moment, but I've got an updated track. Sean, can you take Max 2? Sean is our director in the booth. He's controlling all of the technology we're using right now. And I've just asked him to do something that takes a minute, but this is tracking it at 70 miles per hour. We are tracking this vortex, tornado-warned cell, tracking it from the area of circulation. It will move into Marvell in 27 minutes. That's moving at 70 miles per hour. And even if a tornado is not there, the fast movement of this cell itself has a potential to create straight line wind damage. So this is definitely a serious situation. And now the focus shifting to the south of the I-40 corridor. 25 minutes from Marvell, 40 minutes before it moves into Helena, 52 minutes from Tunica. Senatobia, you've got just over an hour to get ready for this cell to move into your community. And keep in mind, we've got a lot of instability and energy that's still untapped in northern Mississippi. So we could see these fast moving cells intensify rapidly. And with this track, it will likely bring it into Memphis in just under an hour and a half. Can we put a track on this other cell, this other tornado-warned cell that's just to the north of that? Because that's going to ride right along I-40. That, too, is moving at 70 miles per hour. So with that, this cell and tracking it from the vortex or the center of circulation, a rotating supercell thunderstorm, Brinkley, 4 minutes away. Go to your storm shelter now. Get there now. Lowest floor of your home, center of your home. 24 minutes from Forest City, 39 minutes before it moves into Hughes. It will move into West Memphis in 55 minutes. You have a little less than an hour to prepare for this to move in your direction. 64 minutes before it moves into Memphis. It is quite possible that Memphis will be impacted by by both of these cells. And as a matter of fact, can we do just one squall line track of both of these to the east, tracking at 70? Because I want to give everyone that may not deal with the tornado coming through, but will still have to deal with the supercell storm itself. Here's your first alert. We're tracking it again from that center of circulation. So you'll likely begin with some very light, moderate, and then rapidly intensifying rainfall. But Brinkley, 1 minute away. Forest City, 21 minutes. 28 minutes before it moves into Marianna. And again, we're tracking these two cells as just one complex system moving off to the east. West Memphis, 37 minutes away. It's going to move into Tunica in 49 minutes. Just over an hour before this impacts the city of Memphis and Shelby County. It will likely make its way into the downtown area about 10 minutes prior to that. 78 minutes before it gets into Collierville, and 83 minutes before we see this move into Blytheville. Spencer, do you have a track on that cell that's moving towards Haywood County right now?
Yeah, I do.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, in fact, the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, 1 to 10 is the scale. It's back up to a 7 now. So that is extremely concerning. Again, we probably likely have a tornado still on the ground heading toward the Christmasville area. So if you are in Christmasville, here's the rotation. Here is, let's go ahead and take these off, and I'll give you a better, a more clear view of this cell. Again, let's put a track on this one, and let's go out. Here's the center of circulation. We'll go up just a little bit. Christmasville, it's moving through right now. This is moving at about, again, 55 to 60 miles per hour. So we're talking Crossroads, 629, Owl City, 626, Rudolph, 622. So again, this is going to be bearing down on you very shortly. 632 Alamo, 633 Cypress, 634 in Nance. It's moving through the Oakville area right now. Let's look at the shear rate on this. Looks like the highest shear is right over St. Peter's. So that's where we're seeing the highest rotation in the Lebanon community. This is along Fulton Road, heading toward Highway 19 and Oakview. So if you're in those areas, again, just hunker down until this storm passes. If you're in the Oakview area, rotation, possible tornado moving over your area as we speak. This is just north of Brownsville, Tennessee, and Haywood County, and again heading toward the Christmasville area. Let me look at and you can still see lots of debris in the air. Some of this may just be being pushed away from the tornado, but certainly the debris signature right now is right over the Lebanon area. This is the Oakview area. And as we go back and look at velocity, there's actually, Ron, there might be two tornadoes there.
I was just about to say, we've got two areas of circulation there, Spencer.
Yeah. And,
two areas of circulation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not showing up. It's only showing one right now on the rotation detection, but there likely could be two.
Oakview, get to your storm shelter now. St. Peter's, it is on top of you. It is rapidly moving through. This will pass your community in the next 10 minutes, but right now, stay where you are. Do not move. Christmasville, it's coming your way. Rudolph, you're just a few minutes away before that moving in. Again, this cell moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Sean, I'm going to ask you to do a little camera work for me. Sean is our director in the booth. I want to take our High Five Midtown camera and I want to point it north. I want to see what the sky looks like to the north towards Tipton County. The camera itself is located at 1960 Union. We're looking to the west. We are now moving to the north. Let's scan the sky. Keep going, Sean. There we go. Look at that blue sky. Spencer, that's not good for us here in the city. Mm-mm. We've got blue sky and sunshine, and we've got cells moving in our direction. I can see the top of the sun. Keep going, Sean, to the left. To the right, excuse me. Go back to the right. I can see the top of the storm right there. You see that yellow area that you can see the cloud tops as we're looking almost due north, maybe slightly northeast. That's the cell right now that is impacting West Tennessee. Now, Sean, can you move that camera to the right or to the other direction? And we're going to look slightly southwest at the cells that are moving along 40 and just to the south and see what skies look like there. We're already seeing the rain shaft. Stop right there. Can you pop me in front of the camera? Is that possible? Here we come. In the clouds, looks like we're seeing a rain shaft develop here, and then as we go down, this is Union Avenue. We are looking to the west towards downtown. Now let's go back this direction, Sean, and let's take a look again. We're starting to see the striations in the clouds as the stronger storms are approaching. In the distance, those are the two supercells that are moving in our direction right now, and they are rapidly moving off to the east. That gives me a good view of what we're seeing from our camera here. Let's get back now to our first alert Doppler radar because we've got a lot of activity out there. Let me reset the scene for you. We have two areas that we're watching very, very closely. The first is a tornado emergency. This is now for Haywood County. This is moving on into Crockett County. We have confirmed tornado that moved through Tipton County. Tipton County Sheriff confirmed a tornado on the ground. This same cell moving now into Haywood County. Still a classic hook on there, and the lightning. Absolutely amazing the amount of lightning that this storm is producing. And by the way, notice these lightning strikes back to the west. Look, there's no precipitation here, but we've got lightning strikes that are hitting the ground That's why we tell you when thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike up to 10 miles from the core of the thunderstorm. And if you look at this, here's the core of the storm right there. And look at this, 10 to 15 miles away, we're getting lightning strikes. This is a very, very dangerous situation. But right now, it is the center of circulation or the potential tornado right here. And Spencer, do we have confirmation that the tornado is still on the ground?
Let me check and see. I haven't heard anything in the last little bit.
Let me see, because these storms, as they're moving in, moving out quickly and moving so quickly, the funnel
Rotating
can lift
wall
up.
cloud
Okay,
right now.
so rotating wall cloud. So with that in mind, I'm going to come back out and I want to track. I see a couple little areas. I tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to track this. Look, this area right here, this is the worst of it, right here. All right, so I'm going to put a track from the beginning of the most intense circulation, potentially strongest wind, and where we're likely in close proximity to the hail core. This is your first alert. Bells, it's 3 minutes away. Now you're already getting heavy rain, maybe even some small hail in there, but 3 minutes before the more significant wind, rainfall, and possible tornado move in your direction. Alamo, 5 minutes away, 7 minutes before it moves into Fruitvale, 11 minutes before it gets into Gadsden. We'll see it move into Windy City in 15 minutes, 19 minutes from Humboldt, 22 minutes in Carroll, 25 minutes before it moves into Medina. It's very important that you remain calm, that you get to your storm shelter, that you ride this out. Yes, this storm has a history of producing damage, but it has passed over a large swath of real estate here in the Action News 5 coverage area. As a matter of fact, covering a distance from inception all the way to where it is now, this has traveled almost 200 miles. We have confirmation of damage right around Wynne, Arkansas. And we have confirmation of the tornado on the ground. Do we have reports of damage in Tipton County yet? Yes. We do have reports of damage in Tipton County. So of the 200 miles that this cell has traveled, 2 specific locations of damage, but over that 167-mile swath, it's been mainly a lot of wind, very heavy rain, a lot of hail with this. So let's hope that this cell, as it continues to move outside the Action News 5 coverage area, continues to just produce that and no more damage within its path, but we can't let our guard down just yet. And I show you this just so you get an idea of how slim your chances are of being hit by a tornado. Because if you look at the big area, yeah, we've had a couple of big impacts, but the vast majority of the Action News 5 coverage area under a moderate and enhanced risk today, we only have 2 confirmed areas of damage in the Mid-South. That's good news for the overall area, terrible news for those communities that have been impacted. But I want you all to understand that your odds of being impacted or injured or even hit by a tornado are still rather slim. But we're still watching this area back here. That's moving at about 70 miles per hour. Are we still getting, are those cells still moving 70 just to the south of 40? We got any new information on that?
I think they are. I think they're still going at a pretty good clip. In fact, I've got a track on that, Ron.
Let's do it. Let's take it, Spencer.
Yeah, that cell, I'm really concerned about, especially the southern cell, because it's feeding off of all that warm, moist air with nothing in its way. So it's moving toward Marvell and Tunica. You are heads up near 7 o'clock. This will be into Tunica County. So if you are in Tunica, Lee, Phillips County, there has not been a warning extended into your area yet, but that is quickly coming. So if you are in any of those areas, you need to be prepared and be on high alert. And this will eventually, these storms roll into DeSoto and Tate counties. So within the next, I'd say, 2 hours, we'll be talking about some of those northwestern parts of Mississippi. And we're watching that cell moving into St. Francis County as well. It's not looking as bad. I think the cell to the south is actually cutting it off a little bit, although there's still some rotation with it. I'm not seeing as strong of a rotation as I am with this cell moving into Lee and Phillips County. So we'll have to watch that one closely, though, Ron, because some of these cells could eventually impact Shelby County as well.
All right, so Forest City, I want you in your storm shelter. Let's ride this out. Let's let it move on through. Let's get it out of there. If you're between Marvell and Mariana, get to your storm shelter. That cell will move through your community. Tunica, you've got some time to get there, but start thinking now. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to be when this cell moves through your community? And it will move through. It's moving at about 70 miles per hour. I'm working on getting you a new track on that at the 70. Can we do that? You got it? Sean, I'm going to ask you to bring up Max 2, if you don't mind, please. I want to put a new track on these 2 cells, and let's just track it. This is Max 1. Let's go to Max 2. And I tell you what, let's just track from the leading edge of the heavier precipitation, and we'll just treat these as 1, all right? So from that leading edge of heavier precipitation to the east and northeast, these are the communities that are going to be impacted over the next hour. I want you all in your storm shelters riding this out. Tornado warned cells, both of them. The one just to the north looks like it's weakening a little bit, but it's about to move into an environment that still has a lot of energy. So 7 minutes from Forest City, 11 minutes from Mariana, 24 minutes from Helena, 30 minutes from Tunica, 36 minutes before it gets into West Memphis, 47 minutes from Memphis, 55 minutes from Germantown, 61 minutes from Collierville. So folks from Helena to Collierville, you have time right now to download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, put it on your smartphone. If you have to go to your storm shelter, you're going to be able to continue to watch our coverage right there on your smartphone or your tablet without having to worry about, oh, am I missing something on television? The same coverage is going to come to you right there. I'd rather you be in your storm shelter than parked in front of the television watching this right now. But if you have that app, you're going to be in great shape. Make sure your weather radio is on and the volume is up in case power goes out. You're going to want multiple ways of getting any additional warnings or alerts that may be issued as a result of these 2 storms moving through. Have your shoes on, have identification with you, take along a bottle of water. If you have bicycle helmets, anything to protect your head, take that with you as well, and make sure you have something to protect your body in the event of these storms producing tornadoes and moving in your direction. So we're tracking this as, I know they're 2 individual cells, but I just want to give you your first alert to everyone who is in the path of these 2 cells. So that's what we're watching right now. Sean, let's go back to Max 1 and let's do a little tracking, check in on this storm that is now moving through Haywood County. Take a look at the big picture. And look, the vast majority of the coverage area is in good shape. And I think for the rest of the night, northeastern Arkansas, you should be in the clear. But we're not finished yet for folks who are south of I-40 in West Tennessee and northern Mississippi, because these cells are going to be moving through, and we're also watching any other development that may be coming out of the south and southwest. Look at this, between Arkadelphia and El Dorado. Those storms moving off to the east, northeast, and quickly moving on through, although it looks like it's weakening. But looks like just moments ago,
tornado warning
I'm going to come to that in just a minute, Melissa. We just got a new tornado warning. I'm going to bring you some drone video just a moment. Let's check this new tornado warning right now. This includes Lee, Phillips, St. Francis, Tunica counties until 7:15. Tornado warning. This is at about 70 miles per hour. Tell you what, Spencer, can you put a track on this? Because I'm set to track at about 55 on this particular computer. I want to adjust that setting, and I'll come back in just a second.
Okay, and this has a, just FYI, BTI of 7.2. Again, this has been the number for a possible or likely tornado in any area of the Mid-South tonight. That's a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. So we have a 7.2. Let's go ahead and put a track on this large hail core heading toward Holly Grove right now. That's the black area that you are looking at. So this is the hail core right here. Here is the tornado. You can see it almost looks like a little donut hole that we're tracking. There is the shear. This is the rotation detection. And so what I want to do, first of all, I'll go ahead and just show you how big this hail is, because this looks like a very large hail core. We're talking golf ball size hail, maybe 3+ inch hail with this cell. So let's put a track on it. If you are in, and we'll go ahead and get ahead of this storm and find the rotation. This is moving very fast at 70 miles an hour. So if we go out at 70 miles per hour, let me try this one more time, 70 miles per hour, this cell will eventually make its way toward, and I can't even go out that far, so what I'm going to do is extend it out a little bit further. Let's go at 70, and then we will zoom out just a little bit. There are some of the areas impacted at 70 miles per hour. This would take it to Horn Lake by 6:46 or close to it. So we're talking. Let me do that over again. Not 6:46. Let's look at this a little bit closer here, and let's put the range in at 70 miles. And there we go. So yeah. So what we're looking at with this cell is that it is going to arrive in Horn Lake at 7:30. So 7:30 Horn Lake, Hernando 7:28, Marvell 6:40. So that's just giving you an idea, and I'm zoomed out. I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter on this. Again, these are some of the areas that will be impacted. This is a pretty rural area of portions of southern Phillips and looks like northern Phillips, southern Lee County. So again, you're looking at this area right here. This is northern Phillips, southern Lee County. The Rondo community, you're in the path of this. Spring Creek, Haleside, Edgewood, Lexa, Latour. This is really all the way up to Aubrey is the areas that are going to see this intense rotation that's near Deep Elm, Arkansas right now. So this is going to make a beeline for Edgewood. Edgewood, you are in the direct path of this possible tornado. That likely will be reported on the ground here shortly, if not once storm spotters get near it. Again, I'm seeing the shear swath with this, large hail. This is definitely likely a tornado on the ground that is heading into southern parts of Lee County and northern parts of Phillips County. Ron?
All right, Spencer, thank you very much. Let's take a look. I want to go to Max 2 quickly. Let's make sure. Microphone is on. There we go. Let's go to Max 2 because we've got 2 active tornado warnings. We're watching this one is just to ourselves. Let's go back to Max 1. And now I want to show you how things are going to play out in the future. This is how the live radar looks right now. Futurecast with a pretty good handle on things, overemphasizing this area right here, but it's got a good handle on this one that's moving through Haywood County, and then the one that's coming out of eastern Arkansas. By 7 o'clock, we'll likely find this in northern Tunica County, DeSoto County, and moving through Shelby County. So here's your first alert to what is just to our west right now. Then by 8 o'clock, still mainly along and south of I-40. I'm just not sure that this is ever going to materialize, but this is certainly going to hold together, and we could see a little development just to the south of that area. But by 8 this evening, we're likely going to be dealing with stronger storms along the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, impacting Marshall County, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn County, as well as Fayette and Hardeman counties, and then moving off by 9 toward the Tennessee River, but not finished with it just yet because we could see a few more discrete cells come into play right around 10 o'clock tonight, just behind that, and it's quite possible that we're still dealing with a threat of strong to severe storms around 11 or 12 o'clock moving into northeastern Mississippi. And if these areas see little of anything in the way of precipitation between now and midnight tonight, that means there's still going to be some warm, moist air, energy, and instability for these storms to feed off of and possibly intensify as they move to the east. Spencer, that was a pretty impressive view you had. I was actually watching Spencer work in the Doppler radar while I was doing that explanation. I want to go over to him right now because that shear marker looked impressive.
Yeah,
as you were showing it.
And it's a 7.2 still on the BTI, Ron. So this is definitely likely or possibly a tornado on the ground. And when we take this and put it into 3D mode, you can see how large that rotation is, or how tall it is. That is a very tall area of rotation that is pushing into now northern parts of Phillips County and southern Lee County. And again, very strong rotation. I'm going to turn that off. 7.2 on the BTI. And we're going to look just at the rotation itself real quick. So let's look at the rotation itself. Not seeing any yellow in there yet, but certainly some red. And that red, what that means is that means we have strong rotation between BB Junction and Ragtown. This is heading toward Highway 49, Hicksville, also the Hicks community. So if you're in along State Highway 39, State Highway 49, in the Postel community, and then all the way back really toward Edgewood, this is heading your way. So strong rotation. This is pretty far away from the radar. So we're looking pretty high up this storm. So we don't really know what is happening on the ground until we get reports from some of the spotters. So we're watching that closely.
All right, I want to go to the video. Local storm chaser William Frog, who's a friend of the First Alert Weather Team, has been in Wynne today and chasing the storms that came through there. He got some drone video. This is Wynne, Arkansas. That is Wynne, Arkansas.
Population 8,300.
8,300 in the town of Wynne, Arkansas, devastated by a tornado. And just from that image, almost every home in that community impacted. Look how wide it is. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks wide. At least 4 blocks wide.
And some of those structures are not standing, unfortunately.
Yeah, some of those structures completely gone. A lot of roof damage, tremendous amount of tree damage. From William Frog, drone video of a confirmed tornado that went through that area. The National Weather Service, of course, will be out surveying the damage tomorrow. We will be anxiously awaiting their initial reports. Spencer, thoughts on what that tornado could be? I'm thinking EF2, EF3. Whenever you see wind damage or roof damage like that, it's typically an EF1 to EF2. That looks like significant roof damage, but there are structures that are gone.
Yeah, that's it easily could be EF3 depending on what the structures were built out of and how they were anchored and all that. So we'll probably have a better idea. But yeah, that's a very strong tornado that went through Wynne, Arkansas.
And we were getting reports earlier this afternoon of people trapped in buildings, first responders converging on that area. We have no confirmation of fatalities.
Unconfirmed report. An unconfirmed report of 1 fatality. We are checking right now.
Okay.
Other agencies are responding. We know Forest City is in Wynne helping out. Other agencies are responding. Forest City helping Wynne. Other agencies responding. The destruction is terrible. We are awaiting an update on injuries and fatalities. Unconfirmed report of at least 1 fatality in Wynne, Arkansas.
Supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado moved through Wynne, Arkansas this afternoon shortly after 4 o'clock. That same cell moved through eastern Arkansas into Tipton County, and we've got live video there, I do believe. Do we have that video now, Melissa? The video of Tipton County, Covington? Do we have that? All right, let's take a look. This is live video from Covington. This is tree damage. Is that an Action News 5 photographer? Can we pan that camera? Can they move that camera? All right, so Covington has received damage in the Main Street Highway. This is from the Covington Police Department. Damage in the Main Street Highway 51 and Highway 59 area, there are trees down, electrical lines down, and emergency crews responding right now. Covington PD asks that you remain in your safe space. Allow emergency crews to respond to these areas where people may need help. In other words, stay out of this area. No sightseers. Let's stay away. You see Stephanie, she is there with us right now. Thoughts and prayers going out from the city of Covington, all the first responders there. The cell still working its way through West Tennessee, along and north of I-40. It's passed through Haywood County. Is Stephanie ready for a live report from there? Not yet? Okay. All right. When she is ready, please let me know. But 2 active tornado warnings still working. One right now moving just outside of Haywood County. This is moving through Crockett County. This is continuing to move to the east. Let me take a look at the potential for rotation within this. A history of producing a tornado doesn't look as ominous. I still see a little bit of rotation right here, but it looks mainly broad scale rotation. However, let's put a track on that. Let's show you where that's going to go. And there may even be some large hail in there too. Adair, 2 minutes away. 3-way. It's 9 minutes from you. Into Medina in 14 minutes. It will move into Union Cross in 31 minutes, Parker's Crossroad in 35 minutes. Get to your storm shelter now. Get to your storm shelter now. We have an active tornado warning for this cell, Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Madison County. I think Haywood County now in the clear from this, but there's still a lot of lightning on the backside of that. The rear flank downdraft could even be doing some wind damage coming in behind it, but that is going to go until 7 o'clock, so another 15 minutes for this tornado warned cell. But if you are in any of these communities or in close proximity, I want you in your safest location in your home or your storm shelter and ride this cell out. Let's take a look now at the big picture. Let's go back. Track these cells that we've got moving out of eastern Arkansas, about to cross the Mississippi River. These also looking intense, producing a lot of lightning. This one cell holding together, the one that was coming through Forest City, still showing some signs of rotation. You can almost see a little bit of counterclockwise striations there just within the radar signature itself. But it's this area right here for the cell that's now working its way through Lee and Phillips counties that has potential for tornado and tornado warned storm with this. That tornado warning is going to go until 7:15 for Lee, Phillips, St. Francis, and Tunica counties. Now, let's put a track on this, and we'll do 2 tracks. First, we'll track it from the center of circulation, and let me make sure that I'm getting the good spot on that as we take a look where that. It's right there. I see it. Right there. All right. So let's track it from that. And then let's go this way. I'm tracking this at 60 miles per hour. That was moving at 70 earlier. Are we still about 60 to 65?
That's still 65.
All right. So my times are going to be off by about 2 minutes. All right. So I'm tracking this right now at about 60, I'm tracking this at 65 miles per hour, I do believe, or 60 miles per hour. So Marvell, you've actually got about 4 minutes before it moves in. It's going to move into Alexa in about 13 minutes, 12 to 13 minutes. Tunica, you've got about 35 minutes before it moves in. We'll get it into Horseshoe Lake in 47 minutes, and it will move into Coldwater, Mississippi, moving into the I-55 area of North Mississippi in less than 1 hour. That cell moving along very, very rapidly. Stephanie now is Stephanie Douglas, Action News 5 reporter in the town of Covington in Tipton County. Stephanie, what are you seeing?
Ron, I can tell you I see a lot. We're just under 3 miles outside of Covington, where this is one of the communities that were impacted by tornado damage. So I want to give you a little bit of a look. We're on Highway 51 right now. 1 second, my photojournalist is turning his camera. I want to just show you that on Highway 51, traffic is being slowed down and also redirected because we're told on Highway 51 there are down power lines. Now, I also want to give you another look. I know you can hear some sounds in the background. We have crews right now that are clearing off the railroad. You can see that there are several trees that are down right now and also going across the railroad. And as we were driving up here, I can also tell you that we did see some down trees, debris blown into the street, and also some structural damage to houses when we were coming up here. I want to move right here. Also, just going to be safe really quick. We have a car passing. I also want to show you right here, this is a house that you can see that some of the roof was damaged by the tornado. There has been a lot of damage so far that just from the eyes we saw that has been impacted by the tornado. This is a huge backup right now on Highway 51. Took us a little bit to get up here. It's a lot of damage right now, and it's just, of course, the usual down trees. So far, haven't been told of any injuries, but you know, we're out here, like I said, just under 3 miles outside of Covington on Highway 51. We're going to keep our eyes open and report some more damages as we see, and we'll bring it back to Action News 5.
Very careful out there. That same cell that moved through Covington earlier in the afternoon moved through Cross County and took a direct hit on the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Tornado came through the heart of Wynne, Arkansas, the county seat of Cross County in eastern Arkansas, in the Action News 5 coverage area. This is drone video from storm chaser William Frog, who's been in that area all afternoon. William and I were conversing earlier today about where tornado genesis or the stronger storms may be. He made the right decision to be in eastern Arkansas and was there as that tornado moved through Cross County. And this is what it left behind: damage, devastation. Just about every home within the path of that suffering some sort of damage, from minor to catastrophic. We had reports of people trapped in homes in that area. First responders from all across eastern Arkansas converging on Wynne right now. If you do not live there, stay away from there. If you do live there and did not sustain damage, stay in your home. Stay out of the way of the first responders. Let them do their work. Let them get to people who may need help immediately. But let's let the first responders do what they do so well. Tough to see. Very, very tough to see. We still got a lot of activity going on right now. Taking a look at the big picture here, I'm tracking this cell that's now making its way toward northern Mississippi. We talked earlier in the day about everyone along and north of I-40 getting the strongest storms in the afternoon, then the focus shifting south of I-40 into the evening hours. Right now, tornado-warned storm beginning to make its way across the Mississippi River, continuing to move to the east. But I want to look at what's to the southwest, because there are storms that are still coming out of parts of northeastern Texas and southern Arkansas, and these storms could impact the Action News 5 coverage area. And although this cell itself is more than, about 100 miles from the Mississippi River, it's about to enter an environment that's seen nothing today in the way of weather. Little of anything in the way of rain. There has been an ample amount of sunshine. Temperatures in that area made their way into the mid and upper 70s this afternoon. There's a tremendous amount of energy that is still in existence there, and plenty of fuel for this storm to intensify with as it moves in that direction. And that keeps much of northeastern Mississippi in play for strong to severe storms continuing on into the evening hours. So we cannot let our guard down by any means. But right now, the most significant storm in the Action News 5 coverage area, 2 of them, one just about to exit, that is moving on along and north of I-40 towards the Tennessee River. That's moving out of Crockett County. But now we've got another cell coming in south of I-40. That is moving off to the east at about 65 miles per hour. I want to put a track on the leading edge of that. We'll track it to the north and northeast. Collierville, you're likely to be impacted by this. Here's your first alert, 52 minutes away. I'm tracking that storm right now at about 60 miles per hour. We're getting indications that it's moving at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So it's pretty safe to say you've got right around or a little less than 52 minutes to prepare for this storm to move into your community. It is now about 5 minutes away from Council, 9 minutes from Tunica, 16 minutes from Horseshoe Lake, 25 minutes from Walls, 32 minutes from Hernando, 42 minutes from Olive Branch, 46 minutes from Germantown, and 52 minutes from Collierville. All of these communities will be impacted by this cell in less than 1 hour. Know where you're going to go. Make sure your family members are with you. Make sure they know where to be. Take precautions or take protection for your head. If you have bicycle helmets, wear them. Take some bottles of water, flashlight, take your weather radio and your First Alert weather app and smartphone. Make sure everyone has shoes on and have your identification with you. Heaven forbid we need it, but at the same time, you want to have that with you in case your home takes a direct hit from this. Now, Spencer, what are we looking at? You're looking at debris detection. Is that on this very same cell as well?
Yeah. I'm looking at debris detection just to the north there of West Helena. And again, it's not near as bad, thankfully, as what we've seen with some of these other cells, but still there is indications of at least some weak rotation within this cell heading into the Rondo area, but it's not strong and it's not extreme. So this is a bit of good news, at least with this particular cell. However, when we look at the velocity on this, we are still seeing a pretty decent circulation with this near Marville, Arkansas. So this is looking at, let's look at the wind in this. This is looking pretty far up. We're looking at this at about 5,800 feet high. So we're looking almost 6,000 feet into the air at the top of this, or toward the top of this storm. We're not at the top of it, but certainly this is much higher. So we're not seeing what's at the surface with this cell. It's near Highway 49. It's going to continue tracking off to the east. Let's put a lapse on this over the last 30 minutes, and we can actually show you where the rotation has been and where it's going. So it's going northeast in between Lexa and Rondo, eventually toward Phillips Bayou, and this is going to continue to head northeast toward the Mississippi River and eventually toward Hollywood and Tunica. But again, strong rotation. We are seeing, let's see if we'll look at the hail swath again one more time on this. I'll throw on the Barron button. Look at the Barron button on this, man.
That's some big hail. What is that, ping pong ball?
Golf ball size hail. And a lot of times this algorithm will read a little bit higher than what it actually is. But if I click the highest on this, we're looking at 3+ inch hail. Now, I don't know if that's being confirmed yet, but that is, you're getting into softball size hail.
And it's quite likely that in the core of that, because you said you're hitting that at about 6,000 feet.
So it might be right there.
Yeah. So where that hail is originating, but as it falls, there will be some melting. It falls, gets closer to the surface. It's warmer. Friction also helps to melt it. But you've got a 3-inch ball of hail. By the time it reaches the surface, it's still going to be golf ball size.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's big hail.
Yeah, and that's a sign, again, that combined with the lightning is a sign that we could still have possibly a tornado on the ground. We just don't know unless we get confirmation from a spotter.
Spencer, I'm going to ask you to, what was that?
What's it?
Tornado report in Marvell.
Okay.
Tornado in Marvell. No.
No tornado in Marvell.
No tornado in Marvell.
Yeah, so far no reports on that. Yeah.
Okay, Spencer, I'm going to ask that you keep a very close eye on that.
Okay.
When Arkansas was hit hard today, drone video that we just got in from that. If you're just joining us, let me show you this quickly. This is the heart of Wynne, Arkansas, as a tornado came through this afternoon just after 4 o'clock, did catastrophic damage to the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Our Bria Bolden is on the ground there now. She brings us this live report. It is raining on Bria. It is not severe, I'm happy to say, but that town nonetheless devastated tonight. Bria, what do you have for us?
Right, Ron. I'm going to step out of the way. We're actually not able to get right into the center of Wynne, Arkansas right now because of all this damage. Look at this neighborhood we just pulled in. These homeowners were nice enough to let us stay in their driveway just to see what happened to their neighborhood. Tree debris everywhere, all around the ground. This is actually one road. We were headed to the high school.
Bria. We've got rain coming down in the area, so now that area impacted by a tornado, now dealing with rain on top of it. Fortunately, nothing severe, but the rain there is coming down at a pretty good rate. As a matter of fact, right over the town of Wynne, it's coming down at just over 1.25 inches per hour. The last thing these poor folks need, rain on top of this. Emergency rescue still going on. We had reports of multiple people trapped earlier today, multiple people injured. One unconfirmed report of a fatality. Do we still have that? Not confirmed. Unconfirmed, but that is what we're working to establish. But I want to go now to this cell, because this cell, it's showing some signs of rotation. Let me show you this. There is some rotation within there, and it looks like a little tough to see, but I think it's right here. Spencer, you may have a better view of it on the links. Oh, wow, you do. Let's go to Spencer.
Yeah, so this looks like it's trying to develop a pretty substantial hook on it, and there could even be a debris ball with it.
It's rain wrap. It looks like it's rain.
Yeah.
Visual confirmation is difficult.
Yeah, you may not be able to see it on this, but either way, if you're in the Lexa area or even downstream, Hollywood, Tunica, Highway 61, you need a heads up that this cell is heading your way, possible tornado there. When I look at the BTI, it's only a 4.3, and I say only, but again, that doesn't mean it still can't tornado. It just is a weaker storm than what we've been seeing with some of the others. However, that is a substantial hook, and I am seeing some rotation with this. In fact, when I look at the storm relative velocity on this and I query this, we're talking about winds that are 72 miles per hour and then close to 40. So we're still looking at 110 mile per hour shear. That's the winds that are turning with height. So what you're looking at here is the winds are going around. This would be the circulation, and the winds are just steaming ahead, and this storm moving at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. Let me get the latest, and it looks like it's still at a 4.3 right now. But again, heads up, Tunica, anywhere between Austin and Boundary, it looks like that's going to be the area where this rotation gets very close to. So the city of Tunica, if you are not in your safe place, you need to be right now. Possible tornado heading your way. And again, Ron, if I look at the, let me look at the...
Hit that orange skit that just popped up.
Okay.
Let's see what that says. Still at a 4.3.
Still at a 4.3.
That's good.
It doesn't look as defined on the debris detection right now, so that's good.
It's rotating,
but there's still some rotation there, and there could be a tornado on the ground, even if we're not seeing the debris from it yet. So we want to make sure you guys have a good heads up. I'll zoom in a little tighter real quick because I want to go in street level on this storm. This is near the Edgewood community, so we're looking, basically right now, we're looking at the northern part of Phillips County. This is northern Phillips County. That's Highway 242 down there, it looks like, First Street, and we're looking at State Highway 1. That is where the rotation is about to move over. It's going to ride the county line, the Lee-Phillips County line. Highway, it looks like Lee Road, 233, crossing very close to there, Phillips Bay, and also Lee Road 239, Lee Road 217. So you can see that all of these, and again, this is a more rural area, but there's still folks that live out there, farm out there. This is very close to the Mississippi River. It's going to cross over here shortly, so possible tornado, nothing confirmed yet, but certainly radar indicated right now. Ron?
Spencer, can you do a 3D look at that cell? Because I think that thing's producing some big hail.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. I'm not sure if you've got the 3D capability, whether it be the slice or to look at that entire cell via 3D. You may have to switch over to analysis and hit that 3D button over there.
Hold on, I think I can do it right here.
Let me see.
Let's see here if it's going to let me do it. It looks like, yeah, it's not letting me do it at the moment.
Okay. All right. All right. I want to get you a 3D slice. I want to see what the hail is on that. I took the 3D slice tool off of my tool set. Oh, wow. Can you give that a little spin?
Here we go. I got it.
Look at the height on that. This storm is topping out at about 35 to 36,000 feet. In other words, it is tapping into some very, very cold air aloft and drawing that down to the surface, that warm air rising and also feeding that cell. And that is, look at that. That's a 3D version. That is a 3D view of a supercell thunderstorm. A 3D view. Now, as you spin that around, that area you see in purple, that's where the hail core is originating. Looks like it's right around 25,000 feet, or is that 20,000 feet?
35.
Tops out at 35,000 feet. Look at that area in purple. That's at about 20,000 feet, and that's making its way all the way down to the surface. So this storm has some significant height to it, and it is likely producing, look at that large hail.
Yeah.
Spencer, do you see that area in black?
That's
right
the hail core right there.
That's that indication of the 3-inch hail that we were seeing aloft at about right there in the core of the storm.
Yep.
Now, it's likely not reaching the surface at that size, but there's still some large hail within that.
Yeah.
And even if you're not getting a tornado with this, folks in that community around Marianna and just to the north of Helena being pummeled by large hail right now. So let's take a look. Do we have the Helena camera? Can we look? Oh, yeah. And I think we're looking to the west. This is the MDOT camera. This is the MDOT camera crossing the bridge there at Helena, looking to the west. The dark sky there, the dark gray skies, a tornado-warned supercell thunderstorm moving through Lee and Phillips counties right now, just to the north of Helena. And that is basically a look from the sky. But as we go back now to the link system, let's go back to Spencer's radar because he's got a great view. Look at this.
Yeah,
that is now up. Did the BTI go up on that? The BTI.
It's actually down to a 3.
Oh, did it drop to a 3?
Yeah.
You hear us talk about that often. It is the Barron Tornado Indicator. Barron Technologies created this radar data, the algorithms associated with it, and they have a tornado indicator on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being the lowest threat, 10 being the highest. That gives us an idea of what that storm's ability is to produce a tornado. We're seeing a BTI of 3 on this, which is low end, but this is an indication also, another algorithm within this computer system and this radar analysis that's showing it's rotating. It is definitely rotating, but it's not a tight rotation, and as a result, we don't believe it's producing a tornado on the ground, but it is certainly rotating at some strong rotation within that. So that's a look there. Let's go back now to the first alert Doppler radar. Let's reset the scene, show you what's going on. Much of the Mid-South now, rather tranquil for the most part. Let's see if I can get back to my live radar. There we go. So as we take a look at what's going on in the area, Not a lot of activity. Not a lot of activity at all. This cell has now finally exited the Action News 5 coverage area and holding together. We saw this form just to the west of Wynn. And as a matter of fact, Spencer, this was the same cell that moved through or was in close proximity to Little Rock, I believe.
Yeah.
Then came through Wynn, Arkansas, rode up this direction, and traveled 200 miles, almost 200 miles, likely more than 200 miles from its genesis or inception to where it is right now, and still going. So a long track supercell thunderstorm that did produce tornado damage in 2 specific locations and possibly a few others along its path, but rotated the entire time. Now we've got this cell that is going to continue to move to the east-northeast, and that's going to take it through northern Mississippi. So DeSoto, Tate County, here's your first alert. That's moving in your direction. Know where you're going to go when that moves through. Where's the safest place in your home? Where's your storm shelter? Does your family know to gather there? Figure that out now. You've got a few minutes before it moves through. That will move into Marshall County before the night is over, then on into Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn counties. I'm going to put just a general track on this, all right? It's not a specific track, but we're just going to track the whole leading edge of that cell itself to just give you your first alert of proximity and timing. So in about 13 minutes, this will impact South Haven. About 14 minutes before it moves into Hernando, just over half an hour in Collierville, just over 45 minutes before it gets into Holly Springs. Ashland, you've got about an hour to prepare for this. And keep in mind, there's been little of any activity in this area. There's still a lot of energy and instability for this cell to intensify on. About 80 minutes before it moves into Ripley, Eastview in 96 minutes, and just over an hour and a half before it moves into Corinth. So we still have some time to go. We're likely going to be tracking storms up until 10 p.m. tonight. Bria Bolden is in Wynn, Arkansas, which was devastated today. This afternoon as a tornado moved through there. The damage is extensive. Bria, I see, first of all, you're getting a break from the rain, a welcome break from the rain, but can you describe the scene there?
Yeah, Ron, our signal cut out earlier because of the rain, but we're all clear now. But take a look at this neighborhood. We're just outside of the center of Wynn, Arkansas. We actually have not been able to make it into the center where the high school is, so that's all significant damage. But look at this neighborhood.
Bria, I'm sorry. I've got to come back to you. I've got to come back. I apologize. We now have confirmation of a large tornado on the ground. This is in the storm we were just tracking. Spencer, you've got a view on it?
Yeah.
Please ask Bria to stand by. We'll get back to her when we can, but right now we have a tornado emergency. Spencer?
Yeah, tornado emergency for this cell that's moving into parts of Tunica County, but it's near the LaGrange community right now. This is in portions of southern parts of, this is Lee County, so southern Lee County right now, LaGrange. That is actual debris being lofted into the air. We have confirmation of a tornado, and so this is a tornado emergency near LaGrange. This is heading toward Harbert Landing just to the north of you, and this is going to cross over the Mississippi River and eventually make its way over Highway 61 between Hollywood and Tunica. Confirmed tornado. If you are ahead of this cell, if you are along Highway 61, if you are in Hollywood, Cub Lake, Trinity, I want you to be in your safe place now. I want you to stay there until we give you the all clear, but you need to be in your safe spot right now if you are in northern sections of Tunica County. And if this holds together, this could move into portions of DeSoto County as well. So this is a cell we really need to watch very, very closely. Again, we are seeing signs of a possible rotating tornadic cell that is moving through right now. I want to show you, we have large hail with it and the shear rate right now. Shear rate is not as high, but that doesn't matter because when you look at this on radar, Ron, there is a hook and there is a possible debris ball within this. So definitely possibly a tornado on the ground. We're still looking at this at about 40, almost 4,600 feet high. So the radar is still not seeing this at the very lowest level yet, but certainly a possible or likely tornado on the ground right now. So again, if you are in any of these areas, let me clear this off and give you a better idea here real quick of the area we're looking at. This goes all the way into DeSoto County, so this is going to eventually impact Interstate, actually 69. So this is going to go close to Interstate 69. This is going to go close to the Boundary community, and then just to the south of Hillside.
That's going to bring this into the Tunica Resorts area.
Yeah,
the casinos down there. That's going to move right through it.
Yeah, what were you saying?
A tornado on the ground, West Helena.
Okay, tornado on the ground.
Confirmation. Can you get that camera, Melissa? In the meantime, will you look for the camera in West Helena? And let's get back to this. That is a tremendous gate-to-gate shear tornado echo on the radar. Even though the BTI is low on this, it just may be because of its proximity to the radar or its angle to the radar. Let's take the Helena camera. Let's see what it looks like from there. We unfortunately have no way to move that camera. We are at the mercy of MDOT, who controls that camera, but we fortunately have access to it. However, tornado near Helena, moving to the east, northeast. This cell had a history of moving at about 65 to 70 miles per hour. It is now moving at 55 miles per hour. I'm going to make a quick adjustment on my track. Spencer, I'm going to give it to you.
Okay, and if you guys could pull links up real quick, I just want to show something real fast while Ron's doing that. This is actually a confirmed tornado on the ground, and you can actually see the debris. This is the debris that we're seeing in the blue. So I want to point that out to you. Here's Tunica. I want to show you real quick. Here is Tunica. This is Highway 61, Hollywood and Tunica. If you are in this area, you need to be on high alert, be in your safe place, because this is the tornado right here. That is the debris from the tornado, and it's making a beeline, going to cross over the Mississippi River between Hollywood and Tunica and eventually continue on toward the Cub Lake community. But this is definitely a tornado on the ground, tornado emergency for you folks there in parts of western Tunica County. Now, again, it's still showing that. That's the latest scan showing up, and it's moving its way to the east. So if you see that blue on the radar, the blue always indicates typically wherever you see the highest velocity, that is where you see and there it is. It's in the exact same spot.
Right there. Yeah.
So this is the tornado right here. And let's see if.
And Spencer, it slowed down a little bit. It was moving about 70 miles per hour.
Yeah.
This is now slowed down to 55 miles per hour, which is still a fast-moving supercell thunderstorm. But by slowing down, that means it's got a little more time to tighten up and drop a funnel, and that's likely what we're seeing right now. That's moving off to the northeast. These are some of the communities that are going to be impacted by it. St. Francis Island Landing, it's moving through there right now. Fox Island will move through at 7:21. You've got about 6 minutes. It's going to move into Moon Landing, 7:22. Tunica Casino area, the resort area, North Tunica, 7:25. 7:25 when it moves into Tunica. Hollywood at 7:27. Boundary at 7:30. 7:31 to Robinsonville, and it will move into Dooley at 7:33. A dangerous storm indeed. This is the MDOT camera in Helena, which is really just south of that of where all of that rotation and activity is occurring right now. But let's go to the first alert Doppler radar. Let me go back to Max 1, Sean. We have an active tornado warning right now, DeSoto, Lee, St. Francis, and Tunica County until 8 p.m. tonight, until 8 o'clock. This is impacting 9,700 people in that area. So this is the cell we're looking at, and it is showing signs of rotation. And as I take a look, put the scope on here, let's take a look at some of the wind speeds, velocities, and it looks like the bulk of it is right there, the most intense area right there. With that, I'm going to put a track on this. We'll track it from that area of circulation and where the possible tornado is. It looks like it's got a bit of a northeast movement on it. Am I right about that, Spencer?
Yeah.
Moving off to the east, northeast. So Tunica, 10 minutes away, the town of Tunica. This will move in through you in 10 minutes. Get to your storm shelter now. 19 minutes before it moves into Pritchard. Trinity, you have 26 minutes to think about where you're going to be in your home. Get to your storm shelter. Notify your friends, your families, your neighbors. Let them know that a tornado is moving in their direction. Hernando, 36 minutes away. It's going to get into Jago in 41 minutes. What about hail with this system? We had a history. Oh, wow. This has shown some large hail north of Marvell. It's coming down almost 2-inch size hail. Right now, as it's approaching Tunica, still at just under 1.5 inches, but moving very quickly. And at the very least, a lot of strong wind with this, spectrum width. That's wind speed and motion. And that's where we got all the warm, moist air coming in contact as it lifts and coming into contact with the colder air coming down to the surface and creating all the turbulence within the atmosphere. But putting this into motion for you, that cell coming in and really starting to intensify. Even radar having a tough time resolving what it's seeing there. It's trying to figure out, is it rain? Is it hail? But it is definitely showing signs of a hook. And as I take a look right now on the NEXRAD radar, you can even see that little hook echo. That's a classic hook echo. And that's what, the second or third one we've seen just like this today. Let me zoom in just a little tighter on this because that's where the circulation is, just now making its way towards the town of Tunica. This will be crossing Highway 61 within the next few minutes. Tell you what, I'm going to track it one more time. I want to put a track in this area right here. Let's see where that's going to go. Off to the east, Tunica, 11 minutes. Hollywood, 13 minutes. Get to your storm shelter now. I want you in the safest place in your home or storm shelter if you have it, because we have a tornado on the ground, active tornado warning, and that is moving in your direction. And I want to give a first alert to everyone in Shelby County, especially our viewers in southern Shelby County, because this has the potential to impact a portion of Shelby County. If it continues to move in this direction, it could clip Collierville within the next few minutes. So Collierville, know where you will go if this storm moves on through, and it is showing a sign of moving to the east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So just a general idea of when that could get into Collierville. I'm going to track it from the leading edge of the heavier precipitation. Off to the northeast, Collierville, you've got about 35 minutes to prepare for this to move in. That will likely clip Holly Springs in about 40, just under 45 minutes. We'll move into Moscow in about 50 minutes. These are some of the other communities. Hernando, South Haven, Olive Branch, you got between about 9 to 20, 25 minutes before that moves on through. And this could even clip Germantown also. Spencer, you're looking at something. You have a new new skit. And when I say skid, it's that arrow, the arrow that's on Spencer's map there. That stands for, and I don't think I've got it on my map, but it stands for Storm Center Identification and Track. We get a lot of information from that skit. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, we still are looking at a 3.0 on the BTI, so it's a fairly low-end BTI number, but I think part of that is it's not picking up on the lower levels of the storm right now, because obviously we've had confirmed reports of a possible tornado there. So again, looking at hail, large hail with this, 1.5-inch hail, maybe up to ping-pong size hail as it moves toward Hollywood. So even if you don't get the tornado, you may get large hail, certainly going to get very intense lightning. In fact, I'll turn the lightning on just so you can kind of get an idea. And this is just within this cell right now, we have close to 50-something strikes. So this is a very intense cell with a lot of lightning with it. Again, the cloud top at about, the storm top at about 34,000 feet. So it's very strong storm, not as high as what you would typically see with some springtime storms, but definitely severe nonetheless. So again, we're watching this area very close. I'm not seeing, it looks like the hook's trying to fall apart a little bit right now on this. Let me look at the velocity real quick and see what we're seeing there. Yeah, it looks a little broader on that area of velocity. Still showing strong rotation, though, from our rotation detection algorithm. It is showing, again, let me switch this over here real quick over here, and we'll go to, let's see, we'll go to CC. Yeah, there's still some possible debris within this, but as I look right now at the rotation, it is strong. So this is north of St. Francis Island Landing. This is heading toward Tunica. Some of the streets that will be impacted here, that it's moving toward Moon Landing Parkway, Old Moon Landing Road, also Old Highway 61. So those are just some of the areas, and it's going to cross over Highway 61 here very shortly. So that's where we're looking at. It looks like that rotation, Ron, right over the Mississippi River right now. So
all right.
We have tornado sirens, of course, going off in those areas as well.
Yes, indeed. And for a good cause, because that cell is something we want to watch very closely. Now, we also have Tornado Watch that's now in effect until 10 o'clock for eastern Arkansas, but that watch has also been extended farther east, and for parts of West Tennessee and northern Mississippi, that tornado watch is going to go until 1 a.m. So just about the entire Action News 5 coverage area, well, the entire Action News 5 coverage area is included in a tornado watch, but we have one active tornado warning right now. But look at these little cells just to the north. Let's see what they're doing, because there still may be some energy for these to intensify off of. Notice this little cell right here. Watch this. Little area, it just kind of starts to move north. We have a very strong south wind. So there's still a lot of warm, moist air that's filtering north into the mid-south in advance of this cell. So there may be a little energy for this to intensify as we head on into the evening hours here. And we talked earlier today about the focus being south of I-40, and that's certainly the way it's playing out this evening, as now storms are developing back to the west and southwest. I also want to keep a close eye out on what's going on here in Pine Bluff and coming in right there around Shoemaker. Look at these cells. These are also tracking in our direction. And these cells, just now beginning to fire up, could be moving into parts of northern Mississippi or eastern Arkansas in areas that have been unaffected by rain or thunderstorm activity today, and still have a lot of energy remaining as we head into the evening and overnight hours. So this is a look at what's going on along and south of 40, but taking it back and showing you the big picture, the entire coverage area. Thankfully, this cell is gone. It's out of our coverage area now. It's about to cross the Tennessee River Valley as it heads toward Waverly. There is a tornado warning still associated with this. As a matter of fact, that warning now is going to go until 7:30, so about another 6 minutes. Will be interesting to see if the National Weather Service in Memphis continues that. But Carroll and Henderson County under a tornado warning now until 7:30 from a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes in Covington and back in Wynn. Do we still have Bria Bolden? I would love to go back to her and talk to her. I had to cut her off earlier simply because of the tornado emergency that evolved just as she was coming to us live from Wynn, Arkansas. And Wynn, Arkansas was hit very hard today. If you are just joining us, stick around for a few minutes. We'll get the video that we got, the drone video that was sent to us earlier this afternoon of the damage. It is heartbreaking nonetheless. We have it. Let's show it. Let me show you this. Let me just step out of the scene and show you. This is Wynn, Arkansas. Just after 4 o'clock this afternoon, tornado warning for Cross County. That warning had been issued prior to entering Cross County. It was extended, and the town of Wynn, Arkansas took a direct hit from a major tornado. Damage abounds from minor to catastrophic. Reports of first responders from all over the area converging on Wynn right now. We still have people trapped in their homes. They are working to locate and rescue. We have a crew in that area. Our own Bria Bolden is there. We now also, that same cell that impacted Wynn, Arkansas, moved through eastern Arkansas across the Mississippi River and took a direct strike on Covington. And here's what we have from the town of Covington as this moved through. This is from Kelsey Pool. Spencer, are you watching this? Check this out. Are there two?
It looks like there might be.
That's either one big wedge or is that two vortices? Wow, there's definitely one, and it looks like there may be another one just on the outside of it.
Yeah.
You guys, we're seeing this for the first time.
Definitely one, but there likely is
another one just to the left.
Yep.
Wow. This gives you an idea of the potency of these storms. Whenever a supercell thunderstorm has a capacity to create multiple vortices, that is a force to be reckoned with. And it's heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking tonight. Bria Bolden is in wind. We're going to try to get her signal back, talk to her in just a moment to see what she has sees what she has seen and bring us the latest report from that area. But right now, we have a tornado warning. It is crossing the Mississippi River. Let's get right to it and let's put a track on this because we're watching this move to the east, northeast. This is going to be impacting, and it is right now moving through the town of Tunica. It looks like, and I'm going to see if I can see with the scope here where we may find, oh, there's some rotation right there. Look at this. Right there. All right, so that is just to the north of Tunica. Let me put a track on that. Let's track that off. Spencer, I got to tell you, this is a very